All right, I'm just checking to make sure I get the quality options today. All right. Hello, it's stream number 440. You know, I'm actually getting pretty close to 2,000 hours streaming. I think I have that in here. We're at 1,961 according to my count. Very soon we'll get up to 2,000. Anyway, hello, A squared. Hello, Rasubaka. How are you today? I'm just moving around some windows here. Okay, so long story short, I had a very aggressive plan yesterday. Way too much work to do. So need to finish it up today. The only things I really knocked out yesterday completely were I updated Raft to let us know who becomes the leader of the cluster. That's pretty much. Oh no, I also did loading of the player state into the game into memory, which is kind of a big deal. So I got most of the way through the front end code to let you enter your username and password. That turned out to take a long time because there was quite a lot to the login screen that I didn't remember that I needed to have. So today is going to be finishing that and then taking that login request message, making sure it gets to the leader of the cluster, then adding the infrastructure for basically turning, well, I should say this, hold on. This should go here. Route login request to cluster leader, right? So once we add the method of forwarding, we'll use it to forward the login request to the leader. Yeah, and then we need to have the command processing infrastructure because we need to be able to, when we have a game command, deliver it to Raft. And then when it comes back from Raft that it's been committed, we want to actually make state changes. And using that, I'll complete the login mechanism. So basically, once a login request gets replicated, we can process it and check that the hash of the password matches, and if so, record that the user is logged in, and deliver back the result. Hey there, Sarian. Yeah, we switched to Unix flavored usernames. I wanted to add something in here as well. Yeah, in here I wanted to add. I'm adding to the plan from yesterday. Oh, hello, kitty. You want to say hi to the stream? Meow? No, he just wants to yell at me. Hey there, Lumacode. Yeah, I would need to add the client reporting command. So use to automatically log out players still recorded as logged in. Whenever a server restarts or cluster leadership changes. So I had this in the C++ build of the game where whenever a server restarts or cluster membership changes, cluster leadership changes, you run into this situation where the server who is the leader doesn't knows that a client is no longer connected, but they're still registered in the state as being connected. So using client reporting, basically it reports back up to the leader, and the leader says, okay, whoever is logged in, whoever was logged into a server, but no longer is reported by by that server to be logged in, we automatically log them out. And I'm going to need that because if I don't, we'll run into problems where you might try to log in and the system still thinks you're logged in. So I think that's the case actually right now. The way I have the data imported, I created the data export at a moment when I was actually logged in, so or I had a connection open. So I should be able to see that if I look at the game's database. Let me look at that now. Open database. If I go to players. Yeah, see how I'm showing up as logged in to server 12 on client 6. So obviously I'm not anymore because server 12 is not even running. And the moment I start up server 12, no one will be connected. So the intent is that when a server starts up, it'll send a client report saying that empty list, that no one's connected to me. And the leader of the cluster will say, okay, let's go through all of the players who we were logged into that server 12 and just log them out. So that'll happen right away when the server starts up, like when we restart the game server, or if the leadership, the reason why we do it again when there's a leadership change is during the process of electing a new leader, someone might connect to a server, and there's no way for us to report that to the cluster. The moment a leader is elected, though, we can tell the leader, okay, while we're having this election, these two folks logged into me, and then we can record it then. Hey there, Nui. And C17R, greetings, program. So, yeah, I actually took the cat to the vet today. He's doing a little bit better. So he's been happier. The vet said he was very spunky today. He was spunkier, and I'm like, I haven't heard that word used a lot, but I guess it makes sense. All right, so then what do I do first? Finish the front end code, right? So let me get this actually booted up. I did some database improvements last night, so I need to actually overwrite the old databases. So copy stage. Actually, I guess we can go to stage. Copy the game database to the two servers, the three servers really, and then we'll go ahead and delete the log files. Actually, it doesn't matter. I can keep the log files around. And then I need to make sure I have the version number correct. So these manual changes I really only need to do until I decide to finalize the current schema for now. So these get reset whenever I re-import the database, the data for the database. So as soon as I do the final import and all the data is brought in from the old format, I won't need to manually correct these things. All right, so then let me make sure it's built. I don't remember if I actually built it last night, like the entire server. How's everybody doing today? Anybody doing anything fun today? Package Rust 200 alpha. So that makes, what that does is it makes a zip file on the stage packages folder. Actually, that isn't right. Oh. I guess there's a package.zip. Okay, yeah. Under stage packages is a 200 alpha.zip. Playing Minecraft? Wow. Only if you count managing a back injury. So I'm sorry to hear that, Sarian. Got to take care of your back, definitely. Yeah, that sucks. So, stage, orchestrator, localhost. I hope with my zany programming, I can take your mind off of any back pain you might have today. Hey there, Cloudhawk. Digging the new Unixy chat? Yeah. All credit, of course, goes to CM Griffing. And looks like my bot is not active right now. Oh, it's not Steam Parrot, it's Stream Parrot. There we go, yeah, CM Griffing. Told me about that, he added that yesterday, that there's a Unix mode for that theme. Talked to him also about the contrast for the names, and he's going to look into it a little bit more, but we tried to, there's a little bit of tinkering we can do with the font size and the shadowing. And we haven't really made progress with that, so I'm just going to be patient. Let him fix that however he wants to do it. Okay, so that's the back end. Let's make it the front end up. UI npm run dev. I'm going to make sure that all the mechanics that I put in yesterday still work. So, and that I didn't break anything. the only function that was in there before was to log in as admin. So I'll just do that to make sure it didn't break, and then I'll go through the code I did yesterday. All right. Log in as admin. Still works. It's still drawing. Okay, good. Log in this way. ABC 1, 2, 3. All right. Yeah. I think this is where we stopped. The login button didn't do anything, but at least it didn't submit, or it didn't refresh the page, which is the default action of a form submit, right? And then we got back button to work. Yeah. So I think where we're going to start today is we're going to have the login button actually do something. So let's go to playing activity, pin that, and then the login modal. And then we'll find that button triggers a message, right? Login with password. So I think we just want to trigger a callback to the upper level, which we'll need to add. Let me add it now. So in our props, right? Pub on login callback, and then we'll need to provide the username and password. Use a structure here or a tuple? I think I should use a structure. Login credentials. Actually, let's just say credentials, because that we can maybe reuse for the admin stuff too. I like that idea. So we need, of course, we need to define credentials. Maybe more specific about it. Let's call it client credentials, because I can think of some other credentials we might have. Actually, is client the right word here? It's credentials for a server, right? So maybe player credentials. No, because I want it to also be maybe admins. Yeah, I guess client. Well, no, I don't like that word. I need it to be more like a client of what? Of the game, right? How about game client credentials? Yeah, I like that better. Okay, so let's make a file called game client credentials. I'm trying to start this new habit of making lots of modules that are smaller rather than having a few modules that are super huge and I can't find my way through them. So lib needs to declare this module. Game client credentials. All right, so game client credentials. Let's have username, password for now. And then back in the login screen, we'll need to import that. Oh, you can't import it unless it's public, right? Make everything public. Now I should be able to, here we go, import. All right. So we're going to use that callback. In fact, I think I can just shortcut, and I don't even need this message here, right? Oh, I'm being raided by the Primogen, and somehow Stream Elements is behind. Oh, there it goes. Ah! Is it Rustin or is it the Primogen? I would welcome either one. Everybody, how's everybody doing? I am not going to be, I'm just going to say this now, I'm not going to be as entertaining or as awesome as the Primogen, but maybe you'll stick around for a little bit and check out what I'm doing. I'm using the dreaded Rust programming language, because I've gone over to the dark side. Yeah, Rustin's my best bud. Okay. What do you mean he's not welcome here, Ann Perry? Wait a minute. Anyway, thanks everybody for coming by. My lifelong goal is to work on this game, which means probably I'll never finish it. But hey, we'll have fun doing it anyway, right? It is a game inspired by really old games I played as a kid. Ultima 4, Ultima 5, so it's very retro. It's got really primitive graphics, hand-drawn by me, so that's why they're really ugly. It's going to be mostly text-based. It's online on the cloud. You can log in and check it out now. There's not much there. Making my own engine from scratch. And for the last 6 months, actually probably more like 8 months, I've gone over to the dark side. I decided that I'm going to take the back end, which was in C++, rewrite it in Rust, take the front end, which was in JavaScript, and rewrite it in Rust. So that's what we're doing today. Where is the Vim? Yeah, I've gone over to the dark side completely. I don't use Vim. I'm using VS Code, man. Bow to my superior VS Code skills. Yeah, so the Rust client, I'm working on the login screen right now. So the login button doesn't do anything. I have done some of the prototyping for the graphics, though. So I'm able to draw the tile graphics using WebGL that I did like a week ago. And so I have some test tiles here, the little king and the little wizard and a field of green. But that's as far as I've gotten in the rewrite. And Rust is treating me really well. I'm really enjoying it. So, yeah, let me know if you have any questions. I'm just going to proceed to try to get this login screen done. So login should actually do something and not sit here denying me entry. Let me in! Let me in, damn it. I'm using the U framework. So it's a really nifty Rust crate for making a front-end web app. It's a model view update pattern, MVU. So if I were to collapse, wrong window, over here, collapse this, I'm going to have U components, which we're calling this model. It's a horrible name, but essentially it's got 4 main functions. The view is one that's going to be generating our HTML. It looks a lot like React's JSX because it's like Rust annotated HTML, whereas JSX would be JavaScript annotated HTML. So you'll see a mixture of Rust language, but also stuff that looks pretty much like HTML. Consider this a big template that we run through a renderer in U to generate the HTML. So that's what the view is supposed to do. It says take our own state, our props and everything, generate some HTML. The create function gives us our props. So the terminology hopefully is similar to anyone who's done web dev and like React or other things. Our props are what are assigned to the element in the HTML tree for us by our parent. So for example, this button here has 3 props. It's got class, a type, and an on-click, right? So our model conceptually within the entire document might have similar attributes. And the root is a little bit special, though, in that we don't specify it in HTML. We specify it in the at the very top by just saying make one and then mount it to the body tag of the document. And our special props here are my environment variables, which are basically constants that depend on whether we're in release or debug build, right? So anyway, back to talking about the crate. You know about props. Link is how we get back to the framework to establish message handlers. They call them callbacks in U, but it's essentially message handlers, and I'll show you in a second. We just store that as part of our state, and then we have our own other state variables that we make. Update and change look pretty similar, but they're called at different times. Update is called when a message is delivered to our component. The message is how message handlers update, which is why they use the update name, update our component state. Change is when our props change. Now, I'm not a fan of these words because to me, I get them confused. I'm like, update, change sound like synonyms, right? The critical difference is what the argument is. This one's called when we get a message. This one's called when our props change. Both return whether or not we should render. Should render means call the view again to get a new HTML and replace what we did before, right? So how the message handlers work with the message and the update is here. So let's say we click the login with Twitch button, right? What happens is a message handler has been given to the DOM in the browser's model of the document, saying when the user clicks this button, use this message handler to deliver the event. The message handler is actually constructed by you to take the event and turn it into a message back to our own component. Given this closure, a closure is a fancy word for a function that we just place in here without a name, like an anonymous function. And this is a Rust way of saying, you're going to give us something, but we don't care what it is. This is actually the event, right? But we don't need the event, because all we need to know is you click the button, right? So when you click the button, we want to get the login with Twitch message. So the behind the scenes, what the framework does with this link callback is it'll call this closure to figure out what message to send, and it'll send that back to our own update function. So that goes back into here, the login with Twitch, and I haven't written that yet. There's a button, that login with Twitch button is this one right here. So clicking that, it's actually going to this code but not doing anything. If I wanted, I could like print a console message and have it show up here if I really wanted, but I trust that it works. Login with password is this button up here. Let's see if there are any questions. How did you end up in VS Code site? You ended up here because I am the evil twin of the Primogen who raided me. See, I have the beard, he doesn't. You know, evil twin, that kind of thing. I'm using all of the evil side. So instead of Vim, it's VS Code. Instead of the shell stuff and JavaScript, it's going to be Rust. So you cannot escape me. Is Rust transpiled in the GS? Yes, it is. Let me go over that. That's a really cool thing you can read about if you look up the Rust homepage. They describe how it all works. It starts with Webpack, like everything in JavaScript, right? You have a Webpack file which says like, what's the entry point to your web application, and a bunch of other stuff. The key thing for how you get Rust transpiled into JavaScript is WebAssembly Pack plugin. It's a plugin for Webpack, and basically says, I need you to run, I need Webpack. Listen to me, Webpack. I need you to run wasmpack on this directory to construct a JavaScript module from Rust. So it basically says, okay, we're going to look for a Rust crate in the same directory. So it goes to cargo toml and says, okay, here are all the dependencies we need. And then it says, okay, Rust compiler, you figure it out. You build this for me, but build it for the WASM target. That's the key. The WASM target, WebAssembly target, is essentially it's an output mode of the Rust compiler. And instead of compiling to x86 or ARM, it compiles it to WebAssembly bytecode, okay? And it generates that along with some JavaScript wrappers. And it puts this in the pkg directory right here. So you'll get this in the index.js. There's nothing. Why is that? There should be something there. Okay, that's odd. Okay, there should be something there which is including the WASM and the JS. I don't know why there's... Oh, probably because I haven't built it for real since... Yeah, okay. So let me fix this. I need it to work. Oh, probably because we have an error. That would do it. Okay, just pretend for the moment that this index.js has 3 lines. One that includes the WebAssembly, and one that includes the JavaScript, and another one to call into the entry point. So the WebAssembly is one big bytecode file that's basically the entire Rust crate compiled. The JS file is a bunch of ugly-looking generated JavaScript, which you can think of as just like a little thin layer of JavaScript paint around your Rust crate. And then from our, that gives us a legitimate callable JavaScript module, which is really Rust in disguise, right? So from our main JS, we can import that package. It just works, right? It goes to the JavaScript, loads in the WebAssembly, and then generates enough stubs in JavaScript so that you can do things like call a Rust function. So that run app in the module are both actually in Rust, even though it looks like they're in JavaScript. So if I go to my Rust lib.rs in the bottom, there's our run app. Here's a little bit of a hint about the magic that's going on. The way that run app from JavaScript can call a Rust function is through WebAssembly bindgen. It's this really nifty library and tool set in Rust that generates the JavaScript wrappers, and at runtime exposes symbols to JavaScript that are actually calling back into Rust. I don't know exactly how it works, but it's pretty dang cool. It even does things like gives us the JavaScript variable, this env variable I passed in, and it's got a nifty little, this JS value has a nifty little function that says into crd, which is serialize, deserialize. So basically, serialize it to JSON or something like that, and then deserialize it back to our actual structure here. So this structure should mimic the structure of the env from the Webpack, which is way down here. See all this stuff? Don't worry, there's nothing leaked here. This is all test stuff. And those should match exactly these fields. Even down to the individual types, so it's very type safe in Rust. If this wasn't a string, we would get an error when we try to do that. Good to go, though. From this point, everything is Rust. So that way, I can stick with my new favorite language and not worry about JavaScript so much. All right. Hey there, Jack. How's it going? Rusty just being aggressive in code optimizations. It can be. It's kind of tunable, though. Did you hear Chrome has disabled WebAssembly in the latest update? Apparently, a new Spectre meltdown exploit wasn't. I didn't know that, LG. That's scary. Oh, yeah, no problem, Chef. Chef the Chef, I like that name. All right, I was working on here, and I broke this. Oh, it's broken because I added a prop. This is one cool thing about Rust being type safe. If you're into this kind of thing, is that when I added the prop up here, where is it? Where did I add it? In here? I added this on login prop. When we actually use that component, it says, wait a minute, you didn't give me an on login prop. The error message isn't the best, though. I don't think it actually... Okay, it says it in here, but it's kind of hard to read. It says the on login. It's enough of a hint that I know I missed a prop, right? So we'll have to provide a prop. So we'll have to do something, right? And it needs a callback that takes our new best friend game client credentials that has the username and password, right? So I will need to do something like... what exactly? I think I just want to pass it along. Yeah, just like I'm doing with the dismiss. self.props.onlogin.clone. Which means, like, this will have a copy of that callback. Basically, I'm bubbling the event up. I'm bubbling it up to the top of the app where I can deal with it. Import that, and we're good. Oh, was that an April Fool's joke? You had me scared there, LG, because I'm doing everything in WebAssembly in the front end. If they turn it off, I'd be SOL, right? Does the credentials always need a password? No. This is just one method. We handle the OAuth differently. Actually, I don't even need to use OAuth for login with Twitch. Login with Twitch uses JSON web tokens, which is another nifty technology I'll probably get into in the next few days. That's okay, LG. I'm mostly joking too. So I have two normal authentication techniques for my game. The login is, it's all secure because the only way we talk to the server is over an SSL wrapped WebSocket. So although we send the password in the clear, so to speak, to the WebSocket itself is SSL encrypted. So still, it's really not the best way. People can forget their password. So we have to have this forgot my password mechanism where it sends them an email, but only if they told us their email address. So it's kind of hairy, but I do that because I didn't want to force people to log in with Twitch because they might not have a Twitch account. But if you have a Twitch account, which you probably do because you're watching, but maybe not, the login with Twitch basically has a little kind of like an exchange between you, the server, and Twitch. You tell the server, hey, I'd like to log with Twitch. And the server goes to Twitch and says, someone wants to authenticate with me. They claim to be this user. Twitch goes back to directly to the user and says, are you okay with me letting the server know who you are? And then that's why you get the dialog box saying, Omniurania, my game, has asked to get your name, right, to verify who you are. And then if you say yes, Twitch will go back to my server and say, yes, that's the person who they said they were. And here's a token, you can verify it. And then my server takes a token, it verifies it with Twitch's public key, and says, great, that's whoever, and they're logged in. Basically, we delegate to Twitch the responsibility of verifying you are who you say you are, and they give us back a token that's signed by Twitch that we can verify. Only Twitch can make the token, right? The token verifies that you are who you say you are. The token only lasts a brief time. It's enough for us to say, yes, this person must be who they say they are because they were able to get Twitch to give us a valid token representing them. So anyway, yeah, JWT. But I do have open auth for other things. So my game is also my Twitch bot. It needs an OAuth token to use a Twitch account to type in chat. So when I'm doing this command and Omni-Iranian responds, that's actually my game in production using an OAuth token to connect to chat in my channel to say things. But that's all server side. I don't have anything client side except for my own purposes. Today, hey Endorn, can you use chat please? What's going on, Endorn? I'm confused. You've confused me, Endorn. Like to chat in chat. Can I chat, please? Oh, you're authenticating yourself. Oh, you mean you're typing commands up there? That lovely overlay is Stream Parrot, made by CM Griffing. He added a new hacker theme the other day, so which we're using. Anyway, explanation's done, right? The this onLogin prompt, we'll need this at the upper level from this, which is the main lib, which again, Rust is going to be really nice and complain to me and saying, you need to provide me an onLogin here. So which we'll do, self-link, and we'll actually handle it at this point. And the argument here is going to be the credentials, because that is the type of this generic callback, or the callback is a generic, and its type argument, game client credentials, determines the type of this argument here. So message login, right? So now I just need a login message that takes the credentials. And I think I do have that already. Oh, well, this doesn't have the credentials. What did I name that? Game client credentials, yes. Import it. Something tells me I got this wrong down here. Ah, yes. This is wrong. Oh, I have two login things. Oh. This doesn't belong there. Why was that there? Oh, no, hold on. Yeah, that doesn't belong there, does it? It belongs here. And actually, I don't need to say credentials there because the constructor of login will just work there. But I had to find out why sitting outside activity had a login. I don't know why. Uh-oh, watch out with that. Don't remove each other. Come on, kids. Behave. Not part of the Sudoers group, yeah. Now, Endorn. We have been talking about wouldn't it be a kind of a cool April Fool's joke? It can't do it now. I have to wait a year. But if we actually had the bot pretend to be responding to shell commands in chat, and maybe we'd have the overlay format especially to make it look like you are actually running commands. That's going to take a little bit more prep. Obviously, we missed it this year. Okay, sitting outside activity should not need a login prop. Let me delete it and see what goes wrong. Something uses it here. Oh! It's not on login, it should be on show login modal. That's what it should be. Okay, so I do need that. This is on login, on show login modal. That's what it should be. And I'm going to put that, where? Thank you for all the follows. I really appreciate it. I hope you're at least moderately entertained. I know I can't entertain as well as the Primogen, but I'll try my best. Okay, now we're happy here, but at this level, yeah, I was confused here. We do need an on login. We need a prop there, but it's on show login modal, not on login. So this should be show log in modal. I know you guys can't see that because it's under the screen here. I fixed it. All right. So we'll add that up here. This is not alphabetically sorted. Now it is. Okay, and then down here it's going to be, that's the real way that we show the login modal, is we switch which modal we're showing to the login one. Hopefully the names I pick for these functions and variables help you understand what the heck I'm doing. If not, though, you can always stop me and ask a question. I really enjoy answering questions. I will try to balance the questions with the work, though. I have a tendency sometimes to miss questions, though, which I always really feel really bad about. So if I don't answer your question, like I might not have seen it, please just like repeat it or get my attention, and I will try to get to it. Okay, where was the place that I actually had the submit? Did I fold it away? I think I might have. I'm looking for where we actually log. Where is it? Oh, this is submit for the form, right? Where is it? Here it is. Found it. Okay, so here I need to do actually trigger the the on login call, and we need to make a dot emit, and we need to put the value here, which is going to be the game client credentials, and then we need to fill in the struct fields. The username comes from self dot name or address. Password is password, and because they need to own a copy, we need to do a clone. Okay, so this will end up going up a level to here. So that to here, which goes to there, which goes up another level. Over to here, which should call our callback login, which we need to add. No. What's going on here? I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Here. Credentials. So just to make sure I have everything right so far, we're just going to do info, which is the console, right? And we're going to say login credentials. And we're just going to do a debug print of credentials. So a couple of things are needed for this to work. I need to make sure info is actually used, so it knows where info is. And then credentials itself needs to implement the debug trait, which is super easy to do in Rust. If you have simple structures, you just say derive debug. And that should be make this guy happy, and then it should be rebuilding. I should be able to test this. Now it's alphabetically sorted. You alphabetically sorted the letters in the words of your chat. Okay, I don't think I missed any questions. Oh, how does the rebuilding of Rust work? It works through the magic of Webpack. So Webpack ultimately gets a list of all files that were inputs to the build process, right? Webpack uses WebAssemblyPack, which will probably is reporting all the .rs files that, if touched, generate a rebuild. So in this shell, I'm running in Webpack dev. That's the command Webpack serve open config, and then the config file, right? This serve open will detect the file has changed, and then just recompile everything. That I think it recompiles everything, even the things I didn't touch. And it also is pretty cool in that it supports this live reloading. The only downside is sometimes I get this error, which I think it's a bug in Webpack. To fix the error, I just stop Webpack and start it up again, and it usually fixes it. But yeah, it usually just auto recompiles everything and even tells the browser, hey, you need to reload, like it's doing right now. And I don't have to hit reload or anything. So log in with ABC123, login. There we go. Login credentials. Password ABC, or username ABC, password 123. Let me make it so you can see that. And I can do it many times. And I could change the name. So I hope that answers the question of how the rebuilding in Rust works. Yeah, it's Webpack. Webpack's the technology that figures it out. All right, so getting a little further, I think in addition to giving the credentials up here, which will trigger the login process, I think what I wanted to do in the modal was to show that we're logging in. And for that, I don't exactly remember how we show that. So actually, it's this one. I'm going to have to look back at the JavaScript code to see what I did. Webpack sounds like web hack. Webpack. Webpack. Is it my microphone? Is it blunting my P's? Yeah, Webpack. Webpack. All right, JavaScript, here we come. So I'm in the wrong window when I press Control P and something weird happened. Login modal.js, right? What happens when we hit the login button? Looking for it. Okay, it's this on submit, right? On login with password. Okay, so it blanks the password, backup OTP. So basically, if it fails, you have to retype the password. So we should do that. Let me do that first before I forget. That would be up here. Yeah, so yeah, this is the equivalent of this. It's going up a layer and say, hey, you go do something for me. In the meantime, clear out the password. So self.password.clear. All right, anything else I want to do? There's all backup OTP needs to be cleared. Backup OTP clear. All right. I guess I can follow along what this prop does. This dispatches login start, so let's look for that. So I'm inspecting a React Redux program. So dispatch is a Redux function that is kind of the equivalent of these messages in U, only they don't go directly to a component. They go to a Redux store, and that store changes props, which then filter back to the component. So it's like a centralized state management system that I'm not using yet in U, but I had in place in the old app. So I need to find out where that gets handled. So the authentication middleware handles it. Control click is really slow for me today. I don't know why. Webpack, that's right. Time to install a pop filter. Isn't that what's actually causing it to sound like Webpack? The pop is being suppressed so you don't hear the P? I don't know. Okay, I'm done waiting for this. Maybe I need to reload. But yeah, it's kind of borked. Okay, there are several actions it does. So it turns one message into three. Reflect that an asynchronous process started, reflect that we're logging in, and then connect to the initial server. So let's see what this action does for us. Actually, hold on. I'm not done looking at log. Anything else handle login? No. Okay, so I will continue looking at this one. Okay, this one actually gets handled by two reducers. So a variable async process gets set to true and capture needed is set to false. I'm not dealing with capture stuff today. I'll come back and add it later. So there's going to be a variable async process set to true. That's one thing. And the other thing is the app middleware does some work. So it clears any error message and clears any progress. Okay. So I'm guessing back in login modal we have props. Yeah, so there we go. This thing ends up getting changed, right? So how am I using async process? Right? Okay, there we go. So there is an extra button bar that I need to add that has a cancel if the asynchronous process is going on. And okay, it replaces the back button. That's what it is. So right now I have a back button, right? So instead of this back button, it becomes a cancel button. And it does something different. It does on cancel rather than dismissing the modal. All right, now I know what to do. Yeah, I have nothing against TypeScript, but I prefer JavaScript. Out of personal preference. Any continuation of the focus event story? Yeah, there was a continuation for that. Someone posted to that. I felt really nice about someone actually spending the time for that. Here, let me show you. This is this issue 1455. Not my issue, but I commented on it because the original one is someone was looking for a submit event and couldn't find it. And yeah, someone replied to me saying this. Even as a front-end web developer by trade, it didn't dawn on me to associate the two events either. Submit and focus are separate and do separate things. In any front-end library framework I've used in this scenario, you'd be dealing solely with the submit event. Speaking candidly, I'm not so sure this would be intuitive to most, but I'll submit being far more junior with Rust and WASM ecosystem than I am more standard HTML form handlers, so this could be more intuitive to a Rust U developer. So basically saying doesn't really know why, doesn't know enough about Rust and U to know if there is a reason, but that in general, in front-end development, it doesn't really make sense for the submit button to give us a focus event instead of a submit event. And again, the hope that the docs would cover it. So the only place we saw that the docs covered it so far is on their homepage, actually. In their homepage, they have under concepts, elements, they have a table at the bottom, and they have for on submit for WebSys that it's a submit event, focus event. For the old standard web library that we don't use anymore, it was submit event. So it just has this row and there's no explanation why. So my hope would be that like someone could go back and add a paragraph somewhere around here saying, by the way, it might look funny that we use focus event, but here's why. But yeah, I guess it hasn't really been updated more than just to show that it's focus event, and we don't know why. And that's the state of things. I don't know if it's proper, but I think it is valid. For my use case, I only need it to be able to call the prevent default, and apparently a focus event also has a prevent default. So it just works. The prevent this thing, right? So even if this is the inappropriate type, this is the semantic I want. And focus event happens to have it. And that's the only thing I use the event for. Actually, I should probably say that this is event to make it more clear, right? All right. Yeah, so that's the state of things now. Yeah, so I need to conditionally have, instead of the back button, we have this cancel button. That's what I need. So let me, so I don't lose this place, let me mark it. Go delete my other bookmarks. Okay, that's the only bookmark I have, and then the corresponding stuff in Rust would be here somewhere in the view. Where's the back button? Here. So this standalone modal dismiss needs to be fixed to have this extra code in there. Hey kitty, I already fed you. You want to say hi to the stream? Hey kitty. Problem with my cat is he never comes on command. He like will stand over there outside the range of my arm and just yell at me in his cat language. Excited for the job or a bit eh? I'm excited for it, but I don't have much knowledge about what I'll be doing because they can't tell me until I join. So as usual, that makes me a bit nervous and anxious, but that's okay. I got the computer, I got the monitor, it's all set up to go. It's going to be separate from this setup. Life just seems unfair. Well, that's my math teacher years ago told us all, life's tough, then you die. Don't ask me why a math teacher would say that, but yeah. Expecting life to be fair, you'll be sorely disappointed. I'm sorry. Do we know where the job is? Yeah, but I really shouldn't tell you. It's, yeah. I have to check actually how much I can talk about, because it's one of those big companies where they don't really want you to like. The problem is if I said who and where it was, then it becomes part of the image that now I'm representing that company even when I'm not. And I suppose I can say it's Fang, yes, but I'm not going to go any further into it. It's a big company. So it would be inappropriate for me to represent the company I'm working for when I'm streaming. So yeah. C17R did do some of the AoE, yeah. Just feeling really low? Well, hey man, just find someone you can talk to about it. Life is unfair. Everyone knows it, or everyone should know it. The way we deal with it is we talk to each other about it. Find someone to talk to. Just talking about what's getting you down will really help. How hard was the interview process? It was kind of fun, actually. I have to say that because they were interviewing me for like stuff that I've been doing for many years, it wasn't quite as intimidating as if I was maybe just out of college. So I was lucky enough to be able to like leverage a lot of stuff I already have done in the past and kind of talk about stories and stuff. And it wasn't so bad. What's wrong with that? Okay, thanks C17R. The auto mod is being a little bit strict these days. All right. Yeah, hey man, you can chat a little bit here, but just know that we're all the communities that you're in. They're all there to support you. So, stick with it. Find people around you that you can talk to. All right, so because everyone to some extent feels low from time to time, some more than others, and as a society, why we are creatures of we are tribal in nature, right? We don't do well solitary, so we support each other. You aspire to get there one day? Yeah, well, it's different if it's your first interview, whereas I've been in the industry like 20 something years. It's apple and oranges comparison, really. So I feel like there's not much advice I can give about like the interview process because it's going to be completely different. Yeah, still at your first. Well, as you're getting experience from your first job, know that you'll be able to leverage that experience and those both the skills and the stories when you get interviewed for the second job. So you should have a much better job in your second job interviews because you have all sorts of cool things you can say that you know and you learn from your first job. So there you go. Yeah, exactly, Hemant. I think it's my duty to point out that you should never think that it's going to be easy. It's going to be hard. Some people have an easier time in life than others, but there are people out there to help you, even if you don't know it. There are people in the exact same situation you are, probably, and just finding people with a similar story and talking to them about it can really help. All right. I'm being really distracted. I'm sorry. I need to have some logic here, right? I feel like with some of these, like this whole thing, I should have just made it a sub-function, right? Maybe I'll do that in a second and just put this in line just like I did in the JavaScript. I really don't like the way I did it here, though. First job is basically about connections and luck. I don't think the first job is about connections, really. I think the first job is about persistence and attitude. Because if you're interviewing for your first job, you won't have any previous job experience to leverage. So you'll have to like scrape together non-job experience, like your classes, how well you did there, any side projects you did. You're not really going to have connections unless they're like scholarly or maybe like friends that you know that are already have jobs, which you could leverage, sure. But I think it's a tough thing. I think it's more about you just you're persistent and you have a positive attitude, and you put your resume out there in a lot of places. You do a lot of work to get into the interviews. I think the first job interview is always going to be the hardest one. Yeah. Hey there, Manes. All right. It's in here, right? Well, why is that flag here? I feel like that shouldn't even be here. This should be there, though, right? So I'm going to need a prop that says that it's in progress, right? Where are my props? Here are my props. So, like, is that a good name? Async process? Really, this one only cares that the login is happening, right? Login in progress? That's what I should call it, right? Login in progress. Okay, and then we can use that immediately down here. I can say if login in progress something otherwise HTML that. This is here where it might not be appropriate to just indent all this crap. It might be a better idea to pull this out and do it separately, but we'll just put it inline for now. So I'm just going to copy this stuff and paste it there. Like that. Make that class. Make this on click. So yeah, we need, I suppose this bubbles up again. Actually, let me check this. This dismiss. Right, we don't actually need that. This is a bad habit I've already been forming where we send ourselves a message and then we immediately use a prop to emit another message. I don't need to do that. We can cut out this middleman. We can just say, instead of link callback, we can say self.props on dismiss.reform, like that. Reform, I've learned, is take one message handler and turn it into another message handler. Basically, taking that event away because dismiss doesn't need it, right? That should just work, and then I don't need... Oh, maybe not. Oh, login in process... Yeah, that should be self. Yeah, I screwed that up. And then we don't have... Let me comment that out for a second. And this needs to be literal string. And this we don't know about yet. Okay, what else did I mess up here? Oh, this should be props, right? It's one of my props. There we go. But yeah, anyway, that means that I don't need this dismiss message. Basically, the only messages we need are the ones that actually use our own state. If we're just calling some prop, we don't need it. We can just do it directly in the handler. Why am I not using Vim? Just because I like VS Code. VS Code is just an alternative. Use whatever you like. I happen to like VS Code because I'm used to it, and it runs on Windows, Linux, Mac the same way. Vim probably does too. So it just was a matter of chance that I happened to pick VS Code. If I had picked Vim, I probably would be using Vim. Would you say that statically typed languages result in more productive experience? That's really hard to say, Andy. I would hazard to say it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. It's just a personal preference. It's basically deciding to let the compiler help you match the types and the data as opposed to you figuring out yourself. So there's a trade-off. The compiler helps you, but it also incurs a price, which is that you have to do more to get it to compile. Like something that's not static type you can get it to compile a lot easier. Maybe it doesn't even need to be compiled, but then you'll have to do more work at runtime, perhaps, if you had a bug there. Do labor laws in your country, people your age can only work 3 hours a day? Okay. You got denied by the store because of how little you can work? Wow. Well, that sucks. It makes sense in a way, though. If you're supposed to be studying in school, they don't want you to burn out, I suppose. But that sounds kind of harsh that the country would enforce it. Yeah, but yeah, when you're out of school, that you can work more in a day, that makes sense. For enterprise scale apps, static typing helps a lot. Yeah, so the situation really depends. Also, it depends on, like, it depends on a lot of variables, really. So that's why when something depends on too many variables, I tend to say, well, it probably all is net zero. That the productivity overall is going to be the same when you add together all projects in all situations. But per project, you got to consider those variables. For me, one of the biggest variables is the enjoyment of the language. So I'm choosing that, and the consequences, it's static typed, and there's going to be some cost with that. I'm gonna do more work to fight the compiler, but I don't know. It's in the end, it's been fun for me. Okay, take care, Hemant, and hope you feel better tomorrow. This Rust on the web? Yes. What framework we're using? The U framework. It's a really nifty framework which fits into, for me, an environment like Webpack with the WebAssembly pack. It fits into making an overall web application where Rust is pretty much on equal footing with JavaScript as a language you can use in the browser. All right. I added that button down here, right? Yes. And I want to add I need to add the cancel button. So cancel has to do something, which is basically cancel the login process, right? And then modal progress is going to show us, like, what is it doing to be logged in. Pluck you, buddy? What's that? I see what you did there, C17R. Thank you, and thank you. Oh yeah, man, as I saw the progress you're making on your web app. That's pretty cool. I'm glad that you're learning a lot there. All right, what am I going to handle first? I guess the cancel. So this would go up, right? Self props.on cancel login .reform. Take the event and drop it before calling on cancel login. So we need that prop to exist in our props. Pub that. There's another argumentless callback. All right. Oh, the information you got for the work you're doing? Yeah, what Ordriven is saying. More eloquently than I could say. Oh, all code is written by you, yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. We're doing the cancel button first, right? So, that goes up a level to modal, which we'll need to include that now. Let's just make it more generic at this point, so that we can reuse it with other modals, I guess. Self props on cancel clone. Okay, and then one level. Oh, wait, there's something going on here. Oh, I don't have the prop. That's right. Let's add it. No, I did add it. And this should be there alphabetically, right? What didn't it like? Oh, on cancel login. Yeah. Missing what? Oh, did I add another prop for the progress? I'm getting confused. Why does it... Oh, right. That. Yes. I forgot I added that. I guess we'll bubble that up too. This is an argument actually for using something like Redux. If I was using Redux, I wouldn't need to have the middleman be concerned with these props, right? So there is something called Udux that I might look into. For now, though, we'll just take the cost, which is that we need to bubble the state up. Okay, so that means that is provided at this level. So self dot logging in progress. All right, and then we have to add that to our state. Bool. So it will need to be initialized to false. And I need the on cancel, right? On cancel. Actually, I don't need these closures. I can just do that, right? Same thing here. Cancel. Actually, this could be more generic. I could just say, should just use the same word I used here. Async process. I'm just going to make it more generic with saying operation in progress. And go down a level and call it that too here. Yeah, if we're in the login and we're doing an operation, the only one we could be doing is login. So this name will still be login. But yeah, I'm potentially going to reuse that one. Okay, so cancel operation in progress is a message we need to add. There we go. Okay, there's something else wrong. What did I miss? Okay. Oh yeah, renamed. There we go. Something else is wrong. What is it? Oh, it actually... Oh, okay. It actually needs to have a closure that takes something here. Yeah, okay. That I need. That I needed, right? Wait, why do I need that? Ah. What am I doing? Hitting the wrong keys. All right. Why do I need that? Let me remove it and see what the error message was again. Expected a closure that... Oh, it's a closure that takes a one argument tuple? Really? Did I do that wrong? I have to put something there, so I put unit. I guess so. I guess... Yeah, it has a single... Okay, whatever. Whatever. Was the other method link reform? It was reform, yeah. Find that again. Reform. Yeah, it's going to give you a message handler that forwards to a different callback. So yeah, it takes an existing... This is an existing callback, and emits a message by... I think the reform stands for reforming the argument. So taking the argument and doing away with it. So something into a nothing and then pass that to a callback you already have. Whereas the other places I'm using link.callback. So this, we don't have a callback yet, so we're making one on the fly, and then the type has to match. So this type has to match the type of that which was up here. There. Yeah, so let me try to summarize. Use reform if you already have a callback. If you don't have a callback, you would use self-link callback to make one. And you only need to use reform if the argument types don't match. If the argument types match, you can just do that. So reform is kind of like a map, really, right? You think about it, map in Rust, go from one type to another. All right. What am I missing? Right, we need to add the missing match arm, which is to cancel the operation in progress. To do. All right. This should be operation in progress. Is that it? Okay. So right now the only operation we can have is the login. So let's actually have that start in login. So it would be self.operation in progress equals true, right? And then cancel will do self.operation in progress is false. Actually cancel the operation, right? And this should be actually start the operation. So now we're just going to simulate that it's logging in. So what it should do in the build is when I hit login, it should change the back button to a cancel button, and when we press it, it should then turn it back to a back button. I did it right. Oh, wait a minute. I missed something. I just realized. I have a commented out modal progress. That's okay. It's supposed to show something and it won't yet. Log with Twitch, blah, 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 blah. See how it turned into cancel? So I hit it, and then it turns it back into a back button, and I can use the login stuff again. Actually, it's supposed to gray out these things if we're logging in. I forgot to do that part. Otherwise, that button worked, right? Or that mode worked. It's cancel and then back. All right. Why are you doing a closure that takes a unit? That's what I thought. Oh, you're right. I could just have it be empty. Okay. But I thought you could do away with the closure entirely, but I don't know why I can't. Where was that exactly? Here. Yeah, okay, you're saying I can do that, and you're probably right. Nope. Okay, the reason is it takes an argument, and that argument is a single tuple. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. The original problem is callback is a generic on some type, right? And that type, I have to have some type there, so if I don't have any information, I'm not going to pick a unit. But you still have to pass the unit, even though you're not passing it, even though it doesn't mean anything. Only tuple variants of enums implement the function trait, not the other variant types. Tuple variants of enums. Right. Well, I could have changed it, I guess, to accept a tuple? Right, I could get around it, but like I could do that, but then I would have to have this thing take a tuple as an argument. Right? Something like that. It would be kind of silly, but that should work, right? Yeah, see, now it works. Now it's fine with it, but I had to make it take a tuple a unit tuple argument. So it makes sense to me that we have to pay the price somewhere, right? So I'm going to pay the price by not having a silly unit tuple there, and not needing to specify it there. But then the price is that we are going to get a unit because we have to get something, but we have to consume it by in the closure just not using it. right? Okay, so not this again. I hate that. Control C, run it again. Log in. Oh, right. I was going to grade this stuff out. I want to verify that the original login modal did that too. No, it didn't. So how do we gray out the login button while we're logging in? Hold on. Did I just never do that? Or is it the whole form? No. Hold on, let me verify that. Open incognito window. Log in with password. Oh yeah. I never bothered to gray these out while we're logging in. But I should do that, right? If we're logging in, these should all be grayed out. I wonder what happens if you're fast enough to hit it twice. It just said bad password. Actually, it said I didn't have a password, which makes sense because it clears it immediately, so the second time you press it. So I'd have to click it, enter a password, and click it again before the server got back to me on the first one. But yeah, I think it's cleaner to just gray them out, right? So let me remember how to do that. Is it like disabled? It would be a disabled prop, right? This up here. I guess you can enter this stuff, but I don't want you to click the submit button. So, like, type in class, sure. Disabled equal not in progress. No, in progress. Don't want a double negative there. Recompiling and reloading. ABC blah blah blah. Okay, see, now I can't accidentally submit the form while it's logging in. The moment I cancel, though, I can. Okay, that's probably good enough, because I could type something here, fine, but I can't actually do anything with it until the operation completes. Okay, so then the next thing was to put progress in here. So that's yet another prop, right? Actually, it was it's a full-blown component, I think, called modal progress. What did that look like? Modal progress. Oh, do I need a component just for that? I think I had a component here because then I was able to just pull it from Redux state. I suppose there's no harm in doing that. It's just a little bit of extra work. So then near modal dismiss, we have a modal progress. And lib will need to pull that module in. All right. And this modal dismiss becomes modal progress. And there's a single prop, right? Progress. String. No message needed. No link needed. No updates unreachable. Change just changes the prop. And it's just this div. Super simple, right? Div with the progress in it. So this becomes a self dot props.progress. And that's just class. We need to clone it whenever we render. Yes. Okay. So then going up to login, we can use it here. Oh, I have to get the prop first. Which makes me think what I should do in the prop is this becomes an option string, right? And this would be is sum. And then this would be an if let sum progress equal. And then this would be modal progress equals progress. Yeah, I need to pull it into scope. Thank you for the follow. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Let me know if you have any questions, and let me know if I missed any question. Use, well, modal progress, right? Okay. So one level up should have a problem because the type doesn't match anymore, right? That was modal. Yep, this will have a problem. Yeah. Well, thank you again for the follow. Why not underscore instead of unit? Good point. I probably should. Yeah, that was you, Everex. Let me give you a point for that. Let me do that in a second. I just want to fix this typer. This should be option string. Pass through prop, right? And then here. So now I'm not sure about this name operation in progress, but that's fine. So this would be none instead of false. I guess it makes sense. Operation in progress is some logging in, right? String from that, right? Oh, did I get it backwards? I think I did get it backwards. That goes down here. This goes to none. What am I missing? Oh, can't move it out. Yeah, we need to clone it. And again here. Lots of clones. Attack of the clones. Probably is going to say can't move it out, right? So I probably need to do a borrow. Yeah, compiler errors inside of this HTML macro are going to be painful. Okay, let me fix up the whatever I said. Yeah, I think you're saying I can explicitly, like, I don't even care what the type is. We don't use it, right? Yeah. Are you read it as lol? This is read as it's a closure that takes a single argument, but that argument is the unit type. So the unit type is roughly equivalent to like void. So if you had a function that takes a void, x is a void. I don't know if you can do this in C, C++, but they would be like saying x, well, you need to give it a name, foo. Roughly equivalent to saying foo void x, right? So that's different from a function foo that has no arguments. Would just be that. So it's like there is an argument, but that argument has no type. And so it gets compiled away, but it's a distinct type from a function that takes no arguments. So it's there because callback has to have some type. We can't use no type. We have to have some type, but so I just chose to use the empty type, the unit type. You didn't understand a single word of what I said? Okay, let me try again. When you have a function that takes no arguments, it's the same in Rust. But if you need to have a argument, but like it's required that you have an argument, like in this case, callback needs to have an argument, but you have no purpose for the argument, you can use what's like in C, C++ called a void. In JavaScript, it would be like a null, right? Undefined. You could use it in Rust. It's called the unit type. Yeah. Why not discard it with that? That's what I was going to do, yeah. Basically saying we don't need it, right? The underscore means that infer the type from the context. So it'll infer that it's a unit type. And it also is a hint to tell the compiler that we're not going to use the argument. So if you use that like in here, you would say, well, not only is the argument have the unit type, it's nothing, we're not actually going to use it. And like you could say like I32, and that would be the equivalent of int32t, but having no name there. Or another way I've seen people do it is you comment out the name of the argument, or you just don't have the argument name at all. So yeah, we're talking about several different things, but I hope it makes sense now. Yeah, it's that it is a value, but that value, well, there is a parameter, but the parameter cannot have any value. So the only type that allows you to do that is the unit type. Unit type is the only type that cannot have a value. Underscore means that we don't care about the type, and we're not going to use the argument. So that's probably better in this case because it's a statement. If someone reading the code, when they see that, they're going to say, well, the API required an argument, but the user didn't need the argument. Unit type has a value? So it's a singleton type. Which makes sense that we would say not care, because if we said that, then it's like, okay, there is a unit value, then why aren't you using it, right? No, it's not a value. It is a value and it's not. It's like a singularity in Rust. I would tend to think that you're both correct, but maybe the words are a little bit confusing, right? It has one not a value. Yeah, so it's like, it's a special case, right? Empty bag that's shut, nothing's there, and anything can't go in. I think we're all saying the same thing, just it's hard to communicate with words alone. Yeah. It really only exists. But then a squared, this is a position for a name, not a type, right? So yeah, this is another special thing, right? This typically where you put a name, but here we're putting a value. And I think it's another example, it's a special case, right? Because otherwise I'd have to say something that is of type. I guess that we can also say that, right? We can say there is an argument, we're not using it, it happens to be a unit, but it actually allows us to put that there, whereas we wouldn't be able to put that there because it needs a name in that position, not a type, right? Actually, it accepted that. Why did it do that? Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Don't listen to me. I'm disproving myself. My brain when smart people talk fail. It's when we get into the nitty-gritty details, it's just hard to communicate with English text alone, right? It's not something to really get too concerned about. And we can just ignore it, right? Ignore the hard details until we actually need to face them. Don't follow my advice. That's horrible. This should compile, I think. And it should say that it's logging in. Okay, the style isn't right because I forgot the CSS, but it does say logging in. When I hit cancel, it goes away. Okay, we're getting there. Slowly and surely. Model progress had some CSS to go along with it. I just need to grab that and put it in our main CSS. There. It has to recompile it because the CSS is pulled in by Webpack, but it shouldn't take too long. Login with password. There, now it's all in green. Okay, so we can cancel the operation. So to actually do the operation, it's two things. We send a message, three things. We have to connect to a server. If we successfully connect, we have to send them a message. And then if we receive back, well, whatever we receive back will indicate if we were successful in logging in or if there's an error. Maybe we should simulate an error now. Yeah, let's do that. Make sure that works. Just unpacking a tuple. I think that's why they chose parentheses for it, because the empty tuple is like, well, it's a tuple, but there's nothing in it. It's the zero length, like the zero length array. There's no memory needed for a zero length array. So empty brackets would have worked too, right? Because that's another special case where there's no memory for that. And there's no type needed because there's no element in it. But I suppose tuple looks better. I've seen languages where they use empty braces for the similar thing. It's like it's an object, but it has no keys in it. Other languages will use a special identifier, like Lua uses nil. You can use null in JavaScript. It all means pretty much the same thing, although in some languages like null or null pointer t do connote a type, like these are pointer types and this is an integer, but you know. Modal, login modal. What do we do for an error? Where do we show login errors? Oh, maybe I don't show it at this level. I think I don't show it at this level. I show it above here in modal. Maybe yeah, this one doesn't have place for the error. Let's look for where modal error is used. Oh, it's just put directly into the logging in activity. Okay. That's, oh, it's also here in the login modal. Okay, so it's in the login modal. I just didn't see it. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so we want that. Modal, no, what am I doing? Okay, modal error. So it's a single prop. But so it's going to be optional. If it's none, we don't show anything. Okay, so yep, another component we need. You know what would be really cool is if in the discussion you guys are having, if you actually found a bug in Rust design that no one had considered. Yeah, Musen will give the final word. Musen says so, so it is so. It's only a matter of time, EverX, before Musen comes in and says, I must come down with a final decision here. It must be decisive. Modal error. Kind of like modal progress. Progress, modal error. You got a message about someone wanting to buy your interest calculator for $10? Really? Wow, I've never gotten that. Way to go, Manes. Be careful though, it might be a scam. Empty array is a bit different in that... Oh, you got me, Manes. Actually, I already got rickrolled today. How many of you have gotten rickrolled by April Fool's jokes? Empty array is a bit different in that an array has a type within it. Yeah, but if... Is that type really necessary, Sarian? Conceptually, if the array is always going to be size 0, do you even need a type? Right? Is that type just there because arrays of non-zero size must have a type? And tuple, the elements, I can see your argument that for an array, the type goes with the array. For a tuple, the type goes with the elements of the tuple. So if you don't have any elements, you have no type. Okay, so I think Sarian wins. Yeah, you're correct. The type is attached to the array, not the element of the array. Listen to Rick Astley's music. So you're immune to rickrolling, Manes? That makes sense. One of my kids is actually doing that. They said that they just like the song. I'm like, you realize you're rickrolling yourself whenever you listen to it? It's like, yeah, I like the song. Modal error. Okay, this should come into existence shortly. There we go. The prop should be error, and this is a option string. So the way this works is that we have a conditional here. If self props error, then we do this. Else HTML empty. And this has a different style. It has modal error. Let's be proactive and pull out the CSS for that right now. And paste it here. There. Oh, I need to do if let sum error equals. Yep. Okay. So then I can use it in modal. Login, modal login. But I have to give it a prop here. Why is it not complaining? Now it is. Error equals self.props.error .clone. So that'll need to be a prop. Option string. Okay, what did I do wrong? Oh, I need to import it. Is it lunchtime already? I'm already getting hungry. It makes sense that a unit would be a unit tuple. It also makes sense that it'd be in other languages. It's probably not invented for Rust. Maybe it's because the unit has other peculiarities that make it more useful to do as a one-off. One-off, I meant to say. Error, none. Wait, what? No field error on type modal login props. I thought I added it. Oh, I added it to the state. I added it to the wrong added to the wrong structure. Yeah, I did that without thinking. Okay. Right, so this just has to pass it through, right? Error equals self.props.error.clone. Pub error option string. Up to here. This has the state. Okay, I already had it. I had it there in order to, okay, we were already using it for the admin key login stuff. Okay, so then we're going to reuse it here. All right. When do we clear the error, though? I think we should clear it. Oh yeah, we already clear. Okay, if it's set here, we clear it here. We should also clear it on login. Yes, so this should be self.error equals null. We were talking about this before, right? It doesn't make sense. Why did I type null there? It doesn't make sense to do take if we're not using it. So that's better, right? Okay, let's see what we got. I know that Lua has the nil keyword. Any idea where the unit comes from? I would guess Haskell or OCaml, right? First to it as a tuple. ABC 1, 2, 3. Oh, I forgot I was going to trigger an error here. Ah, shoot. I don't want to simulate it, so like I want a timer here, don't I? Isn't there a way to do that with self.link. Well, there's this. It was the services, right? Services. Oh, they don't have documentation for it. Arrgh! Okay. You. Not you. You. Let's look for an example. Actually, no. Hold on. Uh-oh, my browser's stuck. Okay, let's look under services. Timeout, here we go. Timeout, service, spawn. Okay, that's what I want. So, timeout service, which comes from you. Spawn. Okay, duration. From seconds, I guess. Let's say 3 seconds or 2 seconds. Callback, self.link.callback. Okay, again, the unit one. So callback, ignore the unit. Message, fail login. Now, do I have to hold on to that thing? I get a task. I have to hold on to it probably, right? Thank you for the follow. Ah. In theory, it seems to be identified as a zero tuple, according to Wikipedia. I'm guessing that I need to, if I make a timeout, if I spawn a timeout service, I need to hold on to it. So self.fail login timeout equals, and that will be a timeout task. This is temporary, by the way. I'm not going to keep this around. Timeout task. We don't always have one. So that means I'm going to have to do a sum there. Okay, and then we need the message when it actually times out. So that's up here in messages. There. So that will open this up to a new match arm. And here's where I'm going to simulate the error. So To simulate the error, we do self error equals sum login not yet coded. Feels bad, man. And we also want to say that self dot operation in progress is none. I think that's all I need to do, right? Let's test it out. No, this needs to be a string from. Recompile, please. There you go. I think it's pretty cool that you can, like, see that it was the Rust compiler that failed or something else there. ABC, 1, 2, 3, login. 2 seconds later, login yet, not yet coded, feels bad, man. All right, and I should be able to go back. Oh, back should clear the error too, right? Let me check. Does back clear the error here? It does. Okay, so we need to clear the error on back. It should probably get cleared if I hit login though. Yeah. It does, the error does show up there. Yeah, so back should clear the error too. Back was, I guess we can do it here. Okay, here's an example where I don't want to just do a reform because we also want to, oh no, we don't own the error here, never mind. The error is owned at this level in, what was it, back? Dismiss modal. I think, yeah, we should just clear the error here. There you go. No get text for strings? Get text. I don't remember what get text is. Blah, 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 login. Back. Okay, cool. Okay, so then, I think I've done, okay, yeah, I'm not completely done yet. I need to, instead of simulating the fail, I guess we could keep the timeouts. No, hold on. The WebSocket will either connect or it won't, so we'll know that, right? Translating strings into other languages. I don't know. Yeah, I'd never heard of that. All right. Oh, I never got new water. Stale water from earlier. Okay. I'm going to copy some of the code that we used to do connections. So that was all in sitting outside, right? I think it's time to relocate this code up here. Oh, I guess I already did because it's not here. Where is it? In the top level? Is this where I put it? How come I don't see it? Oh, it got moved to playing activity. That's where it went. I remember that. I think I want to move this back out though and put it somewhere else. Yeah, it needs to go up to the common point. So that would be the top level app, right? All right, we're going to relocate this. Oh, that's cool, Menez. You realize I'm very gullible about those things. You could probably debate me again. And that's fine. I don't mind being fooled or rickrolled on April Fool's Day. Okay, it's this that I want to move out, right? Maybe what's server info? What is server info? Host and port number? Yeah, but where do we set that? Show all references, please. Oh. Yes. Okay, so, right, because we had multi-connection stuff. Okay, ooh. This is gonna be a little tricky, right? I guess what I want to happen here is this activity needs to know about all of the connections. And if any of them drop, it should get a message about it, right? It should get, where are we handled messages? Closed, right? Wait, where are we handling closed? I'm confused. Yeah, how come it didn't show that as a reference? Well, now it does. Okay, it was just confused somehow. So these realm servers need to be owned by the top level, right? Essentially. This needs to be moved to the top and I guess shared through a prop. Oh, that's going to be tough because we can't do that, can we? Ooh, okay. I need to think about how I'm going to handle this then. I think that even the logic of reconnecting should be done at the top level then. Yes, okay. Programmers, when they spend 10 hours making a program to automate something, they can do in 10 seconds. Oh, yeah. Automation takes over free time. In reality, ongoing development, rethinking, debugging, no time for original task anymore. So true. Also, 1205. How long can you work on making a routine task more efficient before you're spending more time than you save? That's a dense one. It would take me a while to understand that. Okay, so fundamentally this moves, so I'll just rip it out of here and we'll take the compiler errors as things that need to be different if we want this layer to handle it. So at the top level of our app, we're going to have our realm servers. So that's going to cause a bunch of problems, right? Import that. Realms, the definition of the type itself moves up to here. I feel weird putting it here. I guess it has no methods, so it's fine, right? Okay, I need server info, though. That's imported? Yes. WebSocket task is imported. All right. Fine, we have realm server. Now what? We need to initialize it. How did we initialize it here? In the new function. Hashmap new. Okay. Copy that over to here. Now what? Okay. So authentication failure needs to move up then. This needs to move. Actually, this whole thing needs to move, right? Handle server message and WebSocket and all this stuff needs to move up. Change your chat overlay. How come? Because Chris added a new theme called the hacker theme, and he had it in his channel, and I really liked how it looked. So, Epic Unknown, you tell me, do you like this new hacker theme better, or do you like the old Golden Age comics theme better? There's a little bit of a problem with the contrast for the names, but I think Chris is working on it. Yeah, you can go say hi to Chris. Say, hey, we're still using that hacker theme, and I switched to the Unix mode of it. All right. Final references to this. Yeah, so the start connecting to server also moves, right? Which of these errors is the root of it, though? Do you like it, Epic Unknown? That's good. Glad you like it. I love it. I think it fits science and tech a lot better than the comic Golden Age comics. Yeah, I kind of feel like a lot of this moves up. So we need a place to put methods for. Oh, we already have one called model. Okay. Interesting. Why is parse admin key already here? Oh, because because it's stored in local storage. Yeah, that's why. Answer my own question. Yeah, we'll just grab these functions we know we need. All the way out here. Okay, and then these are the graphics oriented ones, so they stay here for now. Okay, this one does move out too. To here. Yeah, we don't need it at this level, do we? Well, thank you for that follow. Appreciate it. Oh, you didn't notice that the chat overlay changed? Yeah, it's pretty cool. Probably didn't notice it because you don't look at it for chat. Some people look at the chat in the overlay, and some people don't even bother because they have it in their own client. All right, this feels good because I'm separating the graphic stuff from the connection stuff, which makes sense to me. It's just that I don't like co-locating it with a component here. Maybe we'll make our own helper for this. Like, there's a way you can make something in U that operates independently. What did they call it? An agent. So I think maybe we'll end up making an agent, which uses a web worker to do the connection stuff. Because that'll give me some separation of concern from the connection stuff from the application. All right. So yeah, I need next realm server key. That needs to go up here. Initialize it down here. To what? 0. Okay. How will you speak if you have no tongue? Mr. Anderson. Use log error. Okay, server message, we need that. Oh, it's in its own thing. Okay, so just import it. Okay, sign with key, we need that. Oh, that's a utility. Okay, we need warn. Hash set. Okay, in this case, it's not our prop. We actually have an admin key, right? Yeah, and we have a client configuration. No servers. Oh, wait. It's an option. Okay, so, before we always had it here, we might not. So we need to do if let some client configuration equal borrow this, then that. All right. Basically, I'm letting the compiler errors drive my work right now. Yeah, we need some. We need to move that message around. I'm moving the responsibility of connecting to the server from the playing activity to the root of the application for now. It might move again. I probably won't. I want to move it again because it conceptually doesn't go with any of the DOM at all. It's like an independent thing. Okay, U goes there. All right. Seen the Stack Overflow April Fool's joke? Yeah. I don't know. I didn't find it that funny. I'm sorry. I haven't really seen any April Fool's things yet that I found very funny. Unfortunately. I'm sorry to everybody who's tried to make funny April Fool's jokes. I just haven't been amused. Closed, opened. So I need better names for these because they're now becoming very ambiguous. WebSocket. Okay. We don't need closed or open or WebSocket. You have to go to Stack Overflow and check it out. Yeah. Just try to copy and paste stuff from Stack Overflow. Exactly. I guess we can do that too, right? Stack Overflow. How do I just get to a random Stack Overflow page? How about Rust? I have to check. What the heck? I'm not a robot. Traffic lights. What? Anyway, let's just copy and paste something from Stack Overflow. Uh-oh, stop. You have 2 free remaining copy pastes. Get unlimited copy pasting with The Key. Learn more. The Key by Stack Overflow. The latest in copy paste technology. For $39.99, you save $50. Pre-order or it goes. April Fools will never restrict your ability to learn. Why did they have to say that? They should have brought us to a whole like checkout progress with a shopping cart. Wouldn't that have been fun? And then like enter your credit card. Maybe they'd get in legal trouble if they went that far with it. Okay, I did chuckle a little bit. I admit. I don't remember writing this component. I don't remember this at all. Was this my adapter to do away with the text and binary thing? I just think this must have been just my convenience layer. Okay, yeah, I don't remember that. Okay, anyway. Wonder why Automod doesn't like OMG. April Fools, enjoy your cash. Okay, we're missing some match arms. Right, these 3. Well, those 4. So we can copy them from here, which are probably now errors because I deleted them. Delete. this actually we should do here in create. So I don't need this anymore, so I'm going to get rid of this. All right. Okay, here are those message handlers I need. All of that? Yep. Copy. Paste over this. So it's just those 4. So there's some I pasted in there that don't belong, right? The log out doesn't belong. The render doesn't belong. Okay, so put them in order for my own sanity. Closed and opened. Open goes there, closed goes above that. Right here. Okay, looks good. Client message, import. Done. Okay, so I'm just going to delete code from here, right? Delete all this stuff. Keep the log out one, delete the opened. Delete, keep the render, delete the WebSocket one, alright. And we don't need to call, okay, this I need to call from this one's on change. No, I don't. Our props never change. Okay, yeah, it's not appropriate to have on new props, is it? It's when our state changes. So, yeah, this actually moves then to where we actually set the admin key equal. Do we not set the admin key equal to something? Oh. Okay, I need to move that too. Okay. Yes, so sitting outside activity doesn't have an admin key anymore. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Yeah, anyway, we don't do that. I'm confused. How does that get set? Oh, it gets set here. Yes. It gets set as a callback admin key parsed, yes. Right here. Here's where it gets set. Okay, so then here's where I would want to put that other code. So maybe just make that into another function. Self.onAdminKey set. And that's instead of on new props, it's that. Let me think about this. We don't have to, we can do away with that just by giving the key again, right? And that key, oh, I don't even need it. Yeah, okay, so I can just do away with this. Oh, then we have a chicken and the egg problem with this, not chicken and egg, we have a race condition between setting the admin key and setting the client configuration. Because it's possible for you to input an admin key before you get a client configuration now. So there are two ways we can set this. So we should have like on, yeah, I should keep this because these two conditions both have to be true. So this should be on admin key or client configuration set. Yeah. And there are two places I need to call that from now. Down here. And then I also need to call it when we get our client configuration. Wherever that is. I don't remember where exactly. Oh, right here. Right here. Exactly. So we don't know which one's going to finish first. Once both of them become true, then we start to figure out what the servers are and we try to connect to one of them. Or try to connect to all of them. Yes. Okay. Okay. That looks good. Then I don't need this. This doesn't make sense. We don't have props. Okay. I mean, yeah, our props are never changed. Am I done then? Except for the things we don't need anymore from here. We don't need that, or any of this, or that, or any of this, or that, or that. All right. What's wrong here? Oh, unnecessary. Same here. Remove all warnings. Looks like we're warning free. You know, I find it interesting that while it's recompiling, sometimes the font information goes away. All right, so let me make sure this still works. Login as admin. Worked. Right? Actually, maybe it didn't. Oh, it logged in right away. Ooh, we can't do that. No. We want this to be pressed first. Okay, so there needs to be like a third thing that not only do we have the key and we know about the clients, they have to actually tell us to do it. And that comes from this one. On login as admin. So what are we doing there? Login as admin. Yeah, okay, so this is wrong. Actually, this is where I should have called that other thing, right? Yeah. So self.login as admin. That, yeah, this thing should be called that. And then we don't call that from here or here. That makes more sense. I feel like I'm slowly getting a hang of this. So yeah. Now it connects. Oh, it didn't change the activity on us. Did I wipe that out by accident? I must have. It's supposed to go to the playing activity. I must have wiped that out. Yeah, I did. I need to do that too. Self.current activity equals current activity playing. Right there. If you have disabled the cache in the network tab, it will reload the font. Therefore, there's a brief moment when the font isn't available. Really? I don't think I've disabled the tab. The cache. Cache isn't disabled, but maybe because I hash... Oh, that's right. The pack is hashed. So it's going to be a different... Right, so the file name is different every single time. That makes more sense. So in the actual distribution here, the CSS ends up in one of these files. Right, one of these huge files. I don't know which one. That's the WebAssembly. This one? Yeah. So I wonder if we can find a reference to that somewhere. Maybe in this one. It's encoded somewhere in there because there's no CSS file under dist. Okay, right. The reference to the font is there is a different file name every build, but the font file itself doesn't change. So yeah, I think you're right, LG. It broke the CSS became unavailable, so it lost all style, right? I didn't look to see if the buttons changed, or maybe it just loses the font, the style information about the font. Actually, I think I'm misunderstanding it. You're saying the font won't be available because it's compiling. Okay, well, yeah, well, however it works, I think the gist of what you're saying is right, that while it's compiling, it no longer knows that we should be using those fonts, or it doesn't have access to them somehow. Okay, cool. And log out. I should print when we disconnect, because that's going to bug me that I don't see that. Actually, it's not. It's not disconnecting. Before I was relying on the activity being destroyed for it to disconnect. Now it's not. So on logout, I really do need to disconnect. Self disconnect from servers. I need this method. Okay. Should I make sure these are sorted? I probably should. This P goes after L and before R. There we go. Okay. So how do we disconnect from servers? Well, connecting had to do with going through all the Realm servers and... Wait a minute. What does login do? Okay, so to log out, we'd simply remove everything from the Realm servers. So we just do self Realm servers clear. Self.realm servers .clear. Okay. I should probably have verified it under network. Show me WebSockets only clear. Hey there, 3D Extended. How are you doing? Long time no see. Get your VIP badge, that's right. Okay, that WebSocket has to do with our connection to Webpack. There's the connection to the server, so when I log out, they better disconnect. Okay, they disconnected. It works now. Hey, 3D Extended, I'm redoing everything in Rust. This is all in Rust now. A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. I'm simulating a connection failure here, just to make sure the UI works. I'm just about to do the connecting to the server to send the login authentication. Okay, so I suppose what we do is similar to this, only we're just going to pick one at random and then do start connecting. But then we have to change like how we're connecting, because this start connecting here, actually the start connecting does what we want. It's not that, it's opened that needs to change, right? Yeah, because opened authenticates as admin, and we only want to do that if we're logging in as admin. Okay, I got it. We're going to reuse the start connecting. We're going to reuse this function, but instead of connecting to all of them with a for loop, we're just going to pick one. So this is common, right? I can pull this out as a common function, like realm server keys self. And what type is that? It's a hash set of what? Usizes. All right, and then I can reuse that here. I need server infos? No, I don't. So that's just self.realm server keys. Get rid of the let. Oh, okay, we need that. Do we need self at all? No, we don't even need self. So it's just that is whatever type that is. Client configuration. So then we don't really need a self, but I do need that, and this is just a helper function then. So I'm going to put it at the bottom because I can. Oh no, it can't. It uses, okay, never mind. Back up you go. This does need a self. Self dot, because it uses that function, which does all this nice stuff. And that's mutable, so, okay, there we go. It's mutable. Also borrowed as immutable. Oh shoot. Yeah, we're also borrowing immutable. We're borrowing immutably there. Okay, so then I can rewrite this where this is actually done in there, and otherwise it gives me an empty set, and then that would work, right? Sure, we can do that. Then yeah, I'll do it here. If that else hash, well, what if I just use option? Option. Then I can leave the outer if let and say if let, whoops, if let some keys equal that, then no argument there. Remove that. Okay, what's wrong with that? Did I not terminate this right? No, I didn't. Okay, then this pattern is more easily expressed with a map, right? Yes, so I should just do self.client configuration dot as ref dot map client configuration to this. In parentheses. Requires unique access to self, but it's already borrowed. Oh, yeah, let's get... Is it going to let me do this? Let client... It's because of this self, isn't it? Okay, this is going to be a problem, right? Hey there. Oh, wait a minute. You've been here, Madness. You're just playing around with the emote. Is it still React or is it completely U framework? Yeah. It's going completely to U. I'm only keeping the React stuff around just to port it. Once I port it, I'll just drop it probably. Same thing with the C++ in the back end. I'm going to delete the code. In fact, I even thought about just starting a new branch that's Rust only. But keeping the C++ around as a model I can pull from. What am I getting at here? I need to stop and think, maybe take a break. How did I get myself into this error? It's a multi-borrow. We're borrowing here and then borrowing here. How do we not run into it down here before? Because we weren't using all of self, right? So a better way to do this would be to not borrow self, but take a function that we would have that down here, right? For now. So then yeah, so just divorce all this code from the self. It would be some function mute, because realm server key is mute, which takes a server info. What's a server info? Borrowed server info. Sure. And yields a usize. FF. All right, and then I don't want to lose this code, so this, just put it here with inside of a comment. Map F, right? And oh, it needs to, actually does need self. Ooh. Actually, that should be okay because, no, that won't be okay because it's going to multi-borrow again. Damn it. I think I need to take a break. Let me go refill my water bottle and I'll be back. Maybe I'll eat something really quick. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Come back and wrap my head around what I did wrong here. I'll be right back. I'm back. All right. I'm just going to undo this because this is the whole wrong approach, I believe. Go back to what it was before. Okay. The idea is I wanted to make that common. The problem is that this is all leveraging a bar we made way out here, so I don't think I can share this code. Simply because this uses a mutable reference that lives longer than the whole thing. Actually, wait a minute. Why can't I just make that mute and put this all of that in there? Let's see. Oh, yeah, that works so far. Then what was the problem here? It was that... Actually, I don't know what it was. This should just become option. And we would just say self configuration.map this to that. Remove that and remove that semicolon. That should work, right? Almost. Or is this what I got into before? Yeah, we have to do it as... Oh no, this is a situation I got into before. So what's different between doing this here and doing this here? I think it's just me trying to be clever with as ref instead of doing an if let. So let me back out a little bit and say, because this works, right? Else none. I was just trying to be too... Yeah, so that works. So I was just trying to be too clever with a map. The closer is capturing itself, so it needs to live for the entire map call. Yes. So I suppose there is no way to use map here because I need self, not the borrow on self can't persist because I need to borrow from self again. Should the compiler infer the closure lifetime, shouldn't it? Let me think about this. I think the problem is it doesn't know that the closure is going to drop the reference in the middle of its execution. It just assumes that it might hold it the whole time, or that it'll see that it needs to capture that self reference, and then yeah, and then you get that you have a multi borrow. Yeah, it's that the closure lives too long. So now we don't have a closure, so the borrow only lives until this line is done, because we don't use this after this line. So I suppose I could break it into two maps, right? I could just get the server's info, so I could do it this way, right? I can say map, well, as ref, map client configuration to this line, and then a map from server infos to this. And then I can get rid of this, which means I can get rid of that, which means, so that should work. And then, excuse me, and then since I could just chain this stuff, right? So this can just go away. If I'm doing this correctly. No? Let me think about it. I went a little bit too fast there. Oh, I have a syntax. No syntax error. So I think I still need a map because this is option map, whereas this is an iterator, right? Unless there's a way to fold option map with an iterator. How to make code complicated? Well, it's that we're running into something like that I didn't know was happening. It was that we are borrowing from self here and we're borrowing from self again here. And we can do that because we're only borrowing from self to get this, and we only use it up till that line. We don't use self configuration after that. So it's like there's a silent drop of the client configuration. Like that actually happens there, which drops that reference. Like I could, if I were to use this again down here, we'd have the same error. Now it's going to say that there's a borrow problem here. See? Closure requires unique access to self, but it's already borrowed. And it tells us it's used on line 203 again, right? Right here. So it sort of was almost a problem. It's just that because we weren't using client configuration after we got the server infos, we were able, it silently dropped that first borrow, and then now the lifetimes don't overlap. So that we could see explicitly up here by if I broke it into two steps. First get the server infos, and then with the server infos iterate. It's fine because we don't need this reference anymore after we've mapped it. So it's like, sure, it's the code is complicated, but it's complicated because we're facing the fact that we do have multiple borrows here that we might need to make sure they don't overlap. No, but is it readable? Now that I've cleaned it up, we want to avoid code that stays complicated. So I can lessen the complication by being explicitly breaking it up. So I could have a function that just gets server information, and then another one which turns server information into the keys. And then that might make it a little bit easier to read. Like I could go back to saying let server infos equal that, terminate it, and then we can just say server infos dot map that. So that might be a little easier to read, because it's like, okay, we're getting the server information first. Now we are constructing the keys out of it. Option is an into iterator, so into... I always forget that. Silmith is always here to remind me. One of these days I'll remember that. And yeah, so you're saying I could combine it, but maybe this is better, right? Or you're saying, okay, for this part, yeah, you're saying instead of doing map, we could do an into iter flat map. Into iter flat map, right? Wait a minute, no. Now think about this. This is an option of an optional vector, right? So so option is into iter, either gets a 0 or 1. Oh no, but I don't want to do a flat map because I want the option on the output. Like, wouldn't the into iter flat map, it would give me an empty hash set instead of giving me a none. It would give me a sum hash set new, which is not what I want. I want a none instead. Am I misunderstanding it? If I did an into iter, it's giving me the 0 or 1, and then I flatten it, it would give me an empty hash map. Yeah, I want to distinguish between the two. Because the none means we don't have a client configuration at all. Yeah, okay, just as long as I understand that. And really, maybe I don't even need to make an option, and then I could make it a flat map. I had the option in there because then I could avoid, it could be empty, and then we would just disconnect from everything and not connect to anything. But that should never actually happen. We should never lose our client configuration. It's just we get it, but we don't start with it. It's actually, maybe this is needlessly complicated and I should do a flat map. And then I don't need this if let there. Yeah, well, let me at least put it in place. So this is more like if let some realm server keys equal self dot realm server keys. Then we can do all this stuff. Right? But if I, instead of an option, if it was instead of none, I actually just have an empty hash set, then I can get rid of the if let. Actually, it would make it a little easier to read. It would have the side effect of we might actually drop some servers, which is actually what I want. So okay, it's what we want. I actually want that, and then this gets simplified down to just a let equal that. And then this is where we need to do that into iter. Yeah, so then keeping the intermediate name for now, we would do server infos dot into iter dot flat map instead of the map, right? And then the collect, and then not need that line. usize is not an iterator. Into iter of an option vector. Oh, I guess I have to do into iter for this, right? Okay, that's confusing me. Is the type of this correct, though? That's a vector turned into an iterator. Okay, that's not what I want, then. I want... It's an optional vector, so into iter of an option vector would give me an iterator of vectors, right? Well, don't I need to both iterate the option and the vector? I need two iters then, don't I? Wouldn't I need to then map... I don't know what to call it. Server info to... Well, I'll just use the same name, it doesn't matter. Actually, I already know that I can just say into iter. Don't I have to say that too? Let's just say vec into iter. Am I not getting this right? What am I doing wrong now? Type mismatch. I must just have this into... Let me just write it the other way. I have to do that, don't I? There's something else wrong. Is it this type here? I don't get why... Okay. Total? How long? So, mid-November 2018 would be 2 years and 6 months. Two and a half years. Hey, their own KB codes. Flat map. Oh, this should be a flat map? Because this is an option. I don't get that. Server infos into iter, flat map. Oh, I have to do another into iter? Okay. Yeah, this is a into iter dot that? Okay, I'm really confused now. That is correct, though. Sure. Now let me try to understand this. That's an optional vector. So then it becomes 0 or 1 vectors. Then we're taking the 0 or 1 vector, so that's a vector, right? And we're putting that into an iterator. And then flat map basically is an iterator of iterators of server infos and just making an iterator of server infos. Okay, yeah, we could probably see that with the inlay hints, right? Yeah. Optional vector into an iterator. And the item is... Okay, it's hard to see the types. It's an iterator whose item is a server info because flat map and then it's interior one. Okay. Yeah, this is stretching my my Rust abilities. Is this easy? Is this good enough, or do I need to clean this up to make it easier to understand? I might want to comment this at least for myself. What's confusing is that we see into iter twice, but once for option, the other one's for vector. The flat map makes sense to me because we want to turn two levels, a nested iterator of iterators, into just a single flat iterator of the inner element, right? I can combine this map with this flat map, can't I? No, I can't, because this will map the iterator. This maps the option, right? No. No, I can put this into that, can't I? No, I can't. It has to be flattened and then we can call that. Jeez. I could put the map into there. It wouldn't make any difference, right? Yeah, I could put the map here, or I could put the map in here, and either way works. No, it didn't like that. Because it's escaping... What's escaping? The server... No. The self is escaping here? I don't get it. Okay, good luck, Manes. Yeah, what I don't understand is why I can't map these server infos directly into these... Oh, because this has to borrow the self and it'll be held too long. Yeah. Because we can't let this... We can't let the borrow... Right. I get it. Let's see if I can explain it. This is rubber ducking, right? The problem here is that we need this self to be borrowed by this closure. I think the error message probably gives a hint. That this is a mutable closure and we can't allow the variable to escape because it can't be called again and have access to the same borrow. Okay, I'm not explaining it right, so I don't quite understand it. Let me think. This is hard. I'm getting tired of the I just need another. I'm getting tired of the pop-up, so I'm just going to do a cargo clippy so I can just look at it. All right. Variable here, right? Our original borrowed self. This is inferred to be fn mute because we're using self there. Returns a reference to a captured variable which escapes the closure body. Yes, the server info. Closures can only have access to the captured variables while they're executing. Therefore, they cannot allow references to captured variables to escape. Yep, nope. This doesn't do it for me. I have to think about it a little bit more. Nope, I don't get it. I'm not getting it. I'm just going to leave it like that. I don't really understand the difference. But maybe it has to do with how long we're borrowing. No, I don't get it. Instead of consuming it? I don't think so. I think it's just there's something going on here that I don't quite understand. No, that's not good enough. It doesn't solve the underlying problem of that that a captured variable is escaping, which I don't understand yet. You don't. If Silmeth doesn't understand the problem intuitively either, then I don't have a hope of. I'm just going to leave it like that and move on. The problem I have with this code is not understanding it not understanding a lot of the implications of this completely. It makes me nervous that I'm going to come back in 6 months from now and not understand what the heck this is doing. Like, I kind of want to at least leave myself some comments. Iterating option. 0 or 1 vectors. And let me put comment. Well, let me put in, if I do this. Iterating server infos. Flattening 0 or 1 iterators into 0 or all server infos. Yeah, I'm going to leave those comments for myself so that I don't get really confused coming back, because I really don't like the fact that these names are the same. And the type information, when the names are the same, what makes them different is the type, and the type is not obvious, right? It's not printed here. If I maybe used turbofishes here, it might help, right? Is that not the right syntax? Is it on? It's probably left side of that instead of the right side, right? I don't remember the syntax, but if I could somehow like put in the fact that this is, just like the pop-up would show, that it's calling into iter on an option. Actually doesn't show that, does it? But we can see it here that it's... Oh, no, we don't. Yeah, that makes it even worse, that this is a trait function, so we don't even know which implementation of that trait it is. We just have to know it's an option. That's true. Yeah, can I do this without cloning? Problem is that we got the server infos borrowed from the client configuration. I don't think it would let us do this if I didn't clone it, because it'll be a multi-borrow problem again. Yeah, it's going to have trouble with it. Yeah, already borrowed. We already borrowed self up here. We didn't let it go because we're holding onto references to it. Yeah, they have to be cloned. Conceptually, it's because this could modify client configuration, right? There's nothing to stop Realm Server Key from modifying client configuration servers, which would really screw up the iteration. So we have to get a copy of them before we can do anything mutable to self. Why does this have to be mutable? Because it stores things in Realm Server. So really the real problem is I don't have a separation between Realm Server and client configuration. They're in the same structure. These are in the same structure, so if I were to put these in different substructures, then I wouldn't run into this need to clone them first. I'm just going to leave it and move on. Spending too much time on this, right? All of this just to make a reusable function anyway. I wanted to make a function like login as player. At this point, we won't know. I need to include the credentials. Client game client credentials. Switching back to C++, yeah, that's the nuclear option. It's like, I can't figure this out. Let's just go back to C++. That's the price I paid to go with Rust. I mean, I still enjoy Rust even when I run into these problems, because so far, almost all the cases, I've learned enough in the future to come back and make it cleaner, clean it up somehow. Yeah, and then what Sarian's saying is true. Like, I could cut the corners with C++ version of this and it would probably be okay, but the compiler won't be helping me to prove that it's okay. Right? Because maybe in C++, my Realm Server Key might have changed the server set, right? And that would screw things up here, unless I cloned it first. Okay. I guess, yeah, it does make sense that we're going to set up a record for every Realm server and just pick one at random to connect. But we'll need to remember which one we're using. So I'm going to need, like, another variable. Or I could just have a connection and then every time we need to send a message, we just find the one that's connected. Could do that. Yeah, the thing is then it's just, I would have to write more. That imperative code would be... It's a trade-off, right? I'd have to write it, because it's my responsibility to guarantee it, and I wouldn't be getting help from the compiler to do it. So, yeah. Yes. Actually, hold on, let me think about this. I did this so that I could do that to disconnect from any old server. I guess I didn't really need to do this. Let me think. Actually, whenever the client configuration changes is when we should do this part of it. Yeah. Okay, this might have been like an exercise I didn't need to perform. Oh my goodness. Because this, we don't need to wait until we have a key. This we could do the moment the client configuration gets set. And it only gets set once, right? Actually, theoretically, it could change. Someone could be connected, and then I might add a server, which changes the client configuration, which lets you then connect to it. Yeah, but it shouldn't happen. Yeah, it shouldn't even happen here. This is bad. Okay, I hate to do this, but I'm just gonna hit undo until we get rid of all that code. If I need that code, I'll go back to my own VOD. Oh, that's a waste of an hour. I'm sorry. Because what it comes down to is I don't need that helper because this code, all of this code actually, no, I still need that. No, but that I can get by just iterating the, that. Yeah, so, okay. This should be like on client configuration set. Mute self client configuration. That. And there's no if let there. And then where we set it down here, right here is where I'll just call it. Actually, it's not even on set, it's just set. It's just set client configuration. That's what it is. Self.set client configuration, client configuration. That's the last line of this here. Last, first, it doesn't matter. Actually, it'd be easier if I did it last. There. Right, and then, then, because it's not in self, I don't actually need to clone this. Yeah, I can, yeah, this is getting rid of the problem from the beginning. I just do that. Yep. I avoided the problem just by cleaning it up somewhere else. Yeah, only to realize you don't need, yeah, but I don't consider it a complete waste. I might have said that it was a waste of time, but there was some, learning going on there, right? Or realizing, trying, stretching. You don't grow until you stretch beyond your skill level. You try to stretch and then you learn and you grow. Yeah, so whenever we want to set the client configuration, we want to get the keys. We want to see what the old keys are by filtering if the keys don't contain one that we already know about. Drop the old server connections, store it. Then logging in should just be, we don't need this. We just do this. We just do that. And then this is, oh, this is mutating. So we will need to get a clone of them. So let realm server keys equal self dot realm servers dot keys. Actually, I guess we can, This does have an early exit if we're already connected, but we could be even more efficient and just pick the ones where we're not connected, like by doing a filter. Entries, or just iter, right? Dot map key realm server. Collect hash set, because order does not important. There we go. So that. Okay, so then I can turn this into a filter map. Filter map. If realm server dot websocket dot is none key, else none, which then I can turn into another map, right? Map. Actually, it's an inverse map. Is there such thing as an inverse map? Yeah, I need both, but I only needed to look at that. Is there an inverse map? That's what I would want, to map it to key. That's what I would want, but I don't think there is an inverse map. Check out bool then. See, if it was map, then it'll give me all the servers I'm connected to, right? As ref. This will give me all the ones that I'm connected to, but I want the keys of all the ones I'm not connected to. So I want to say, like, if it's none, give me the key. If it's some, give me none. I'm going to consult my cheat sheet. For option, do they have an inverse map? Would it be or? No, it's not or. XOR? I can't think what it would be. Maybe I won't try to think about this. So put it back to if is none key, else none. Some key. But you see what I'm talking about? Like, I want to, if the sum and the none were swapped, it would be a map. But when they're the other way, it's like I want an inverse map, which doesn't exist. Is none then? Oh, then. Was that on the cheat sheet? I haven't used then. I don't even see then. There's no then. It's not on the cheat sheet. I don't know it. Then. Oh, because it's on bool. Oh, that's wacky. But I can't say then key. I have to have a then function that gives a key. Right? Thank you for the follow, by the way. Yeah, I'd have to say, well, which way looks better? That way, or we're talking about doing it this way. Then key. I suppose that looks better. There we go. It's a simple closure, but it's kind of, I don't know. We do have to have a closure. I guess it's not that bad. It gets compiled away, right? That probably gets compiled away, so it's not an actual function call. You would hope. You would hope it would get inline to be just part of the branch. Thank you for the follow. All right, so that's logging as an admin. Logging as a player is going to be slightly different, right? We don't need a key. We're not going to iterate and collect. We're just going to pick one at random. I guess we can just assume none of them are connected. So just pick one at random. Or should I still filter to find one that's not connected? I don't think it really matters. So we'll just say self dot start connecting to server self dot realm server realm servers index. I haven't yet memorized the rand stuff. It's like thread RNG or something. I think it's thread RNG. Actually, it's down here. Thread RNG. Well, I can just say thread RNG. We need to have the random library, don't we? We don't have it yet. Rand. What's Rand up to these days? 0.8? Thread RNG comes from... It's indexing right now. What irritates you about those functions is their names are inconsistent with the other lazy alternatives? You mean the ones from Rand? Or you mean the functions like then? Then sum is being bike shedded. I believe if you don't store closures at the dynamic objects, they're pretty much always inlined and disappear. That's good. Then sum is what you want, no closure, but it's feature... Right, because it's still being bike shedded. Yeah. So I could learn more about it by going here and typing then sum, and it's probably going to be feature gated, right? Nightly only. Bool to option. I wonder why. Because the only difference is one takes the closure and the other one takes the type directly. I guess I'd have to read more about it to find out, right? The GitHub issue is even outdated? Huh. I don't know why it just moved my cursor all the way down. Okay, so how do we use this thing? We just tell it to gen. What? Hold on. I should do gen range, right? 0 to the length. You would think that there'd be an easy way to do this. Like a syntactic sugar for that. Like pick one. There should be like thread RNG, pick one. Maybe there is and I don't know about it. Yeah, I'll need to use RNG for that. Where is it? Here it is. This is still not right? Oh, yeah, found it, yes. With that, I want to do a dot... Oh, I can't even do an in... Oh, okay, I need to iter. You know what would be cool is if hashmap had give me a random one. I can't do that though, so I need to do an iter. I can iterate and then skip by the random number and then do a next, right? Iter.skip that many. Or nth, really? And I actually need to grab the key off of that. So 0. Right? Oh, that should be expect. RNG should not pick the server out of range. Reference. No, dereference. There we go. Super bike shedded. That seems to be a theme with those interested in the nitty-gritty details of programming languages, is that things just get bike shedded because people are trying to achieve perfection. Iterator random? Ooh. Is that what I want? Did I just implement that myself? I'm finding that happens a lot. When I don't know something in Rust, I end up implementing it myself. Why do you get an option, though? If and only if the iterator is empty. Okay. Well, thank you. Get off my lawn. That's exactly what I want. So let me demonstrate using it. So instead of that, we would do self.realmservers.iter.choose, right? Provided methods for what? Iterator. Yes. So, yeah, choose thread RNG, right? Yeah, so that's the equivalent of that. Actually, shouldn't it give me an error that I didn't do an expect? Oh yeah, it was just slow. I need to pull in prelude iterator random. And yeah, I do need to do a .0. I need to do, these things I need though, right? Mutable reference? Okay. That's weird, but I guess it makes sense because there's a gen range call. Okay, so that really just shortened it's so choose is just a shorthand for nth of that gen range 0 to the length. Okay. And really it's not that it should pick out a range. It should be that actually take it back. If the realm servers are empty, we don't want to crash. We just don't want to do anything. So this should be something like a map. Pick one, and then map? Not map. And then, right? Well, actually, map for an option just... No, map turns it into another option. What do I want to consume it? If let, well, it's server ID, right? Realm server key. If let some realm server key equal that, then start connecting to it. Like that. Okay. That looks better. So thank you again. Get off my lawn. Slightly less code, yeah. So it's actually easier to read. If you get some key, and we also get the server value here, but from taking it and iterating and choosing one of them with a random number generator, and then start connecting to it. Wait, there's an error here? Why is it telling me there's an error with the yellow underline there? Is it because I'm just not calling it? Wait a minute. This borrowing pattern was not meant to be accepted and may become a hard error in the future? It's a warning, but not an error? Why did it tell me that? I think it's because of that, right? I'm not actually using that anymore. Actually, I guess I should just do a map. No, I can't. I have to assign it. And then, yeah, so I have to assign it. So, eh. Can I do it this way? If let some key equal that dot choose dot actually, I don't even need to iterate. I can do keys here now, right? I was only doing iterator because I was copying that down there. Now it should be fine, right? No, it's not fine still. Yeah, right. It's a reference. So I really want to do copied. And that should fix the borrow problem, right? Yes. Copied. Then it both fixes the borrow problem and fixes me needing to dereference the borrow. Yeah, the borrow, it's because the borrow was persisting, so it was persisting that borrow. Okay. We did it. Man, I'm slow sometimes. All right, now I need to actually put that in place for the method we have, the message we have for that. And update. Log in here. Actually start the operation, yes. So instead of just doing a failure, we'll just do self.that. Oh, this didn't take it, so, we'll need to actually store the credentials. Yes. Because we don't need the credentials until we send them to the server. So we actually need to store it. Login credentials. Replace credentials. Excuse me. Claim client credentials. So we start with none. All right. So we don't need the failed timeout task. Timeout service or task. We don't need the RNG anymore because we're using, we're not doing gen range. Don't need duration anymore. We don't need to initialize that because we don't have it anymore. We don't need fail. Actually, I want to keep that around. No, I don't need that because we actually get it through a WebSocket message. All right. So I don't need... I want to keep that code around though, but I don't need this. Okay. So it should connect, but I need to change... Okay, then I think I know what I'm going to do. Sorry, I only get halfway through my sentence and then I go on to the next thought. I need to change what happens when we get connected. So that's the opened. It's a bad name, but it's opened right now, right? Right now, we're just assuming that we're going to send an admin ID, but we don't want to do that. we want to only do it if it's the credentials or admin credentials. So I think what I want to do here is I want to say match self.login credentials. This if I'm going to make that an enum, would I combine it with the concept of none? No, that was always a mistake in the past, right? Yeah, I think, yeah. So it should be if an inner if, right? If let some login credentials equal self login credentials, then match it to some type. So if it's game client credentials admin, we'll probably combine that with the key that we had. No, actually, no, that's not a good idea, because I might want to hold on to the key but still log in as a normal user. So that yeah, this probably needs to go into another function, doesn't it? So the alternative would be player username password. And it's going to be a slightly different message. Authenticating as player username. I feel funny about including the password, so I'm not going to. So this would be client message player ID. What happened here? Did a line get this get broken up like that? No, it didn't. It's that to bytes unwrap. Right, so it would be username password. These need to be cloned into the message. All right. Username and password need to be cloned, because there's going to be a different structure type. I guess I could reuse the structure and then borrow login credentials again. I don't know. That dot to bytes dot unwrap. Okay, so actually, what's wrong here? I don't know. It's because that goes there. Yeah, it's hard to see. That semicolon doesn't go there, does it? No, that doesn't go there. That's what's wrong. Okay. So I need to change this enum, and it's going to be either admin or player. I wonder if I have to mark these as pub also. ID. Player. Oh, this doesn't exist. Okay, so this exists. Okay, so here, this is the shared code between the client and the server. So I have to be careful. That's why I have a note here. So we're adding a new message to the server called player ID. Username string, password string. All right. Why didn't this wrap correctly? Why is this not... Oh, because we have errors. Okay, we have a lot of errors. Ah! Errors everywhere. What happened? I think I'm missing a brace or something. yeah, I am missing one here. That was it. Cool. So it's going to send a new kind of message the server doesn't understand. I want to at least see that to start with. Oh, login has a problem. Because this is new and different, right? So login with password means to, yeah, player. Suppose it is possible you might give a admin credential. Actually, that type doesn't feel right. Yeah, because we're not even using that. Never constructed. This isn't right. I'm missing something then. Where it was up here, right? This is never constructed. Oh, because login as admin doesn't actually set the credential. Yeah, we need to do that. This sets the credential. All right, okay. So that's what I'm missing here. Game, client credentials, admin. All right. Now it's constructed. I still don't really like how that type feels though. But it'll do, right? Everything compiles now. No warnings, no errors. This should load again. So log in. Wait, that shouldn't have happened unless this didn't build. Oh, it still has an error somewhere. Oh no, we can't use RAND. I forgot about that. RAND is not supported on WebAssembly. Yeah. Okay. I remember running into this before. I had fixed it with Raft. Yeah, it feels bad, man. I don't know if I can use WASI. That's the new one, right? That's a thing to look into. But I had a workaround for now that I used in Raft where I know I'm using random numbers. Let's see what it was. Yeah, it was this. If we're building for WebAssembly, use get random. And then we can use rand. It's just that we have to be explicitly dependent on get random with features.js. That's the workaround. So do the same thing in our cargo toml here. So if we're building for WebAssembly, then we are also dependent on get random with the JS feature. And that was really hard for me to find. I had to track it down in the GitHub issues for rand, actually. Okay, so login ABC123. Okay, so it should have tried to send something. Yeah, see, it tried to send something. There's the message with the username and password in it, ABC123, and the server probably said, I don't understand what that message is. Yep, unable to parse the binary name or message. Invalid integer 2 expected for variant index 0 to 0 or 1, right? So basically, the message variant is unknown. So I need to update the server end to handle it now. I might as well add the other direction on the front end while we're at it. So there will be two possibilities, either login succeeded or login failed, right? So let me just add that now. So that's a server message, right? So we already have an auth failure. Maybe I can just leverage that. Why don't I just add an auth success? That's easy enough, right? Yeah. I'll leverage the fact that we have auth failure. What's the warning now? All variants have the same prefix. Yeah, but that's not going to be true in the future. I'm going to suppress this warning for now. To do, remove this once a variant is added that doesn't begin with auth. Clippy's just trying to be our friend. It's like, oh, you have auth in front of all of them. You should, like, you know, make that part of the enum name or something. Interesting that it triggered on 3, not on 2. Okay, so I need to handle auth success, and auth failure should do the correct thing as well. Auth failure. Okay, what does auth failure do? We'll just get an authentication with server something failed some message. Okay, we don't want to do that unless it's an admin authentication, so we need to remember how we're authenticating. Actually, that's in the credentials, right? So it would be if let game client credentials admin equals self.login credentials, then do that. I can't do that. Oh. Some. Actually, technically, isn't it better if I don't care about anything like that? It's better to do if matches. And then, do I need a reference there or not? Let's see if I can get away with not having it. No, okay. Because matches doesn't want me to borrow, right? Okay, I guess it doesn't matter because there's no associated data with that. That's technically better because we're making an assertion that we don't care about any data inside. We just want to know if it matches or not. Okay, I think we also want to clear the login credentials if this happens, right? And anything else that might have to do with the operation. Right, so we need to also do self operation in progress is none. Oh, and we have the opportunity to, instead of doing a warn, we can actually store that as the error, right? Self.error equals format this. I can't do that? What? Oh, some. Yes. And I suppose... Does it matter the order in which I do these things? I guess not. So error, if it was an admin, mark that the key is bad so that... I forget what we use the key for, bad key for. Oh, right. We don't reattempt a connection if the key was bad. And also, we should only really reattempt the connection if the login credentials are admin. So, oh, wait a minute. Then I don't want to clear that for admin. I only want to clear that for... Okay, so I only want to clear that for a player. For an admin, though, we might want to keep retrying with the other server. So then... actually, this all is dependent on the kind of credentials. So match self.login credentials. If it's this, I suppose I could pre-compute the error. Let error equal that. And I don't need the sum part. So if it's an admin connection, then I'm just doing a warn. Error. Is it gonna bug me about not putting a yeah, it's gonna bug me by not putting a template, so I'm gonna put a template there. What's the error here? Oh, yeah. Some. Oh, and we might as well actually unwrap this first, because if we don't have any login credentials, that means we probably gave up trying, right? So if we got an auth failure, we don't care about it anymore. So yeah, if let some credentials equal that, then all of this stuff match that. We don't need the sum anymore. Okay, then we don't need this. It's bad. Right. Comma. Game credentials player, and here I don't care. Here's where we want to actually self.error equals some error. Clear the credentials, clear the operation in progress. That's what I want. Okay, so if it's an admin connection, we're only putting the warning in the console and we're just marking the key as bad for that server. If it's a player connection, we're showing the error on screen, we're dropping the credential, so we're basically stop logging in there. And then close needs to be modified too, then. Because I think it's just going to reconnect now. Actually, reconnecting might be fine. Yeah, I think it's okay to do that. So just if we lose our connection, it'll just try to connect. It'll try to log in again. Oh, but the one problem is that I don't want the password to be in the browser's memory any longer than it needs to be. So I should probably have something in here where it only does this if we have a login credential. Yep. If self.login credentials is some, then I wonder if I can have this check that. Actually, you know, what would be better is to just do again a match on this guy. No, that's not right. This should say something like if let some login credentials equal that, then if game client credentials admin equal that let, then oh no, I don't need that. This will always be oh wait a minute. Yeah, If it's a bad key, we don't want to connect. But if it's a bad key and it's an admin credential, we don't want to reconnect. And otherwise, we always want to reconnect. So how would I do that here? I guess we could do it this way. Let mute reconnect equal true. And this is a special case where it's false. Like that. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Seems dirty to me, though. The only way I could make it easier by combining that if with that if. But the if would be a complicated. It would be an if with a block that generates with an early return. No, that's okay. We'll just leave it like that. Okay. We don't actually have a cancel here. So a cancel for a login would be to drop the credential and drop the WebSocket if we have it, right? Well, what happens if we connect and we don't have a credential? What does it do? Oh, it doesn't even do anything to it. It just leaves it open. Okay, then, yeah. I need to have an else. I suppose we then drop the WebSocket? Oh, I can't because we're borrowing it. I can't drop it. Ooh, okay. Okay. Actually, telling it to close would be good enough, right? Close. Oh, no, there's no explicit close. You have to actually drop it. Okay, it's going to be more complicated than I thought. Hold on, to do drop connection since we no longer need it. You know, another thing is there's no else on this either. Actually, that's okay. If there's no else, we don't need to drop it because we don't have it. All right. So then we might have it but want to immediately drop it. Right? Actually, I don't even think that's possible. Yeah, I don't think it's possible to reach here. Because we won't drop our credential unless we close or drop the WebSocket. So either way, yeah, I don't think it's possible. So I don't need to worry about that. I just need to worry about canceling. So if it closes, then we're going to drop it. So then it won't matter. Well, hold on. I need to hydrate, I think. How long has this been? Almost 4 hours? I'm already getting kind of tired. Is it Thursday? I think it's Thursday. Okay. All right. So then, yeah. Yep. So actually canceling it would be, yeah. If let game client credentials player. Well, we are the only operation we do is log out right now. So why don't I just say disconnect self.disconnect. Disconnect from servers. There we go. That works. Clear them all. Is that what we want? That's actually not even correct. Because that's yeah, okay, this isn't correct anymore. In fact, this is a bug. That would mean if I logged in as admin, logged out, and then logged in again, it wouldn't work. We don't want to do that. Yeah. I'm sorry I'm all over the place today. Yeah, we want to yeah, okay. I know what to do. Disconnect means for Realm server in borrow well, in self.values, self.realmServers.values, realm server dot, well, values mute, realm server dot ws dot equals none. That's what that should be. And then that'll work for disconnecting as a player as well. But I want to make sure we don't reconnect. How does closed get generated? Okay. It gets generated if we get a message handler. If we get a message from the WebSocket saying it's closed, what would we do if that happened? We would also drop it. Okay, so I should clear the login credential then, so we don't reconnect. Self.login credentials equals none. That makes sense. Okay. So, auth success. Auth failure. Printed stuff. Right, so it's the same kind of thing, right? As here. Where we're going to want to do a match and do different things, I guess. For admin, it should say, yeah, this stuff. And not a warn, just make it an info. Authentication with server succeeded. There's no message. No bad key, and we don't actually need to do anything else. Oh, I needed that, so sure, let's include that too. Why not? I'm gonna have to extract that as a function to clean it up. Okay, if it's a player, then we want to say that we're done, right? And we actually want to move to the playing. So self.current activity is current activity. Playing. We would clear the login credential. Actually, it should be... We have to hold on it until we authenticate. But after that, I could drop it, right? Actually, no, I'll drop it at this point, or if we get an auth failure. Right there. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So then... Succeeding or failing is pretty much the same, except for there's no error to clear, and we start playing the game if we succeed. Okay, let's see if this works. All these changes. So we won't get the auth succeeded yet, but I want to make sure that I didn't break anything. So login as admin connects to all three servers. I can log out, and then that disconnected. Log in again, connects to all three servers. It should also be printing out that it succeeded. It did not. Oh, because the server doesn't tell us it succeeded. That's why. Okay, anyway, logging in with username and password should make one connection to a random server and send a message. Okay, cool. So far, so good. So then, back-end work, right? Let me check this in, because I haven't checked in all day. Get random. Actually, I think that these ought to go in their own commit. So add client server messages, authentication messages. Okay, and then this is all UI stuff, right? Right, so this is work in progress, filling in. normal player login process. Sure. Commit. Backend work. So there actually should be errors in the backend because it's not handling those messages. So go find that. Yep, here we go. All right, here we go. Fill in match arms. Player ID. So similar to admin ID, right? No, not at all the same. I can, let's just have it just immediately respond back with a failure. And then we can test the round trip error path with the client. Thank you for following. So we'll just ignore the username and password. We'll just send back a public message, auth failure. And the string will be like string new from come back later. I just want to see that in the front end, right? So we'll use these in a minute. Oh, I can't do that. I'll just have to live with the warning. Or I guess I can just do ... Okay, so then cargo build. I'm missing documentation. I need to go fill it in. And then packet, actually this might be in my buffer here. Yep. Package it and then run it again. All right, now login. Let's see what it does. Yeah, there we go. Authentication with server failed. Come back later. All right. So the backend understands the message and responds back with come back later. Cool. And I can try again. So each time I do that, it should be opening a new connection. Oh. Actually, I need to make sure it drops the old one. I think I forgot to do that. What happened? Oh, because we never dropped the old connection. Okay, yeah. And it tried to reuse the same one. Okay, so I need to fix that. Yeah, in the front end. Never drop the connection when we get an auth failure. Right here, I need to do self.dis. That's actually not exactly what I want, right? I want this to be done only sometimes when we disconnect from servers. Yeah, cancel should clear the login credentials. Logout should also clear the login credentials. Yes. Hey there, Jackamus. How are you doing? Howdy yourself. Just getting this login process working. Network, clear, console. All right. Login as admin. Oh, I forgot on the back end to actually do the login succeeded message. Okay, so this, yeah, when I log out, disconnects them, right? Login should succeed. Okay, that's still working. I didn't break anything there. Login as a user. Right, it disconnected once we got the error back. Yeah, so this is working now. Okay, so let me do the authentication success on the back end now. So where is that? Right here. So we would send back a message. Right there. Auth success. Right? And then let's build it. Letting the client side decide when to disconnect? Right now, yeah. But in the future, I'll probably have the server disconnect you. Because I can't assume the clients will be will be nice. You know, they might hold the socket connection open, and which holds memory on the server for no good reason. So probably what we'll do is after we disconnect, after we tell it to close like that. Oh, actually, I take it back. We are closing the WebSocket after we say the auth failed. The one thing I'm not doing though is I don't think I'm forcing the connection closed if they don't return the handshake of close. I think, yeah, that's what this to do is for. Yep. So set up a timer and like forcibly drop the connection if they don't gracefully disconnect. Do you think Rust is mature enough to be used as a x86 DLL injector to detour patch binaries? I don't even know what detour and patching of binaries would entail. You mean like that you'd replace one library with another but give it the exact same DLL interface? I don't know. I think it depends on if the symbols reported to the linker look the same, or you can make the symbols look the same as another DLL. Maybe. But you'd have to look in to see what are the linker options in Rust. Rust does have enough low-level things to do that. Yeah, I just wasn't sure, so I couldn't say myself. The ultimate test would be take a really complicated DLL and try to reproduce a stub of it in Rust, and see if you can get it to work. All right, so then now when I authenticate as an admin, succeeded, so it worked. Oh, I'm not printing when we disconnect. I meant to do that. Yeah. Let's do that. It bothers me not to see a disconnect. Yeah, so this should be something like if realm server.ws.take.isSum, then info disconnected from server blah. How do we print this out right now? With server. Oh, I get all this stuff. The server info, that's what it is. Server info. Yeah, okay, let's see that work. Considering porting one of your mods for Cyberpunk to play with Rust a bit. You could just start small with a simple DLL with one function. See if you can build one in C, and then see if you can build the same thing in Rust and have it drop in, replace, and just work. The problems I think you'll run into are the Rust's foreign function interface being not simple to use or simple to learn. So there's probably going to be a learning curve to set things up so that your interface to the host would work. Especially if your host uses conventions that Rust doesn't understand. All right, so then log in as admin. Log out should be disconnected. Nice. Okay, so then log in normally here. Should be login credentials set, connecting, opened, authenticating, disconnected. Cool. Is that all you have to do? Mark extern C and no mangle? Yeah, but then if the parameters are pointers, it's a little hard, right? At least for me, it would be hard because I'd have to get used to using unsafe Rust to manipulate memory directly. Yeah, it's the ABI is what I'm talking about. That how things are arranged in memory and manipulating pointers to memory directly it would be a challenge for me. You have to find a way to match the layout. So repr C is supposed to do that in Rust. But if the other end isn't using a C layout, or if it's doing some kind of exotic layout, you might have to make an adapter. Yeah, try it with a small test. Yep. Okay, I'm just making sure I can connect, I can disconnect, I can try logging in with a different account. Disconnected. I think it's working. So then back onto the back end. So I'm done with a few of these steps now. It took me a while, but I finally finished. That was yesterday. Today. I have finished bullet 1. I have finished oh, I've only finished bullet 1 and it took me 4 hours. My goodness. Okay, I guess I'm going to be working on this tomorrow too. Or maybe the rest of this will go faster. Forwarding client messages to the cluster leader. Yeah, so it all comes down to how we handle this right here. Right now, we're just saying you come back later. So what I really want to do is say, if we're the cluster leader, we're going to handle it immediately. Otherwise, we want to forward it to the client. So let's just say right now, oh, wait, we're not handling the leader thing, right? Leadership change. I have that marked to do. This shouldn't be too hard, right? We can just say self.leader equals leader. And this is options use size. So then I just need to make room for that leader. Cluster leader, maybe, to be less ambiguous. All right, and so we'll need to initialize it down here. None. Okay. Should I print something here too? Might be interesting to see that. Info, cluster leader is now server blank. What's the error here? Oh. There. Debug. Because option doesn't support display, but debug, but supports debug. Okay. Bunch of these to-dos I have to go back and fix at some point. Alright, so then down, where is it? Up, down, around. Auth success. There. Let's bookmark that so I don't lose my place again. Alright, so then, we should just forward this like I was doing before, right? Like with this connection stuff. How am I going to handle this? Oh, right. We already know it's on the public message side. Okay, so then there's like edge cases here, like if someone logs in and then tries to log in a second time as someone else. We just don't want to allow it. Right now, we'll just assume that they're not yet logged in. We're just going to check their password hash. So then, let me do it without forwarding it to the leader first. Since that is what I need to do here. We'll do that now. So we have a username and a password. Actually, one thing we can do before even checking the password is we can see if we have a record for them. So this would be let player equals self dot game state dot map but what do we want from it? We want the player ID. Let's just clone the entire player state for now. Actually, you know, we need just do the entire determination with it, so then this would be let what to send back response equal map game state to some process. And then we would do, let's just default to doing this. And then make that into response. So far, so good. Okay, so then, given the game state, let player equal game state dot players dot find iter dot find player ID player where player. Let's include the player ID. Hold on. Find returns an option, right? So really what I want to do is map this. Or match that. If it's some player and player ID, then we're going to do the hash check. If it's none, then it's going to be a different authentication failure. And I might as well just plug this in right here. Invalid username or password. And let me put something in here too. It's a placeholder. Player.name equals username. So if we find a player whose name matches, oh, but we want to allow them also to use their email address. So it would be either player name is username or player.email. Oh, I don't have that yet. Okay, so never mind. I don't have to worry about that now. There's no player emails in the database yet. So find a player that has a matching name. All of this to get a response. Right, so get rid of that. I guess I don't really need the player ID yet, so let's just do that. And we don't need the well, we're going to use the password now. Okay, so if we have the player, if we find a player for them, then we're going to hash the password. So let password hash equal, this is where I need to find out where the algorithm is. I think it's in Ring, but I'm not sure. We have access to Ring from the backend, of course, yes. So let me look up Ring. I'm guessing they have PBKDF2 and I don't need to implement it because I've already done it once. I don't need to do it again. PBKDF2. Yes, they do. Awesome. So how do I use it? So we do a verify. Okay. PBKDF2 verify. So pull in import ring PBKDF2. Oh, this gives me an option, right? Cool. So then this could just be do this. Verify and then map, I guess? Map error? Or we'll either get something or nothing, right? So map error. Don't care about the error message. Map the error to an authentication failure. Map success to auth success. There we go. Except for this didn't quite work out. What happened here? Oh, shoot. I don't want to do map error, right? I want to do like unwrap or... I forget how this works. Or maybe I just want to do a match. I think I want to do a match. Hey there, Rasha. I'm in the guts of my games server right now doing player authentication. doing it in Rust. I already have this code in C++ and JavaScript, but yeah, I'm working on this part where when you send your username and password, the server is going to hash the password and verify it matches the stored hash, and tell you if you passed or failed. So yeah, instead of doing map, we do if it's if it's okay, I don't care about the result, then it's auth success. If it's an error, I also don't care about the error message. Just want to know. Then I don't even need a match, do I? I can just say if verify is okay, then this, right? It's even simpler. Else, it's an error. Yeah, let's just keep it simple. Yeah, so now I just need to provide the arguments for the hash verification. So we have to provide an algorithm. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. PBKDF2. What is that? I don't even know what that is. Can I look it up? There's no... Oh. Yes. That is the algorithm we're using, yes. I have to make a static one? Okay, can I just use it there? Iterations, we know that. It is... What's non-zero U32? Can I just put player dot iterations in there? What's the third one? The salt. So that's borrow player dot password hash salt. Oh, I need to find out if I'm storing it in base 64, so I might need to unbase 64 the thing. Then the password is bytes. Okay, so password as bytes. And then there's a store. Okay. What's the store used for? Oh, that's to store the password. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Attempted password. That's not the right name. It should be hash. We never store the actual password in the storage. I don't know why they call it actual password. Let's just look at verify. Previously derived. That's what they should have called it. Yeah, that's our hash, right? That's player dot password hash. Thank you for the follows. So algorithm, iteration, salt. So yeah, they want bytes. So I need to do base 64 decode of this. Of that. And the same thing for this. Base 64 decode of this. And I'm assuming it returns me a vector. Yeah, and it also could have an error. So that we can just expect it'll never happen. And no, never error. So decode of password hash salt should never fail. And take a reference to that. And then reference to this, we also expect decode of password hash should never fail. All right, so the iterations, it needs to go into a non-zero U32. So can I just do into? Nope. Thank you for the follows. I appreciate that. Okay, so let's see, what do they recommend? Because I never used that type either. Oh, thank you again. Non-zero U32. I guess I just have to learn about this thing. Non-zero U32. How do I use this thing? Just no not to equal 0. Do I just do a new and then expect it? I suppose. So... Or I can do a from. Or try from, probably. Yeah, we can do a try from. So that's try from. I'm always really clumsy with things like try. Is it just try from? And then I have to import the try from trait. Okay, there's only try from U32 for some reason. I guess I have to do as U32. And then try U32. And then try from that. No method name try for U32 current scope. Yeah, but why am I always have trouble with this function. Why is that? It's the type. Okay, yeah. I find this syntax kind of clumsy. That I have to say the type name try from. So non-zero U32 try from that, and then I suppose we'll do an expect. Password iterations should never be 0. Yeah, okay, import that. Okay, so we need the trait. There we go. Casting may truncate. I guess we'll do another try from. Can I actually do that and will it do it for me in one step, or do I really need to do I need to do it in 2 steps? Okay, fine. Try from that. Expect. Password iterations should fit into 32 bits. Rust wants me to be ultra safe. Try from. As we don't need the symbol to be polluting our namespace. Okay, so if I did this right, then if I put in the correct password, I'll get a success. Otherwise, I get that. These are what you typically want to do, just so that you don't reveal that the username is valid. But I'm going to hack this for now, just so that I can see if I put in an invalid password or invalid username. So cargo build. Gosh, I hope this works. If not, like, I always get nervous when I start working with hash stuff. Package. Run. And then Raimu 1, 2, 3. Wait, why are we getting that? Oh, that's a bug in Raft. It's continuously giving us the event every heartbeat. I shouldn't need to do that. Okay, I'll have to fix that later. Alright, anyway. Invalid password. Okay, so the hash didn't work. So, but if I type in an invalid username... Okay, it at least found me in the user directory, but... Yeah, the hash thing isn't matching. That's what I was afraid of. Why would it not match? Decode, right? Get the arguments wrong? Maybe, okay, there are several things that could be wrong. Could be the wrong algorithm. I will verify that by looking at what? Trying to remember where I did this. In the database, I guess we could look. Stage. Game database. Open database. Because I store a string to remind myself what the algorithm is. There's only one algorithm it can be right now. So I don't bother to like have a match or anything, but yeah. PBKDF2 HMAC SHA 512. Okay, that's not what we put here, right? I put like 256. So that should be 512. So maybe that was it. PBKDF2 HMAC 512. Let's try that. Look at the source, Luke. Yeah, just if it's as easy as just picking the wrong algorithm, I'll be happy. Yeah. Okay. Ryamu123. Ha! Yes! Authenticated. We're logged in. It didn't go to the playing... Oh, it didn't dismiss the modal. That's what happened. But we're logged in now. That's a pretend simulated screen. All right. Nice. I should make sure that doesn't work with an invalid password. Raimu124 should not work. Yeah, invalid password. Great. So, cool. Let me put this back to username or password, because we don't want to give the bad guy more information than we don't want to give them. In fact, maybe I should just make this a static. Like right here, let fail response equal that string. Yeah, only build the string when we need to. All right. I'm going to have problems with indentation, aren't I? Yeah. I should probably save myself some grief and move this all into a helper function. So, self.handle a player auth. Username, password. I think we'll also need to give the connection, yeah. Player auth. Mute self. Actually, we're not mutating self, really. Not yet, at least. We will in the near future, though. Connection is something. Username is a string. Password is a string. Paste. All right, what's the connection? The connection is a borrowed mutable reference. Mutable reference to a connection. All right. That cleaned it up a little bit. I guess I can make this another subfunction. Check password hash or something. Select piece of code and extract function. Yeah, I guess I'm just a little bit uncomfortable doing that. Wait, why didn't it know the type connection? Oh, because it's not imported. There we go. There's undo. Yeah, that's true. Let's try it out. So let's make this a subfunction. So you're saying I can right-click, extract function. I don't see it. You mean under refactor? Extract function. Okay, where did it put my function? It put it way down there? I guess that's fine because it didn't need self, right? All right, cool. Okay, I'm giving it a chance, FRX. Thank you for making me do that. All right, this should be called like well, let's undo because I don't want it to do all of this stuff. I just want it to return is okay. Extract that function. See, then it didn't do the right thing. It put a semicolon there. I just wanted that to become a function that returns a Boolean. I guess we'll just have to fix it, right? Refactor into a function. This... Oh, where did my code go? It ate my code, EverX. It's eating my code when I do that. No code! Ah! So it does it fine with whole statements, it just doesn't do it with expressions then? Oh, I shouldn't include the if. That's what it is. That was it. Shouldn't it give me an error like, I just ate your code because I didn't know what to do with it. Okay, that's better though. This should be verify player Well, verify, yeah, player password. Guess. I don't know. I'm not really good with names. They actually did a pretty decent job, I think. It made it a global function. Using PBK dia2 verify is okay. Yeah, that's fine. We can go with that. What's the error here? Uh-oh. 336. What? Is it confused about... Oh, 339. What? Oh, shoot. Yeah. That's going to be a problem, isn't it? Because we're borrowing from self here for that connection. Yeah. Well, the only time we use the connection is to send the response. So maybe I would, yeah, I guess we're going to remove the connection from that. It's just then I need it to return the response. The response is what? It's a server message. Move that to here. I guess it would maybe read easier if I said let response equal send a response as a public message. Remove the connection. And then I don't need that. I can just do that. I still have a multi-borrow problem? Dang it. I can't use self. Okay. The only place I use self is in the map. So I can pull that out as well. So pull this out to here. I wonder if it's going to have trouble with that, though. I might need to extract what I want from game state and then do that. Let's see. I'll probably run into that, too. So let's try, though. So then this would... game state. So instead of self, it's game state. Do that for now. And then remove that. That goes there. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Map mute. Actually, did I need mutable access to it? Why is this fine? Oh, that okay. Yeah, I don't need mutable access for. I'll need it later, but I don't need it now. Another parentheses. Okay, cool. Why didn't it use this though? Oh, because it says I don't consume it. Okay, thank you for the follow. Reference only to game state. Yeah, that's what we're doing. You can't survive without refactor functionality? Yeah, I just need to get used to using it. Okay, so this looks like it's going to work. I didn't think it would because I was worried that this self borrow when we still held the connection would be a problem, but apparently it's not. Why is that not a problem? If it was map mute, would I have a problem? Yes. Well, wait. Did I mess that one up? I did. That should be mute. No, it's still good. Okay. I'm gonna leave it the way it is because I do intend to mutate the game state for the... Actually, no, I'm not going to. No, I don't need to do that. Even if they log in as successful, what we would do is still record it, right? Let me think about this. No, it would be map mute. We would record the server and client ID. Anyway, these don't need to be, we can say like username as ref string, password as ref string, and then username, password, and then this could just be as ref. It's okay because it's only called once. But this one I need to do outside. So let username equal username as ref. There. Yeah, this can, oh, we can just pass it along, right? Password.as, actually is there add bytes on a, no there isn't. I have to do as ref as bytes, right? Yes. But I don't need to do the as ref, you can just pass on, you can you can just take it as is. Do you use error lens extension? I don't think I do. Nope. I use get lens, but not error lens. I usually just, when I get an error, I'll just hover over it with the mouse to see what it is. Maybe it's something I should try, though? No, I haven't tried it. Does it make errors? Yeah, well, making the errors easier to read would be nice. Okay, but I want to move this out because it doesn't need to exist here. Actually, you know what? It really should just go into the game state itself. Now that I think about it, it does return a server message though. We'll keep it where it is. Global to this. Global to the main game, I guess, is where it's staying. Where am I putting this staying thing? Wait a minute, where'd the other function go? Oh, it went down there. Oh, well, that's not quite the right place for it because there's the opts in the way. Yeah, let's move it. That's the one thing the refactoring extract function doesn't always do. It doesn't know like where I like to place things in alphabetical order. That kind of thing. The highlight on the error on the line, I don't need error lens for because I'm using the Rust analyzer. So Rust analyzer is taking care of that. I don't know exactly how it works. I think it scans the code much like the compiler does. It also works with the compiler, so if there is an error like that, it will highlight the error on the line there with the red squiggly. Refactor's nice. Yeah, it's true. I accept that. Okay, now I'm lost. Actually, here we are, right? Here. So we would handle the player authentication with the mutable access to the game state. The reason why I do this map mute, by the way, is because we're sharing the game state with the replication system. The replication system uses this wrapped interface to replicate the state across other servers, so we have to be careful about simultaneous access. So this basically holds the mutex so that the game state can't be modified while we're using it. So we have to be careful that these can't be like really long-running processes. Good night, Nui. What does the analyzer do that you don't get with VS Code out of the box? VS Code out of the box doesn't understand Rust. So it wouldn't be able to tell me about any compiler errors. It's the same thing with C and C++. If you want to see errors, you won't get that out of the box. You have to install C++, C++ plugin. Out of the box, VS Code gives you very little, actually. Like even like for JavaScript, you'll probably want something like Prettier to do formatting. Like for Python, you want the Python plugin to do linting. Yeah. Well, Rust Analyzer is an alternative to the Rust plugin, so you can use whichever one you like. Yeah, I saw them as comparable. They just work differently, and I tried both of them, and I liked Rust Analyzer a little bit better. But, you know, you use whatever works for you. Okay, anyway, the handling the player auth, we have a common fail response. We need a reference to the username. So we're looking to find the player. If we find them, we verify their password so here's where I'm going to want to say to do. Record server client ID of the connection. And log out the player from any other connection in the game. This one I might also want to-dos on it. In fact, this replication here is a problem, right? What if I do a return here? And I just have the auth failure go out of the match. And then I don't need this becomes an if let sum equal. Yes. And I don't need that out. Right. Because I need a to-do here. Here we might want to, well, we definitely might want to disconnect the client. And also, and possibly restrict access from the remote IP address if there is abuse. So basically, if someone keeps trying to log in and they're doing it so frequently that it's obviously a bot, we might want to IP ban them, right? Because we don't want someone trying to connect to the server like so frequently that they're just hacking the player's passwords, right? So we would at minimum, I'd want to alert the administrator if I do nothing else. But maybe we do something automated where we IP ban them, or we block their IP for a certain amount of time, or maybe we rate limit them so that if a connection if we're getting hammered with authentication attempts, maybe we throttle it so that so we would at this point we would reset a timer that like to slow it down. I guess I wouldn't have a problem with lots of authentication successes, but if we have a lot of authentication failures, we might want to consider throttling. The worst security thing you saw was instead of IP banning, they timed out the username. Yeah, we can't do that because that would just annoy the user who's being attacked, right? I guess if there's nothing else we could do, we would say, well, this user's account is obviously under attack, so let's quarantine it somehow? I don't know. Or maybe like, I don't know what we do. I think I'd be in favor of just throttling it. And then we would just be on an under attack. We would be in an under attack scenario. A denial of service mitigation would be that everyone takes longer to log in. Necessary to literally prevent the admin from logging in. If the admin used a username, yeah. I mean, that's that's why it would be sort of silly. That's also why my admin authentication is completely different. So that you can't guess my password because I don't have one. Instead, I have a private key that you shouldn't be able to hack because people can't hack RSA keys. At least not individuals. Maybe governments can, but not people, right? We hope. Anyway, I've cleaned that up. Find all references. Okay. And this one's relatively clean too. Might take the opportunity to do the same thing for this admin stuff, but maybe I don't need to right now. I'll do it later. So this is a multiplayer game. That's almost true, UUAYN. It is contained in the memory of each of the members of the game's cluster. But yeah, you can try logging into it. It is over here. This is what the game looks like. So it's inspired by Ultima 4, Ultima 5, so retro kind of game from the 80s, and it has basic graphics and mostly a text-based, but the game is played in the cloud. The players use connections from a game client that runs in their web browser. We're using WebSockets. I could have put the game on one server in the cloud, but a friend of mine got me inspired to try using the Raft consensus algorithm. So that allows me to run 3 copies, or any number of copies that I want. And let me have a link to that. If you want to know more about Raft, there it is. But essentially, it lets me have multiple servers that each have a copy of the game, so it's resilient. I could shut down any one of these 3 servers, and the game still runs. If I shut down a majority of the servers, then you can still get the state of the game, but it can't progress. Essentially, the game grinds to a halt. And of course, if all 3 servers go down, you can't connect at all. So that allows me potentially to scale this up. So if I get more people playing, I might start creating more instances. Maybe these instances are geographically separated so that you would maybe connect to an instance that's closer to you geographically. That would help with lag. I could also split the game universe up so that different regions of the game are on different clusters. So it lets me scale it up. Basically, I went in with the assumption that I can't have the state be in one process. Eventually, it's going to grow to be requiring more than one process. So the first step is replicate the state across a cluster of instances. These can run anywhere. They're running right now all in the same VM, but they're only talking through WebSockets, so I could separate them, put them across the world, and it would still run, just maybe a little bit more slowly. I know that was more detail than you wanted, but I like to fill in the details for people that might want to know it too. I think it's cool too. I'm enjoying working on it. Of course, it's going to take a long time because it's just me, but that's okay. Does the state persist across restarts? Yep. So in the past, it was all stored into a huge JSON file. The test environment of the JSON file here is let me collapse all this stuff. So it's 11,500 lines just for like a small test area. In production, I think the game is like several 100,000 lines. So every couple minutes or so, all of the log entries concatenated over the time to change the state get collapsed into the snapshot. So in Raft, they call that, what do they call it? Log compaction, I think. So it gets compacted into one thing. And I've been migrating this over to an SQLite database, though. So that, like one of the tables is what we were looking at earlier, the passwords. Why is it all scrolled? How do I get back to the left? Where's the scroll bar? Oh, there it is. So one of the tables is the player table, and this is the new format we're using that takes the place of this stuff, right? All of this stuff is now stored in this table, and amongst other tables. So trying to make it more efficient by using a database. And since I'm using, I already closed it, but just opening it back up for illustration purposes, since every instance of the server has its own copy of the state, I don't need an elaborate database for that. In fact, the simpler the database, the better. So each of these servers is going to have its own private SQLite instance. So it's basically a file in the file system that SQLite manages, and it holds the tables containing all the game data. And every time the game wants to do a log compaction, it basically just runs through the log entries it's accumulated so far and just applies them to the database with inserts, updates, and removes, right? The log itself looks kind of... It also had a JSON format. So it kind of looks like this, where each of these is a change to the game data. A lot of these are like moving positions of things. So modify component, modify the position of entity 523. So this is me moving from one place in the world to another, right? And here's a particle being fired off somewhere. And this is me either pressing a key or releasing a key. Some more particle effects. So this is being moved to a binary format, but it's essentially the same. It's just going to be a concatenation of commands to the game to do something different to the game, to change it in some way. Need a cheapish VPS in Europe for tests? Provider offers that. That's cool. I've been using AWS. $5 a month is pretty good. I need more than 2 cores, though. Actually, with Rust, maybe I don't need 2 cores anymore. And maybe I don't need that much RAM. We'll see. So, yeah. I hope I answered that question well enough. DigitalOcean might be a good alternative. AWS is kind of fun to learn, too. And you can get a good job knowing the more you know about cloud stuff these days. Contabo Ian? I will definitely bookmark it. Thank you very much. I like to collect notes about things that people give me in chat, and I award points. So EverX gets a point. All right. Okay, back to work today. So I did that. I haven't done these yet. I decided to do this first. Right, so the next step is if we only want it to do the login on the server. Wait, what change did I just make? Oh, I guess I did make a change. If I only want the login to happen on the leader, I should have said leader, not server. On the leader, then we need to say like where this is. Okay, let's go back. Where we call this. We don't want to handle the player auth unless we're the leader server. So we want to say like, if let some, well, if matches really, if matches self.leader, cluster leader, some self.id, that means us. Then we can do this. Do I need to borrow there? What's going on? Expected pattern. That's the pattern right there. What? What did I do wrong here? Option U size. Okay, I'm confused. Cargo build. I wonder if Rust Analyzer is just... It's either I'm getting tired or Rust Analyzer is getting tired. Hate troubleshooting. Troubleshooting's not too bad. Oh, right. That has to be a pattern. So I have to say some ID if ID equals self ID. Remove that one. There we go. That should be better. The patterns are kind of weird about that. It's that you can have an if clause which uses variables in your scope, but the left-hand side of the if has to be a pattern. So we can't use names of things. We have to use values and placeholders for associated data, which become local variables in the if clause. Checked everywhere, even your old C++ notes, but you can't get a straight answer anywhere. I'll go ask. Did you already say what the problem was, Manez? Or not? Hey there, Palindrome. You're a bug finder. So am I. You do self-cluster leader equals some ID. Yeah, but I kind of like matches. Then I don't have to take the reference of anything. You can, Manez, you can ask in the Discord. Just so that it doesn't get too distracting for me. I'd appreciate it. And if you don't get an answer now, when after my stream, I'll probably have time to take a look at least a little bit. Okay. So yeah, else we need to forward it to the leader. So I need to have a mechanism for that. So, but let's pretend we had a way to do that. I think it's self work message sender dot unbounded send work message. Okay, so we need to invent a new work message. Let's call it forward request, a forward client message. Actually, here I kind of want to have an expect, so I must have done this before. Where did I do an unbounded send of this thing? Oh, I guess I do have a let underscore equal. So I guess I must have it set up so that it could fail if we're in the middle of shutting down. Which I guess makes sense. Okay, so then never mind. So this could fail if we're in the middle of shutdown, so that's why we have the let equal. Alright, so then just imagining we have such a thing, I think I'd want to forward the entire message. So just message then, right? Client message. Forward client message. Which needs to be imported from game public message. All right. And we need to say who we're forwarding it to, so let's include that. So forwarding it to, so oh, actually we do need to know the cluster leader, right? Okay. So let's do a match this. Sum ID if ID equals self ID. Do this. All right. If it's some ID, other ID though, we can forward it. There's two ways I could do the other case. I could just do nothing here. Or I could have like an if let sum and then remove these two sums. Anyway, 2 would be, this shouldn't be ID. Well, this should be like leader ID. So there'd be to the leader message. So going back to this, this should be to usize message, client message. Or, we can't do that? It's partially moved. Oh, right. So let's just borrow the message then. So then we, when we get to the end here, we can just say, that's the last thing we're doing with the message, so we just forward it along. Annotate none with unreachable, but it is actually reachable. So it's possible that a player might want to log in while an election is going on. If that happens, then like I need to decide what to do here. In the old version of the code in C++, we just simply drop the message. Maybe the to-do here. In the past, we've done nothing in this case. so that the message is simply dropped and the client never gets a response. However, we do have this opportunity to tell the client that they will need to try again. To either tell the client that they'll need to try again, or perhaps we hold onto the request and process it once a leader is known. There we go. Now I'm giving myself an extension point where I can improve the behavior of the server at some point. If you know all you'll ever need is a VPS and no other cloud stuff, that's probably a good price. I use a few other cloud stuff, like the simple storage. Well, no, that's not a cloud thing. I guess I really don't use a whole lot of other cloud stuff. I could just use a virtual machine somewhere. All right, anyway, so this is going to cause compiler errors, because what happens when we're told to handle that work message, right? Fill that arm. Forward message, what are we going to do? Well, I'm glad that you asked. What we're going to do with that message is we need the, we have the futures. Can I use that? How do we send messages right now? We do it in Raft event. What do I do here? Send message. Here we go. Ah, we do this junk. Yeah. Yes. So forward message is going to say, get the two. If we have a connection to them, then send the message. Here's the other problem, though. If we thought we knew who the leader was, but we no longer have a connection to him, what do we do? There's actually two possibilities here. To do. We want to forward a message to a server we know about, but do not currently have a connection to. Do we hold onto the message to send later? Else, to do. We want to forward a message to a server we know nothing about. Do we, this will, well, what do we do? I don't know. Again, in the C++ version of the server, in both cases, we just drop it. Simple way out, right? Just drop the message. So the philosophy is, it is a lossy connection, so to speak. Like the client could ask for something and never get a response. And so we either want to have timeouts on the client saying, well, I'd asked the game to do something, but I didn't get a response back. So let me ask again. And that would actually work. Like eventually the connection gets found and we actually forward it to them. Or it could just, yeah, that's basically it. That's how we're doing it right now. Okay, so we don't want to send a RAF message. We want to send a public message. No, it's a private message, sorry. We need a special kind of message for that now. Thank you for the follow. Let's say forwarded client message. Client message. Oh, we also need to know who it came from eventually. So, hold on. So this is the message, but we'll also need to know client ID. So this will need to, oh, I don't have a dependency between private and public right now. Let's add one. Close that database. Cargo. Right, so game public message equals path game public message. Then cargo check runs, it's going to index again. Import it. All right. So this needs to remember client ID also. And, okay, so then we have, well, that's interesting. We already have new connection wrapped in WebSocket. Oh, it's got confused here between self and not self, self and the work message. Okay. This is just if we have to debug the work message. So this would be like forwarded client message from blank to blank. Well, to blank for client blank. Client, oh, to client ID. Find all references. Okay, I have to start thinking about winding down the stream because I don't want to burn myself out. Okay, so I need to fill in the client ID here. I think the client ID is going to be this connection ID because I don't see any reason not to use the connection ID as the client ID. So client ID, connection ID. Right, and then down here we get a client ID, so we can forward it here. Right, so then we can say forwarded client message. Client ID to, well, message, right? We already took care of the to that was here. Okay, so it should get forwarded to the leader now. But we have to handle it here. So there might be a little bit of redundant like place where we're doing, basically we're going to do a match on the message, right? Because we're going to have a repetition of this. Actually, I know what I can... These are going to be handled separately. These should never be forwarded. So let me do this. Or this should be a warning, I guess. Let's use the same convention here. Unexpectedly forwarded client message. From blank client ID message. And I forgot the connection ID. There we go. Oh, see you, Rasha. Thanks for being here. And hello, Dr. Padawan. How are you doing today? I am handling the Rust version of routing login request to cluster leader. Adding a method to forward messages to the cluster leader. Kind of doing those at the same time. So here's where a forwarded client message is a login request, right? So I suppose what we want to do is make sure we're the leader, and if we are the leader, then we're going to call the same function we called earlier, right? Which was this stuff. So I kind of want to make this common code, if I can. Problem is, though, again, that I ran into before, connection is borrowed from self, so it's going to be hard for me to do that and still have that. Oh, but we don't want to do that anyway. Yeah, because we want to get the response. Right. Yeah, when I'm done with this, we're not going to do this here. We're actually going to do it when the log is committed. So this is actually going to have different code. So then really this is going to change anyway. This should actually be done once the login command is committed. We just haven't done that whole replication stuff yet. Okay, so I'm fine duplicating the code for now. Actually, I don't even need to do. I need to put in the command replication stuff now, right? Because we're going to do that in both places here. So this isn't done here. I'm going to comment it out because we're not doing it here anymore. Chat seems to be a little quiet at times, active at other times. It's kind of going up and down. We had a really really active discussion about the unit tuple in Rust. This guy. There's a big discussion about that. About is it a tuple or not? And what was the other part of the discussion? Like what its type exactly is. And how does it compare to like in other languages where you might have a nil or a null or a none, something like that. Or void in C, really, it's closer to it, right? Why would you use Rust for game dev? When OpenGL, DirectX, Vulkan, everything is CPP? OpenGL isn't C++. Where'd you get that idea? OpenGL is an API to the graphics card. Am I wrong about that? I don't need this up anymore. OpenGL. Really, I need to like say OpenGL spec. Specification, core profile. I don't think this says anything in here about C++. Okay, it describes the commands as functions using ANSI C, but I think they're just using that for description purposes. So I'm using WebGL, and it's actually JavaScript, not C++, but it's essentially OpenGL ES3 or ES2. Yeah, OpenGL ES2 is the equivalent of, roughly equivalent of WebGL1, so that's what I'm using. And that's technically a JavaScript API, but I'm using Rust because I like it. And using the WebSys crate, we can translate directly from Rust to JavaScript where the WebGL API is. But if you want to learn more about it, WebGL also makes call using OpenGL? No, WebGL uses the same specification as OpenGL ES, but it's its own. It's got a few changes, so it's based off of. I guess we can just search for it. WebGL. That's just some support page. That's a download. It's a JavaScript API, is what it is. So it'll say somewhere here where it supports shaders written in OpenGL ES shading language. And it'll probably say somewhere here that it's designed, yeah, it's based on OpenGL ES2. So it doesn't use OpenGL, it is based on OpenGL. Like in practical terms, what they did is they took the OpenGL ES2 specification, made a few tweaks that made sense for the web browser, and just implemented it all in JavaScript, right? Or implemented an API in JavaScript. It's up to the browser vendor about what language they use. So you could make your own browser that implements WebGL, and you could write it in whatever language you want. You could have it go to Vulkan. You could have it go to Metal. You can have it go to anything. If I understand it correctly, if WebGL and Safari on the Mac probably goes straight to Metal. It probably bypasses OpenGL. That'd be my guess. Because why would Apple support both Metal and OpenGL just to do WebGL? But this is just all a hypothesis. I'm not sure. I think the point is that I'm trying to make is it's not that it has to go call into OpenGL. It is a kind of a variant or a derivative of OpenGL. So it could, just like OpenGL itself, it could theoretically be written in any language, but because different pieces are made by different vendors, they all have to hook up a certain way. So WebGL, the API is JavaScript on the top, and probably whatever they chose, like OpenGL or Vulkan or Metal, whatever they chose to on the back end. So, yeah, you can just think of it as a very close to OpenGL ES, but adapted for the web browser. You never know, a vendor might write their code in Rust and just provide. Yeah, you never know. Aren't parts of Mozilla Firefox written in Rust now? So you never know. Maybe their WebGL is being rewritten in Rust. WebGL is just a wrapper to OpenGL because JavaScript can't make OS calls. But the JavaScript doesn't have to make the OS calls. The JavaScript is just the API for your web app to get into the WebGL. The WebGL implementation is actually integrated into the browser itself, and that can make OS calls. Right? I could be wrong, but that's just my understanding of it. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I'd appreciate correction in the form of, like, if you have a Wikipedia article or a blog or something that explains how I'm wrong, then that's perfect. I love seeing those. I want to be corrected. That too is Rust in the CPP. So anyway, I was going to say there's actually a pretty good site for the general question of using Rust with web dev. It's Are We Web Yet? You can tell I've looked this up a bunch. So using Rust for web development, it's an opinionated article, but they have a lot of references to the current work in the field for supporting it. And people are really jazzed up about it. I think Rust of early days was written in OCaml? I think Rust used to be written in OCaml, but now Rust compiles itself. Yeah, but I didn't think that was what you were saying. I think you were saying that the API ultimately goes into C++, but C++ is just a source level language. You can achieve the same effect by writing it in C or Rust. It might be C++ as an artifact simply because it was there first, and people don't like to remake things that already... Well, most people don't like to remake things that already exist. I'm an exception to that. You remember Mosaic browsing? You had no fancy JavaScript? That's right. We didn't have no fancy JavaScript. We didn't even have CSS, Dr. Padawan. CSS is like a recent invention, if you think about it. We just had HTML. It wasn't even dynamic. You had to actually... change it on the server side and send it again if you wanted to change. Yeah, welcome to my homepage. Exactly. Chromium, Elvium, those projects are C++. Yeah, the compiler tech itself is C++, yes. Forgetting the blink tag. That's right, or the marquee tag, yes. Back in my day, we used Netscape Navigator. We don't even have this Mosaic. Actually, which came first, Netscape Navigator or Mosaic? I guess Mosaic is older. But even older than Mosaic is Lynx. I think it's the first web browser, right? Lynx. Anyway, yeah, both here and in the other place, we want to actually append a command to the log. So I need to have game command ready, because we're about to actually fill it in. Lynx isn't just great, it's first, right? You're not even born during... I remember it in college. Game command. Here we go. All right, so we have a place for game commands. We just never invented one. It's time to do so. It's now an enum. We're having our very first game command, which is login. So what do we need to record about the login? We need to know which server, which client, username, and password. Hash. Yeah, this was important. I didn't want the password to leak into the game log. So what I wanted to do was compute the password hash and then just do a simple string comparison in the leader. So password hash, that's important. And either the hash matches or it doesn't then. Okay, so a client wishes to log into the game as a player with a given username. The PBKDF2 hash of their password is provided, along with the identifiers of the server to which they are authenticating and that server's connection to the client. That's what those mean. Oh, well, if they want logs for, or if they want documentation for that, I'll just pull from here. I'll just say the PBKDF2 password of the player's, hash of the player's password. This is the. This is the identifier of the server to which the player is authenticating. This is the identifier of the server's connection to the client. This is the player's username. Player's name, really. Maybe just make that name. I don't know. I'll just leave it the way it is. Oh, client wishes to log into the game as a player. There we go. Documentation included. You read PBKDF2 more often last week, says it was replacing. No, it doesn't replace SHA or MD5. It's an algorithm on top of a hash function. So that's why when I was doing the PBKDF2 stuff, I had to pick an algorithm. So what it entails, and it's not really not that complicated if you understand hash functions, is you have a core hash function. You can pick whatever you want. You can use SHA, you can use MD5, it really doesn't matter. These days you want to pick a pretty good one, and then you use HMAC, which is hash-based message authentication. I forget what the C stands for, but basically it's taking that SHA, that hash function, and iterating it over many, many times with a convolution kind of I don't remember if convolution is the right word, but basically churning that hash function a lot to make it computationally expensive or prohibitive for someone to just, you know, hammer the hash with different guesses until they get it correct. So it's made expensive on purpose. And that's why we have to provide in iterations. So the idea is that as time goes on and it gets easier and easier to run the hash function, you simply the workaround to the weakening of the hash function is you just iterate more as you go forward. So like maybe every year you double the number of iterations. To make the goal is to make the time to compute the hash constant over time. So as computers get more powerful, you do more iterations, and so it takes the same amount of time as it did last year. And that's the HMAC part of that, is the iterations. We also, in case the password is hacked and you have the same password used in 2 accounts, the salt allows you to hide that. So you get a different hash if you have a different salt, even for the same password. So it's just different layers of impediment to being hacked. It's not foolproof. You can still brute force guess it. It just makes it very difficult to do so. Is there a PBKDF2 implementation? I didn't find one in the standard library. This one is in the ring crate. There might be a better one, but yeah, I've been using the ring crate. I like the ring crate. Ring crate does the crypto, hash functions, and PBKDF2. Does a bunch of cool things. It does digest, it does PBKDA2, it does HMAC, cryptographic random number generation, although I think that's kind of built into the RAND library itself now. It does, yeah, signature for public key cryptography. I was using that too. It's pretty cool. Yeah, there's a trick to get Ring working with WASM, A squared. Oh, no, there isn't. I'm getting confused with RAND. RAND crate has problem with WASM. You have to pull in gen random. Ring, I couldn't get to work in the browser, but I'm using it in the backend. For the browser, I wanted to use the signature public key stuff, but I couldn't, so I just ended up going to the crypto key in WebSys. Standard RAND isn't crypto? I thought it was. I was reading through the thread RNG, and oh no, it's not in the standard library. It's not standard RAND, it's the RAND crate. If you look at the RAND crate thread RNG, it'll say somewhere in there, like look at thread RNG, blah, blah, blah. Thread RNG uses the same PRNG as standard RNG for security and performance and is automatically seeded from OS RNG. And then standard RNG is chosen to be efficient on the current platform and to be statistically strong and unpredictable, meaning a cryptographically secure PRNG. So if standard RNG is a cryptographically secure PRNG, and thread RNG uses the same one as standard RNG, therefore thread RNG is also cryptographically strong, and thread RNG gives you one. Yeah. I'm re-looking through this too because I care to make sure I don't make a mistake. Because I would be really embarrassed if I picked this thinking it was cryptographically secure and it turned out it wasn't. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we're not actually calling it right now because I commented it out. Yeah, so I made the command. So the next step would be to simply send it to the log. So that would be, I do have to do one of these then. Yeah. I need to get access to the, actually, let's make a helper for it. Let's say self.append command. And then we'll just make one of these game command login like this, right? So this is where we're handling it directly. So that means the server ID is us, right? And the client ID, we know who they are. They are connection ID. And then the username and password are as is. Cool. So now I just need, oh, what's going on here? Oh, yeah, we need to clone the string because the command needs a copy of it. So username, password are cloned. Oh, and right, yeah, I didn't want to put the password in the game log, so I do need to do some of the PBKDF2 stuff there. So it's not going to be verify, it's going to be something else. Like if I just want to compute a hash, how do I do that? Derive? I think it's just derive, right? Let's make another helper that's kind of like verify then. Actually, maybe we'll just repurpose verify. Oh, we'll need access to the player. Ooh, okay. So that's right. We can't get a hash if we can't find their record. Because we need their salt. And iterations. Okay. So then we would do this anyway. Because we would return right away if we can't even find a record for them. You know what that means? If we know who they are, we don't need to record their username. We can do it by user ID. Player ID. This is the player's... Actually, if I make it player ID, I have to lift that type into... Oh no, it already is in game state. Yeah, we're good. Player's identifier. I just need to import it from the crate. There we go. That can't be debugged, so we'll make it debug. Ka-chunk. You have a question. How do you start a project and make sure it's following the best standards like algorithms, project structure, and design? It really depends on the scope and scale of that project, right? If you're working with a big team on something, the way you start is you follow the team's procedures. If you're working on it by yourself, I guess it depends on, like, is it a one-off thing? Like, are you making a tool just you'll use once, or are you going to use it a lot? Or is it going to be part of a bigger thing? It really depends. So I'm guessing you're talking about like the project I'm working on, for example, right? That I kind of knew would grow into a bigger thing. So I needed to start off with like at least a high-level understanding about what are the big blocks I need. So like I need a server and a client. How am I going to connect them? How is this going to scale? Where am I going to store things? So you kind of think at a very high level, you know, what problems are you likely to run into? What are the big blocks you need? Ultimately, it's a divide and conquer strategy is what I use. So divide the project up into sub-projects, and you keep subdividing until you get a project that feels like it's a good size. And a good size would be something that hopefully you can unit test. You can put in a test harness, you know, something that's easily testable on its own, and has a nice clean API. So, like when I'm doing it in Rust, a crate is a perfect unit of subdivision of my project. If I can fit something into a crate and it feels right, then I proceed to I'm done dividing the problem up into smaller pieces. So every crate that you end up with, you're going to take all those crates ultimately and integrate them into the product. But once you divide it into crates, then for each crate, think of the way I would do it is, if I can, I would start making tests. So test-driven development, right? TDD. This is going to be an old link, but if you're interested in like how to do TDD, start with the Wikipedia article. Basically, you write the tests first with the idea in mind of this crate is going to do some job. It's going to have some input, some side effects, some output. Let me write some tests that, given some test inputs, what are the side effects I expect and what are the outputs I get? And then you just go through, you might need to subdivide the categories of tests if the crate is big. But if it's a reasonably sized crate, like with Rust, I think I had a little bit of subdivision, like 6 different categories. And then for each category, I just had a list of tests. And it said, like, for replication of state, I need to verify that you can send some state, that you can receive it. If there's a mismatch, you get back and retry. You know, and each of these are test cases. So each test case is a test. And then one by one, you get the test specified. So you're writing code. They start out with failing, and then you get them to pass by writing the code to make the test pass. So, and then that becomes an iterative thing. As you think of more of things you missed, you add tests. As you see bugs, you add tests. When you start to integrate and you find that there's an API missing, you go back to the crate and you add another test. So when I get lazy is when I stop writing tests. I tend not to write tests when I'm integrating or when I'm doing user interfaces. Or when I'm doing the main program for the server, because I think of that as an integration. But anyway, if I'm sticking to discipline, I'll be writing a test to cover some use case of some individual component in the crate. And you just go through all the test cases of all the crates. Once a crate is passing all its tests and seems to have all the features it has, you try to use it with another crate. And then now you're doing integration. And it just kind of naturally builds off of that. As you discover a problem, you go backwards. So can't integrate 2 crates? Okay, what's the problem? Missing API. Okay, go back and add the API. Add some tests for that API. And then then you proceed back forward again and try to integrate again. So that's the general process that I follow. Now, the best standards like algorithms to pick, generally, I think you'd want the algorithms, any algorithms you employ would probably be either large-scale or small-scale algorithms. So a large-scale algorithm would be one that, like, affects your entire system. Like, you might want a load balancing algorithm. So that you'd have to think of and sort out before you even descend to making individual modules, right? A low-level algorithm would be something like sorting a list. So for low level algorithms, generally I just look up what's the research, like what's the best way to sort, or what's the best way to triangulate, and I'll just, like in Rust a lot of the time there's just already a crate to do it. If you want to pick an algorithm for triangulation in 2D graphics, this is what I did the other day. I went to lib.rs and I typed in triangulation, and I'm like, oh look, there's the ear cutter algorithm. And I read about this. So it's a port of a very popular triangulation code to Rust. Just use that crate, right? Now we're standing on the shoulders of the developers of EarCut, and we don't have to do it ourselves. So best standards for picking algorithms a lot of the time is you research what algorithms are out there. People have already done the work for comparing the algorithms. They'll lay out like what algorithm do you pick for what purpose, and you just kind of read up enough to like make a good decision about which one you should try, and you just try it out. You make sure you understand it, make sure it's applicable to your project, make sure there are no hidden gotchas like, oh, I'll start to use this triangulation library and now I can't use it anymore because it's missing something I needed and I didn't check for that early on. So yeah, do searches to find an algorithm that fits for you and make sure it meets all your requirements. So I covered algorithms, project structure, design. Design is more like a touchy-feely kind of thing where it's like you have a feeling for like what subsystems you need, what modules you need, how you want it to work. There's a little bit more art in design, I think, because there are lots of choices usually and you're having to weigh pros and cons. Some of it might be external, like you have requirements from a customer and then that drives your design, right? So they want it multiplayer. Okay, we have to have a server, right? Stuff like that. So in the big picture, I think to start on a project, it really is collect all of your constraints and requirements and go from a high level and break it up into small problems and solve each individual small problem. And then try to build something out of it. Reverse course if you have a problem, fix it, and then march forward again. That's the overall strategy. I'd like to add, be open-minded before refactoring. If you notice the structure is hindering you to fulfill your needs for a project, then change it. If the structure should help you not be... Yeah, that's true. That's a good one, War Eagle. So yeah, the earliest you can find the problem, the better, and the latest that you can, what is it called? Seal or finalize your design, the better. So if you make a design decision early on and you say to yourself, I'm never going to change this decision, like you're probably shooting yourself in the foot because you'll get 85% way through the project and figure out, I can't actually make this work because of this decision I made that I can't change now. So like if you make a decision like we're going to use Rust, or like it's going to be on AWS, or we're going to use WebGL, and like there's no way to change that decision, then you're just setting up traps for yourself that when the first thing that comes along that prevents you from meeting that criteria, then you're out of luck. So always be open-minded to change as much as you can. So that refactoring is one kind of change, right? So you notice some spaghetti code. Hopefully you set things up so that you have the opportunity and the ability and the resources and time to go fix that. And that fixing might be going back a ways and changing some of your design, adding some more tests. As long as you keep the door open for making changes, then you can proceed forward. You might have delay, but the delay comes from not knowing everything up front. There's a lot of iteration involved when you don't have all the answers at the start. You have to try something. You have to experiment. This is how science works, right? You don't start with the answers. You start with questions. You make guesses, and you see if those guesses turn out to be the answers, but sometimes you don't have the answer, and you have to go back. So that's why this is science and technology. They're pretty much the same in a lot of ways, unless you know all the answers already, and then now you're not a developer anymore, you're a programmer. Right? Ever heard of that distinction? A programmer is someone who just sits down and writes code. They've already been given a specification. They just write this out, right? For whatever reason. Maybe they already have it working in C. They just need it in COBOL. Okay, just convert it, right? No design decisions required. But a developer developing is a process, right? and it usually involves like changing the way that you think of something, changing from having a question to having an answer, that kind of thing. All right, I need the context, just some new viewer. When you say no, I don't know what the context of no means, because I think I probably just said about 24 different statements. So I don't know which one the no was for, especially with the stream delay. All right, I don't want to verify player password here. Oh, what's wrong with this one? No such field. No such field of login? Oh yeah, because we want the player ID. Okay, I think I want to change it to be that it appends the command for me. Now you don't know dev versus programmer? Yeah. I mean, it's an opinionated difference, right? But I bet you if I did programmer versus developer, we'll probably find at least one opinion about it. This is about scope of work. I mean, that's sort of the same answer. A programmer is limited to coding, right? Whereas a developer has full project scope. I think that implies that there's more to just coding. There's also like design work, right? So if you're not a designer and you're writing code, you're just a programmer. There's probably other opinions out here that talk about that, but yeah, developer I think is more fun because you're also a scientist. You're answering questions. You're also an artist. You get to decide what the code should be rather than just writing it out. It's like we call programmer analyst. Sure, analyst means you're studying something, right? Studying means you're trying to answer questions or gain knowledge. It's all the same thing. All right, that was my philosophical rant for the day. I apologize if you don't like it. I try my best to answer questions, but sometimes they wax philosophically. Good night, Everex. Hopefully you don't have nightmares about programmers versus developers. Okay, I think I want to turn this around and you do something what I was doing before. And we might have, okay, I want to do something like what I had before, but it might not give us a response. So yeah, this is attempt number 2, which was also bad. Attempt number 3 will be this. If let some response equal handle, well, it's not handle, it's try, well, I guess it's handle, or how about start handling? Start handling player auth. Player, let's make it player login request. And we give all the information we need, which is not just this. So we need the game state, we need the self ID, we need the client ID, connection ID, I should say, username and password. Then we might send if there is a response, but there might not be one because we might be handling it just by putting it into the cluster's state replication system, and then it actually gets handled later. But we might handle it immediately if we can't even look them up for some reason. So nice to hear this rambling, theorizing. This is why I jump in the stream every now. Oh, I'm glad. See, War Eagle. There's probably an anti-War Eagle, probably called Sure Peace Eagle, who hates it. I try to keep a balance so that some people like it and others don't, and then I'll switch to try to please everybody, and then no one will be pleased. But I'm glad that at least someone appreciates it. Okay, handle player. I need to rename this. Player, yeah, this thing. So sure, we have those. But we also have the server ID and the client ID. Server ID, usize, client ID, usize. All right. Yes, so it's if we can't find them actually. So these are actually different. We're not going to verify the player password. we are going to, so this is going to be an else. We get the failure response right away. Actually, I kind of want to make this even more global. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make it a const. Const is that, so that is a static string. And we're going to caps snake case, right? Snake upper. Snake upper. Oh, that's not what I want. Is it screaming snake case? All caps? I don't know what it is. Let's do fail response. Actually, that needs to be more specific, right? So this is an auth fail response. I guess we don't need to say static if it's a const. That's what it's probably trying to tell me, right? You don't need to do that. It's redundant. Glad to know that. Okay, I messed up and lost the name, so it's probably down here. Yes, right there. Also, it helps that you have very similar opinion on many things. Hearing confirmation of one's own opinion is always a nice thing. It's not always the best thing. Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. You get confirmation bias. And you're more apt to crystallize your opinion, and though aspects of it which might be incorrect are going to be harder to fix. Yeah, definitely. All right, so this verify player password, really I want to turn into hash player password. And it's not an if anymore. It's going to be let password hash equal that, because we're not actually going to return something. Yeah, this should be some server message, because we return something here, but here we return nothing. If we can we can look you up, then oh, this is option. If we can look you up, then we are going to append a command here and handle it later once it gets replicated. Otherwise, we can tell you right away that it fails. Thank you for the follow. All right, so we need to do something with the password hash. Here's the, well, I need to fix this. This is going to return a string. And it's not going to do verify anymore. It's going to do derive. And probably it just doesn't have this hash, right? Algorithm, iterations, salt, secret. Oh, there's an out. Okay, so we need a mutable space. Out must be no larger than the digest length. Okay, so I'm going to refer to the documentation. Was it... Am I in the right... Where's the right crate? I was in the right crate. Did I... How'd I leave it? I probably left it from here. Okay, so we'll go back there. Ring API PBK df2 function derive. Okay, do they have an example here? Yes, they do. So credential length, how do we know what that is? Okay, so it's the digest's output length. Okay. Cool, so then I can combine this information in a few places, right? So shamelessly steal this for now. Let mute hash, right? Password hash bytes. Why do they use this type credential? Okay, that's just, yeah, I don't know why. Credential length is the output length of the right algorithm. I need to do 512 here. And this is, why is the digest as a size? Probably because I haven't hit save. Yeah, it doesn't know what digest is. Digest comes from ring. Integer type suffix should be separated by an underscore. Well, they didn't do it here. They didn't do it here. How come I have to do it? Actually, I should be able to figure out the type. So then we can put mute there, right? And then we don't need to do that. It's what do you call it? Infallible. And then what we're returning is base 64 encode of that. Password hash. Borrow that. Cannot find it. That's because it's bytes, not that. I think that's it. So, final references. Go back to that one. All right. So we get the hash. It's a string. And then I'm going to want to go to game state dot... how do I get something into it? Ooh. I actually don't have access to that yet. I don't have a method for that yet. Is it append? Oh, no, no, no. I have to tell Raft I want to append it. That's how it works. Isn't that what this does? No, this is something different. Yeah, I need to actually tell Raft I want it appended. So, oh, that means this thing needs more information. Because it's at this level that we have it. So, where do I put it? I guess at the end. Self dot... where is it? Is it Raft? There's going to be a Raft sender somewhere. Oh, we don't even have it here. Yeah, I need this. Raft sync sender. I need to pass that along. All right, we need that Raft sync sender. Sending it to the replication system. All right, so we got it. This is needed in this function here. And then we just do Raft sync sender unbounded send let, because it might be a problem. So this one is the type server command, right? Raft server command add commands yes, that's what I want. The server must be leader to accept, otherwise it's, so I give a vector with one thing in it. Okay, and that one thing is going to be a game command login. And the login has server ID, client ID. So server ID, client ID, player ID. That's where I need to use that. And the password hash. Okay, is that not the right type? Can't find it in scope. Where is it? Right there? Oh, right. We're not using it. Yeah, because it goes there. I'm not needing it there. And we need to copy it. It didn't like that. What? Oh, I have to say player ID is star player ID. Oh, cool. Okay, so if... Oh no, I have compiler errors. But if this is correct, it will replicate across the server, and I should get a Raft event that's committed, and that's where we want to handle it. Okay, so here I need to add Raft sync sender. Okay, and then what am I missing here? Uh-oh. I can't use self-ID. Okay, so we will get self-ID out here. Let server ID equals self-ID. Cool. I like it when things come together. Okay, and so in here, this is where it's forwarded to us here, right? So it's going to be similar to what I do down... Okay, I don't need the bookmark there. I need it here. It's going to be similar to what I do here. So this... It's this one. Right? No. Wait a minute. Let me think about this. Yes, it would be this. Oh, shoot. No, no, no. This is right. Yeah. We just can't send back a response. Wait. Is it the whole thing? It actually might be the whole thing that I need. No, that can't be right. Okay, so if we had to forward it, because we're not the leader, if we forwarded it to another server, and that server starts handling it, but got a response back, does that mean I have to forward the response back to the other server then? I think so, right? Unless I do part of this on every server. So let's see, what part could I do? I guess I could do this part. Yeah, I guess I could do this. So break this up a little bit. Put this in one part and the rest of it in another part. That means what I'm forwarding isn't the original. Hold on, I want to see what I did in the C++ version. So I'm going to go to... it's almost 6 hours. I need to stop soon. Auth CPV. Password reset. This is not it. I just go through this. Login check. Here we go. Not JWT. We're not handling that yet. So yeah, I couldn't collapse that very well. It's not a handoff. Okay, so it might have a token. Yeah, so if we couldn't find them, we'd tell them bad password. It's gonna be 3 a.m. soon. What are you doing up, Manez? Okay, I'm just looking to see where do we do the hashing of the password. This is if we need to do a CAPTCHA check. Okay, there's a next step here. What's the next step? Complete. What's complete? Complete. What is it? Oh, we don't do anything. Okay, so then in the next function... Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know I did that. Oh, wait, no, we're just reading it in here. I think this is where we compute it, right? Yeah, I computed the hash here. Okay, so we compute the hash and then append it. This is if we're the leader, though, right? What if we're not the leader? Oh, right. Then it gets forwarded. Oh, it's forwarding the actual password across the net. Okay. But then what if it comes back as invalid? What do we do here? Oh, right. So we always append a command even if the hash doesn't match. And when the command fails on the client they're connected to, then we basically all the servers authenticate that player. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so then I don't have to worry about responding then if the hash fails. Back in your day, you had to handwrite assembly code on our Apple II computers and 64K. Yeah, that's right. Where did you get that text? Both ways uphill. That's right. I should say in the snow. In the snow, both ways, and we liked it. Okay, yeah, this is quite a bit more than I thought I was doing today. Yeah. This is doing too much. Oh, wait, no, it's not. What am I thinking of? This will always succeed. Oh, this should succeed. Okay, that's the thing. We might look up the player and know who they are, and so then forward it. And it might get to the other end, and the leader might not know who they are, and it might fail. So what do we do then? I guess there's not much we can do. It'd be very rare. It would be if somehow you deleted your account and tried to log in before that login request got accepted. Okay. Yeah, the only way this fails is if it can't find you. That's right. So then the best we can do, there's two ways I can do this. We can try best effort, which is look you up on the server you connect to, and if you're not there, tell you can't log in. The other way is like a fully safe way would be just forward it to the leader, and if the leader can't find you, then forward back the response to the original server to reply to the client. But so then that would be a full round trip for that kind of a failure. And I guess it's not too bad. So then it's yeah, let's just do that. So the where is it? The game private message? How come I don't see it? Game message? Ah, I'm lost. So lost right now. Server message, right. So the server message could be, no, it's not server message. It's private message. This one. Right, so this is forwarded client message, so we should have like forwarded client response. That's what it should be. Client ID again, and then this is a response, which is a server message. That's what it should be. Yeah. So then, back over here, we would actually do the exact same thing here, only instead of sending it directly, we would forward it back. So this over here. So if we get a response, okay, we need to know the server ID. That was given to us, right? I thought the... Oh, it didn't. No, we know who it is. It's the server ID is the connection ID. Right. That's the connection ID. This is the client ID. Right. And then if it fails, we need to actually send a message back to the other side. So that is this code here. I already know I'm going to want to make this generic because this is a real pain. And I remember doing this in C++ too. So Yeah, that replaces this code. So we would send back a forwarded client response. And the response is that response. And... oh, did I put this in the wrong place? Huh, I totally did. Okay. Alright, put it in the wrong place. Here. Replaces that. There. Alright. So that's client ID, and we're sending it to the connection ID. It's backwards this time, and response goes there. And this is response. So it has to go all the way back. Forward or forward? Oh, that needs to be added too. Right. Forward client response. Good morning. That expired? Oh, good evening. Matiso, how are you doing? I'm in the guts of this work today, where I am adding a game command processing infrastructure for forwarding messages between servers in my game, and then handling client requests on the leader to turn them into game commands and get them replicated. In order, the login mechanism to the game is the first big test of this. So this is client ID again. To response server message. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. If you have any questions, let me know. You're also welcome to keep lurking. If you're a lurker, I respect lurkers. You guys are awesome. Okay, so yeah, same kind of place we have to handle the forwarded client responses. So this is the same code that we had down here, right here. Right? But we have to look them up first. So we have to look up the connection ID. Where is that? Where do we usually do that? I hate to write something from scratch if I can find a copy of it, so I'm looking for a copy of it. These are all bad examples. Oh, here we go. Right here. If let some connection equals self connections get mutably the client ID, then connection send a public message to response. Perfect. Hey there, Uberloid. Okay. So that will this will round trip. It'll go from here to here on the other server and get sent back to the response will get forwarded back to the client. Okay. Then this appends the command. So the last thing we have to do is actually process the command when it gets committed. Right? So where is that done? Probably one of the to-dos in this file. A lot of to-dos. Can't even see the file names. Close. There it is. Actually, it's right here. I don't even have a to-do for it, but I just know it's there. Yep, there it is. So, the only thing I was doing when the log gets committed is turning on the public API if we catch up to the cluster. So, yes. So what we can do now is we can go through all the log entries from the previous commit index to this point. So that means I'm going to have to remember what the last one committed was. So should I just increment? Well, what's the interface to do? Self, Shoot. I don't have an API for this. Thanks for the follow. I need an API to actually get the commands back out. I have append. Oh, I have entries. I can use that. Wait, then, how was I using this then? Oh, I was just doing that. Okay, I understand now. Yeah, so I have access to get the entries that I want, right? It's going to give me a vector. It'd be nice if I made it so that it didn't have to clone it, though. I'll just do the cloning for now since it's easy, and I'll come back and refactor this later if I need to. So, yeah, this will need to do a self.gamestate.map mutably, actually. The function is going to take the game state, and since we're borrowing from self here, we need all the information we need up to this point from self. So let index equals self last commit index. That I'm going to need to, so we'll do a move here. I'm going to need a variable for that. So usize, and I need to initialize that. Probably 0, right? 0. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So what happened here? Missing an arm. I forgot a match arm. Handle work message. Oh, right. This just becomes to actually send it, right? Wait, didn't I already write this? Hold on. Didn't I already write that? Am I going crazy? Don't need any of this stuff. You're gonna be like those cringy YouTubers and call random things at 3 a.m.? Calling the beggar from on your rain at 3 a.m. Gone failed. Shots fired. Police called. Come on, Manez. You gotta take a break. Rest your brain. Get that sleep. Okay, this is handle game private message. Then what's going on here? Oh, that's public message. That's work message. Then why am I sending it straight to the connection here? I guess I didn't need that work message then. I guess I didn't need that. Where are all the places where that is referred to? Oh. Why did I do that? I don't know why I did that. We don't need to send it back because we're already in the context where we can deal with it. So I'm going to get rid of that and combine the two places together. Yeah, this should just go there directly, right? Let me not get confused here. Okay, I don't understand, Manus. I think it's because it's so late in the evening. Yeah, why can't I look up the connection from here? Actually, that's not what I want. I want, okay, I'm starting to fall to pieces now. This, where is that used? There. Okay. But I never actually sent it. Okay. Then that's the missing piece, I think. I need to send that to the other guy. Like I did. Oh. I see the problem. Yeah, why am I doing it with the work mess? Why do I need that? I don't need that. Why can't I just do it directly? Yeah, this... Why can't this just go down here? Like, I don't need to do that. I can just do that. 2 is leader ID. Client ID is connection ID. Oh. Let's reassign it here. Let client ID equal connection ID. Yeah, okay, so there's no reason for me to have this thing at all. Well, no, I need those, but I don't need the work item. Oh, I'm getting so mixed up now. I don't need this. I don't need that. I don't need the other thing either. I don't need these work messages. This is just done directly. I think I know why I had it queued, because this, I just at least need to make this a function. Can you recommend a crate for using a database? Depends on the database, Hero. I would pick RustQLite for SQLite. This is the one I'm using. It's pretty cool. So, open a connection, execute a statement, attach parameters, parse the columns back out for every row. It's pretty sweet. I wouldn't know about any other databases, but if I were to search for it myself, I'd probably go to librs or crates.io and just search here. Like, let's say you needed Postgres. All right? It's probably, yeah, there we go. Probably pick one that's popular. Like, the first one actually looks pretty popular. Native synchronous PostgreSQL client. I don't know how to use it. What if we wanted MySQL? SQLX maybe? There's another one. Actually, that's been recommended to me as like a good one for different databases, and that I might look into myself. Hey there, Protopoly. How are you doing today? So I don't have any personal experience with anything but RustQLite, but SQLX was recommended to me, and if in absence of a recommendation, I would just search for one that's popular that seems to have the API you want. Yeah, that's what's cool about Rust. You can just look up almost anything that you need implemented and small pieces, and someone's probably already made one for you. All right, when I get the login thing to at least make it across to the leader, I'll be happy. So, what am I missing? This is if we forward it and we send it direct. So final references. It gets forwarded over to here. We will handle that ourselves. Oh, we have to have another thing in here we have to be the leader, right? Well, if we're not the leader, what happens? If we're not the leader, we'll end up going to Raft, and then Raft will ignore us. So I think I'm just going to ignore it. If it's forwarded to us, we're going to assume we're the leader. All right, so we'll assume we're the leader. We're going to handle it. All right, and if we... Yeah, so this is where I need to fix this. I don't want to do this. I want to actually send a response back immediately. Too many bookmarks. I want this actually. Get client ID, some connection, send the response. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. Wait a minute, no. What am I thinking of? What am I doing? I need to forward it, just like I forwarded in the other direction. Ah. I am so confused. I need this. Where is that? That's here, right? But I need to send it, so similar to what I do there. This. Right here. So here we want to get the server ID, right? Which is what? Connection ID? Yep. Get back and then send a response back. Client ID and the response. Okay, if we get here, we want to forward a response back to a server. Whoops. We know about, but we do not currently have a connection. Do we hold on to the response to send later? I don't know. Hey there, PC EMD. I'm working on this game called Omni-Arena. You can try it out now. It's really just a tech demo of the engine I'm building, so there's not much here. I took a pause on the game development, though, to rewrite it in Rust. So I'm doing a lot of coding things I've done before that are working in production, but I'm doing it in Rust. The game is based, well, it's inspired by Ultima 4, Ultima 5, that kind of game. A primitive tile art with a lot of text, story-driven stuff, and still working on the mechanics of the game engine. So today, working on the login process. So the actual Rust build of the game, like, we're able to log in, but not much else. So I can say the real password here, and it's not connected because it's not running. But yeah, I'm working on being able to connect to the server and the server authenticating me and then allowing me to log in. But that's all I've gotten so far. Good night, Manez. So yeah, the notes for today, or today I should say, point here, and it's completing the code in the front end to take the username and password. We want to forward those requests to the cluster leader because I'm using a distributed system for the backend, and then put it into the distributed cluster. When it gets back out, actually do the checking and log them in or not, and then give back the results to the client. So I've been streaming for what, 6.5 hours, so I'm getting kind of tired. All right. Just need to drink water is what I need to do. I still have a 10 series card, by the way. I'm like a couple generations back as far as GPUs go. Do I just want to check to see if I've done everything? Let me get rid of all my bookmarks because I think I made way too many of them. Okay, so then where is the last commit index? It's handled there. Right, so here's where I left off with that. So basically I want to advance this index here until we get to commit index. So while index is less than commit index, index plus equal 1, and then Actually, no, I don't need to do that. What am I saying? I want to go to the game state and get the entries. Entries? Is it because it's not pub? I can't use it? Yep, private. No longer private. Ha 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 ha. Okay, so it needs the previous log index. That is in index, so it doesn't need to be mutable, really. And then after we're done, we're going to change last commit index to commit index. Oh, wait, this isn't exactly what I want, is it? Nope. I want to just get those entries. Actually, I wonder if I can just go straight to entries. If I made that public, I could. Why don't I just do that? Why do I need to go through an API? Yeah, screw this. So, no public. We're just going to say entries dot iter dot skip. Here we have to know the logic of it, though. Right, the previous log index saturating sub base index. Ooh. So I need, that's index saturating sub game state dot base. Okay, that's not exposed either. Base index. Why can't I make that public? Because it leaks a private type. Log entry with offset. Okay, this is telling me I'm doing this wrong. Okay, forget it. We're not making it public. I'm going to make another method to do this. You know what I could do is that I can just have up to or something. Or make this into a range. Can make it an inclusive range. You know what I can do is I can just rename this entries from. And then I can have a derivative of this called entries. And there it would have indices, which is a range. How do we use a range again? Just a type, right? Usize. All right, and then this would skip indices start. And it would go. How do you tell it to? Is it take? Take. Take indices dot count, right? Map them to clone and collect them. Right, so we don't need that to be public, but this one I wanted to make public. I'll need a comment for it. Wait a second. How come it says it's for an iterator? There's a kitty laying in the middle of the carpet there. All right. Just double check that count. There's a count for range. I don't see a range count. Range. Yeah, how is count working for this then? I don't know, but it is. I guess a range works as an iterator? Oh, yeah. It implements iterator. Okay, never mind then. Okay, so then if I do an inclusive range with entries, this should work. So this entries index up to commit index dot, and then I actually don't need a I could actually make this return an iterator. Well, okay, I'll do that later. To do, make this use an iterator rather than collecting into a vector and then iterating it. But right now I'm too tired to do it. So it's gonna do for command, well, for entry. What do I get back from that? I get back a log entry. I don't really care about the log entry part. I really only care about the command. Can I just make, what if I just make this commands? And this returns a vector of commands, so then I can strip away that entry veneer. Yeah, so then it's entry with offset entry.command.clone. I can't collect that. What? It's one level deeper? Oh, because it's an option. Shoot. Yeah, so I guess they're getting optional commands. Still can't collect. What's the difference now? Option log entry command. Is that because this command is a container? Oh, yeah. I want to only grab the custom ones. Actually, do I want these two? No, I don't need, those are just for Raft. I don't think I need to apply those myself. Those are done for me, right? Actually, I can't remember now. No, those are applied for me. Yeah, so I just need the custom ones. All right, so then it's going to be a dot map. Well, it's really an and then. Command. If let custom, well, command custom, right? Log entry command. Log entry. What's the dang type? I'm not importing it, am I? Okay, I need to find out. I need to look at the lib.rs of Raft. What did I call the? What did I export it as? Log entry command. That's what it is. Log entry command custom. All right. Wait, why does it say that this is different now? Oh, because that's what I was editing. Then what's this other one? Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm editing both of them at the same time. Log entry command custom command equals command. And I'll need to import that one. Yeah, there we go. All right. So if it is that, then some command, else none. Cannot move out, right? So I want to clone it. Actually, no, why can't I move out of that? Oh. Hey there, Alta 4 Stream, how are you doing? I'm actually not working on Raft, I'm using the Raft. You do a filter there? I guess so. I guess so. Yeah, I probably should. Like a filter map here, instead of a map. Then this wouldn't be an option, wouldn't it? But still I have a problem with this Cannot move out of entry with offset entry command, which is behind a shared reference. Move occurs because it has a type option, which does not implement the copy trait. I don't really understand that, though, because I thought I owned that. No, I only have a reference to it. Why do I only have a reference to it? Because this is iter. Oh, right. We haven't cloned them yet. Yes, so, we can't move it out. So I just need to borrow that, and I will, clone it here. No? Why does it think I'm moving out of that? Is it this end then? I guess we'll do an as ref. Yep. Oh, hey there, kitty. Are you hungry again? Come over here so I can grab you. I'll show you to the stream. No? Okay. What's the warning we're getting? Probably the documentation? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna, suppress that for now, put a to-do thing to document later. I'm getting tired, so I'd rather just, I wish it would tell me what it is to suppress it. I don't see it, though. Cargo Clippy will tell me. Cargo Clippy. How suppress documentation? This one. Missing docs. Whoa, how did that happen? I double-clicked and it got duplicated. So this is, allow to do. I'm tired right now. Document this later. Redundant clone because... Why? How is that a redundant clone? Oh, because I cloned it there. Yeah, alright, good. Because now we're doing a filter map, and it reduced it nicely for me. So, take the entries in the log, iterate them, skip to the start, take the count of the range that we asked for, filter through them. Well, the ones that have commands, only get the custom commands and clone them, and then collect them. That's exactly what I want. All right, so then done with that, back to here. So then, anyway, how are you guys doing? Metro Dev, Altef 4Stream, I hope you're having a good day. Yeah, so entries. Each entry should be a game command. Okay, no, we have a problem. Houston, okay, it's not entries, right? It was commands. So this is a command. Can I not make a range like that? A range inclusive. Okay, range inclusive it is. Wait, what? I can't use start and range inclusive? Why can't I use start? What? Oh, it's a method. Okay. All right. It's an inclusive range. So finally I should have a command here. Right. So now I'm going to match the command. Fill in the arms. Okay, so the only thing we can handle is a login, right? So what do we do with the login? This is where I do the check of the hash. So I need to look them up again, obviously. Hello, Kitty. Kitty's closer to me. He gets close enough, I'll snag him. Okay, this stuff, right? Oh, we don't need to iterate because we know the player ID, right? Yes. Okay, so self if let some player equal self Mute self. Actually, we're not going to mutate it right now. I just want to see it succeed. Yeah, the kitty's like just out of my range. No, not self. Game state players get player ID. Else it just occurred to me that this will either log them in or not, but we still need to get the response back. Actually, we know if the server ID is us, we know what the client ID is, and we just tell them. That's how we fix this. Okay, so get the player ID. Why is this still a problem? Did I just not hit save? I just didn't hit save. Okay. Yeah, so if they succeed, then if the player dot password hash equals password hash, then it succeeded. Otherwise, it didn't. If it succeeds, then we want, well, we'll just return the message right now. If, can I just formulate the response and just toss it if we don't need it? So like I don't know. How hard is it to give the response back? Actually, it is kind of a pain in the butt, isn't it? It's one of these things, right? Oh, why do I have both of these? Hold on, I'm not... Did I screw this up elsewhere? I think I did. Oh shoot, I did. The receiver, the server ID is not the same as the connection ID. Okay, I'm gonna need to fix that in a couple places. That would have been fixed if I used different new types for those. I should do that, because that would have detected the problem. Okay, anyway, yeah, let's just formulate the response. Let response equal. So here the response would be client message auth. Wait, I'm missing some things there. Oh, no, server message. From the server, right? From the server to the client, auth success. Otherwise, server message auth failure. This is the global auth fail response. If, yeah, otherwise it's that. Okay. So figure out if they should log in or not. What's wrong here? Oh, these have to be string from that. All right. Yeah, not right now. I'll pet him later. So if server ID is self ID, then we're connected to the client, and we should be the one to give them the response, right? So then it's this. Actually, no. The connection ID, the client ID is the connection ID. So I just need to do this. The connection ID is the client ID. And we are delivering public message. Actually, what am I doing here? Why does this say sync message? This isn't right. Wait. Am I just getting confused? I think I might be getting confused. Connections. Connection. Oh, right. We have another future handle it for us, so that's why I had to go through this sync message. So we have to do that. Okay. Yeah. See, this is what happens when you stream for like, and you work for like 6-7 hours without taking a break. Public message, and then response goes in there. right there. Actually, why is it send and not unbounded send? Because it is not an unbounded sender, right? All right, this handles it for me. Yeah, and it'll do a warning message if it couldn't send it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. This should actually work. Let's see if it works. I can't wait to try it. Cargo build. I probably have compiler errors, though. Yep, I do. Of course I do. Where are they? In the worker? Okay. What's the deal? Forwarded client message. Oh, right. This, I removed this, right? We don't need that anymore. Is that it? Nope. More errors. Where is that? In the main. Okay. Okay. Cannot move out of self. Okay, so we have a borrow issue. I was afraid of that. I'm probably using self somewhere in here somewhere. Oh, yep. I can't do that then. Right. Well, I could do that if I borrowed the connections too. So if I did something like let connections equal mutable reference to self connections. Do I need mutable reference? I do. Okay, so then, well, actually, I don't know. Yeah, I do. Okay, so can I do that? Yes, and then I can then use connections instead of self. I actually also need self ID. So let self ID equals self dot ID. So self underscore ID, then I can use connections instead of self connections. Okay, cool. And then I get a warning. So do I deal with the warning now? Okay, that's just a cleanup code. I want to see it working, man. Damn it. Oh, the orchestrator needs to be updated because there are messages that it might get that it should just ignore. Okay, we'll fix that right now. That is easy to fix. I just need to add some match arms saying unexpected messages. Yeah, so these two private messages, the orchestrator should never see these. So we'll just do the same kind of handling that we did before. So we should say, actually, this is what I want. Peer unexpectedly gave us a forwarded client message or a forwarded client response. And do I care about these? I guess I don't. They should never happen. If they do, I want to see it in the log file. I really won't care what the parameters were. All right. I'm just wondering, do I need to redeploy the orchestrator? To do that, I need to do build release bin orchestrator. Won't hurt. Just take a little bit of time. Time to hydrate? Do I have enough time? I did have just enough time. Copy target release orchestrator.exe to stage. Stage orchest. Oh, I didn't package the other build. So w package r200 alpha, then stage orchestrator localhost. Cool. Okay, we got a leader of the cluster. Let's try to log in. Wrong window. This one. Let's clear all these things. Okay, Raimu123. Login. I don't know what happened. What happened? Sending new commands. Did it not? It didn't advance the commit index, though. Oh, it did. It did advance the commit index. But it never sent a reply back. Yeah, it should be in the log now. I can peek at the log and see it. It's going to be binary. I won't be able to understand it, but we can at least look at it. So yeah, that's good so far, that the command would make it into the log. So it should be a really long file name with, yeah, this one. Open show hex dump. Okay, there we go. There's the command. I think that's it right there. Command 5, or is it this one, 1? I can't remember what the binary format of this is. How would I tell that? It would be game command. No. It would be log entry. Entry. This one. So it's 0, 1, 2. So there should be a 2 in there somewhere. Yeah, 2. And then 5 is which. What would the 5 be? Yeah, the hash is base 64, so that's the hash of the password. So if I did it right, then that should match what I have in the database for my password hash, if I entered it correctly. I guess I can verify that. So I can open the actual database. That one I can open because I have a plugin for it. There we go. I just need to make my own plugin to read my own log file. Players. How come I can't? Oh, because it's here somewhere. It's just hiding. This one. All right. Is that the password hash? Something tells me it's not right because the password hash is a really long string. Something tells me I screwed that up. Oh no, here it is. There it is. JSXQ. That's remarkable. It starts with JSX. JSXQJY. JSXQJY. There we go. And it ends with YI equal. I don't think it worked. I think it got truncated. That really looks truncated to me. Why would it be truncated? I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at this wrong? I don't know. Huh. Well, that's disappointing. Should be much longer than that. Can I grab that string? Put it there? How do I get it as text, though? I don't think I can, actually. I have to do like this kind of business. Right? And then we'll pull from this query, this whole string. Copy. Paste. Yeah, it got truncated. Look at that. It was fine up until here, and then it just kind of stops. But it should go longer. Oh, did I pick the wrong hash algorithm again? Did I pick 256 instead of 512? I bet you it's something like that. First slash? No, there's slashes inside there. I'm gonna hope that it just was that I picked the wrong hash function. Close database. Oh, it could be that I just truncated it by yeah, I bet I picked the wrong one. Let's look. PBKDF. No, I picked 512. Oh, is this right length wrong? What is that length? 512 divided by 8. In bytes. What is that? 64? Is that 64? Having trouble with math right now. Yes, it's 64 bytes. How, I'm wondering if I'm using the wrong number, though. It doesn't seem right to me. I can't find my own files. Oh, because it's in stage. What am I doing? Right here. Open database. I shouldn't have closed it. I don't know why I closed it. I thought I guess I was just hopeful I didn't need it anymore. And then the other one was the, why did I close the other one too? This one. Hex dump. Yeah, this. Actually, I can see how many bytes it is, right? That's 16 times 4, 48. Actually, that is 64 bytes, right? No, it's not. 64 bytes in base 64 would be how many? Times 3 divided by 2, something like that. I have a feeling, yeah, that I'm using the wrong number in this. Credential length. See, they use 256, but I did switch it to 512, but yeah. How many is this? 16 times 4 is 64. Why am I having such a hard time thinking right now? 5 times 16 plus 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 9. Times 2 divided by 3. Times 3 divided 2. Is it times 4 divided by 3? No. Divide 3 times 4. Now I screwed it up. 80 plus 89, right? 89 times 3 divided by 4. That's not right either. I can't remember the calculation for going from the number of characters in base 64 to the number of bytes. I thought it was 4 to 3, but I guess okay, let me think about this. Let me just look it up. Now I feel like I'm going way off into the weeds, but that's okay. Is it 7 bits? It's 6 bits into 8, right? Six bits. So, yeah, it's 6 over 8. right? 3 over 4? Oh, but there was padding in there, right? 2 things of padding. So it's like 87 times 3 divided by 4, or 88 times 3 divided by 4. Something like that. I can't use the calculator. 88 times 3 divided by 4, 66 bytes. That's just not right. It's pretty close. Actually, but we know that the real hash was double this size. So, okay, there's something wrong with what they're telling me here for the credential length. Credential. I don't think that that's for 512. I did do 512. I don't think that's the right number to use. I think I'm supposed to use that, not that. They said output, but I think it's block length that I want. But I can't remember now. Do I need to look at my own code for PBK DF2? Maybe. Close database. Let's find it. I still have that code around here somewhere. Was it in hash? Hash. Source. PBK DF2. All right, the returned hash. Okay, let's just search for this. I have 512 here for that. Not 64. That can't be right though. Can it? Maybe the hashes I've been generating have always been too long. Is that possible? That'd be extremely embarrassing if true. So I've been storing 512 characters when I really only need 64 of them. I guess we'll look at the database. And I already closed it again, like a fool. Okay. Stage. GameDB. Open the database. Show me the players. Okay, and then grab this string and see how long it is. File new. 685 columns. I think this is way too long of a hash, and really the only first 64 bytes are what we need. If they're correct here, if I only need that for the hash, so I don't know who's right. Either they're right or I'm right. I guess it really doesn't matter, right? So let me have it match what I'm doing, and then maybe I'll put a note that says I might be collecting more bytes than I need, right? So if I put, essentially I'm doing 512, which is what? None of these, right? It's just 512. So I'll just do 512 here. Can I put that in comments? No. Can I use a C-style comment? Yes, I can. 512 to do. I may be using way too many bytes for the hash. The documentation for ring PBK DF2 shows using which is 512 divided by 8, which is 64. bytes. Okay. That's one problem that I need to track down, but I guess I'll keep this around and run it again now. And, well, let me blow away the logs, because otherwise it's going to look confusing. So, yeah. Delete, stage, delete all the logs. Delete the logs, like you never saw it. Cargo build. Package. Run. Okay, and then I need to fix this other thing that is reporting that so much. Wrong window. Raimu, 1, 2, 3. Oh, this never replied to me, right? So let's just hit cancel. Raimu, 1, 2, 3. Log in. Okay, now what do we get? Okay, so there's something with the replying back to the client that's not working, but it did advance the log. So now I can look at the log again, which I didn't pin down, so I need to find it again. Could it be that U32 try from doing some truncation? No, that actually is just the number of bytes. They that's why I looked at my own code for I don't have it up here anywhere, but my PBKDF2 code is getting 512 bytes for that algorithm. But their example, they only reserve the number of bytes equal to the output length of the digest algorithm, which for SHA-512 is only 64, not 512. So it might be that I misinterpreted the algorithm and I implemented it badly, and my hashes are 8 times as long as they need to be because I took 512 bits and interpreted it as bytes. Alternatively, they could be just getting the first 1/8 of it, and maybe they're wrong. So I don't know who's right. I'd have to look at the algorithm again. Either my hashes are too long or their hashes are too short, either by design because they only care about the front end of the hash, or maybe they just mistaked bytes for bits. I don't know. I'll have to look it up. But this is the 512 character long, right? If I do 512 times 4 divided by 3, I should get 682 padded up to 685. So that's the correct number of characters, right? For if it's 512 bits. Bytes. 512 bytes, right? If it's 512 bits, it should only be 64 character long hash. I'm going to guess that I made a mistake and I let the digest thing gather 8 times as many bytes as it needed to. Because, yeah, it just seems excessively long now that I think about it. It may include the salt, but I think the salt is the same length. Pretty sure. At least the same salt that I picked. Yeah, you could be right. It could be that I picked this salt to be long intentionally, but their thing should have included that, right? Salt is self-salt. What does their self-salt do? So what is the length then? dB salt component. So we don't know how long the salt is, really. Anyway, I'm probably wrong. They're probably right, but well, who knows? I was going to look at the log. That's what I was going to do. Stage. It's a tiny window that I'm navigating through here. I'll pin the file this time. Okay, there it is. Pin it. Show hex dump. Actually, I'll just pin the hex dump. It still seems short. Did I miss something? Did I mess something up? Did I not build it or something? I did build it. I don't know what's going on then. Delete logs. Package. Maybe I didn't package or something. Run. Oh, it didn't, it's not showing the actual file contents. Let me get it back. Probably because we deleted it. Wait. How does it in there again? Wait. I deleted it. How is it actually putting it back? Oh, is this continuously trying to connect? Oh, I think it might have been. Let's hit back so it doesn't do that again. Okay, I don't know what's going on. I had no idea what I'm doing wrong. When the log gets created now, there's nothing connected to it. It's not connected at all, right? So the log should be pretty empty. The log should be empty. I don't know why the log is not empty. I don't see how that's possible. When it loads, what is it loading? Loaded game, loaded the base, new log started. Yeah. I don't know what it's writing then. Is it a different file name and I'm just blind? 416411315. Show hex dump. Why is there that junk in it? And now I'm getting frustrated. Dir stage. Yeah, there's only 3 bytes in it. This hex edit thing is wrong. Okay, then I can't trust that hex edit tool. It's showing me some kind of weird cache of it. Is there like the hex editor? Open with hex editor. Okay, there's only 3 bytes in it. Okay, it's the hex editor I can't trust. Okay, screw the hex editor. Oh, thank you. Okay, it's my hex editor was screwing me over. Let me try this again. Clear that. I said clear it. Okay, log in. Log in. That should have updated. Do I need to like close it and open it again? Okay, there it is. And it's got the full hash in it. It ends in yi equals. Okay, good. So the command is getting into the log at least. Hexel? Yeah, I don't know why the this hex dump is it's showing me like old data. I don't have the file pinned or anything. I don't know why it's doing that. Let me just open it from the other directory. It's some kind of weird cache, I guess. Yeah, so here's what it actually has. Maybe I just need to restart the damn thing. Hey there, Great Jack. My tools are frustrating me today. What am I doing today? I'm handling login stuff. we got the login request to get into the game log, and I'm trying to handle the part where we get a response back. So we're authenticating where we're not getting a reply back. And I wanted to first make sure the command was getting in there. So it's getting in there, and I just need to verify now, is it being processed? It should come back out when we commit. I just don't know if that's happening. So let's close this. It looks like the password hash is correct. It should come back and get verified. Up here, right? So yeah, we should get this event. We should, I guess I should just debug this, right? Something like info. Applying command, just do that, right? Index, oh, I guess I would have to do enumerate. Iter enumerate. Command. And I suppose, what happened here? Was that because of this iter? So maybe into iter would help? Yeah. And this is probably complaining that it's too complex, right? Yeah, too many lines. We'll fix that later. Allow too many lines. To do, refactor this. All right, it's like, shush, compiler, I'll get back to it. This is probably telling me what? Map or else instead of if else let. Yeah, I don't want to deal with that right now. I'm tired. I'll deal with this later. I didn't mean to comment it out. Allow. To do. I'm tired. We'll deal with this later. Alright, just getting the yellow squiggly lines out of my way. I know I need to refactor just by how much indenting we have. But this is the final push to get it working. Get it working, then make it right, then make it fast. Is there a quick fix here? Gosh, I hope so. So I really just want to see it in the log. Something like info authentication success, authentication failure. And this would be player not found. Okay, and then this should say info sending response back to client. Might as well print the client ID. Actually, that goes here. This should be something like would like to send response back to client. And then if we can find it, then we do it. All right, let's build. Oh, I want to get rid of this. This one was really as frustrating. It was really getting in the way. So is now. So let's hack this for now and have it only print that out if it's different. So if leader is not equal to self cluster leader. That to do. This is a workaround. Raft should not give us this event if leadership didn't actually change. And I might as well move that into there, right? Looking at the entire automatic fix when not sleepy. Yeah, I'll do it when I'm refreshed. I just want to get this done. All right, cargo build. Like I have a few warnings I could fix. Don't feel like it right now. Let's delete the log. Because what it'll happen is it's going to try to reapply the things that already happened, and that's just going to confuse me. Package and run. Election timeout, we have a leader now? No, we have RPC timeouts. That's interesting. Oh, a login just went through. Was that this client sitting there trying to log in the whole time? I think it was. It was retrying. Oh, that's right. I did that intentionally. That if it couldn't connect, it would keep retrying. Okay, so the login went through. Success, right? Success, but it never actually tried to send a reply. Oh, that's right. I remember saying to myself, that ID is wrong. Yeah, there is no server, there's no connection for server 1. Yeah, this is wrong. Servers are 10, 11, and 12, right? So it's never going to match. The server ID is wrong. So let's wipe, we have to wipe the log then, because the log is incorrect. All right, and then, yeah. Let me go from the beginning then. Yeah, if I had name types, it would have helped. Because what's happening is I'm using a server ID in place of, I'm using a connection ID instead of a server ID. So it comes in with handle private message, right? Handle public message. And it asks, please log me in. And yeah, that's the correct ID if we were the leader. But if we're not the leader, the client ID is the connection ID, yes. But we need to forward it. Right, so how is this handled? Find all references. Okay, don't care about the orchestrator. Wait, what? Oh, right. If it comes from the admin, it doesn't make sense. If it comes from the player, yes. I mean, what am I saying? What am I saying? Yeah, yeah, the authentication won't be forwarded, but this will. So then, right. This connection ID, we have to find which server it was. So, I think that's in connection, actually. Yeah, so this is where the type is wrong. So it should be connection dot ID or something like. What's in connection, actually? I suppose I should just do this on the outside then to get the connection. And this goes here. And there is no else here. Because it's only if we have a response to send. Yeah, okay, so then I think there's something available through this connection. Peer, I think. Yeah, and then, yeah, it'll be a peer, a realm server, and then that's their server ID. That's correct. Okay, so then, oh, yeah, we should check that. It has to come from a realm server. It doesn't make sense to come from anyone else. So, if let peer, well, we should get the connection all the way outside, really. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. If let peer realm server ID equal connection dot the problem is that this match goes clicking the wrong thing. Goes here. connection dot peer. Huh. All right. Then we can do all of this. Actually, I guess I could do an early return if it's not. If not matches. No, I need to get the server ID. So all of this, sure. My indentation's all screwed up now, though. What arm am I missing? Okay, that's what I'm missing there. All right, yeah, this is all messed up. This, yeah. Okay, this else goes on to here. All right, I think I got it. Hey, Cthulhu. Marathon stream. I know, but I want to get it. I want to get it working. I want to get it working. How are you doing, Cthulhu? So, if we still have a connection, and if they are a realm server, then we can do all this stuff. If it's not a realm, actually, this else is in the wrong place. This should have some kind of warning that we got a message we didn't expect. Yeah. One of these, right? Unexpected forwarded client message. Message. What else do we get out of this client ID? Well, for blank client ID. Yeah. And I need to do the same thing down here too, because this is also wrong. What should we be up to, Cthulhu? I've been up to making really messy code. So, okay, this server ID is what I really needed down here. That was the whole bug, right? And what's wrong with this? Right, we need to copy it. So, then we record who it came from so that it can make its way back correctly. Wow, what's going on here? Yeah, the indentation's all bad. Yeah, so we need to forward a response back to the client, and we're sending it back to who we got it from, because we already, yeah, we don't need, we can just pong it right back. Okay, so if we get one of these, actually, no, then it doesn't, I don't care who I got it from. We're just going to say if it's our client, if we have a client for that, send it. Yeah, okay. So hopefully that just fixes it. Wouldn't it be great if it just fixed it? It would be great. Package the code. Run the code. Oh, it was still trying. Did we get a success? No, we still didn't get a message back. Server ID is correct, though. It says server 12. Would like to send a response back to client 5. Sending response back to client 5. Authenticate, but it doesn't show it got anything back. Okay, let me, oh. No, it did. We just didn't print it. It no longer says logging in. I forgot to print when we log in successfully in the front end. Okay, log out. That was weird. Back shouldn't have done that. Okay, there's some front end issues, obviously. So we'll try again here, right? Log in Raimu with a bogus password. Authentication failure. Invalid username or password. Okay, good. Why did it take so long to do that, though? Huh. I wonder why it takes so long. Maybe because it's a debug build? Probably because it had to forward it. Yeah, and I'm not printing when I'm doing that too. I should do that. Yeah, all three servers basically what ends up happening is anything that goes into the game log as a game command gets executed by every server in the cluster. So they're all going to verify that the hash because they all have the same state, they should all get the same result. The point of that is that if any server goes down, you have two other servers that did the authentication and know that the player's the right player, right? So they're all three going to get an authentication failure, but only the one that's actually talking to the server is going to send the response back. These other ones say, okay, just don't change my state. This one's don't change my state. Oh, but that happens to be my client, so I'm going to send them a response. Right. And so if I do a correct password, then it succeeds, and we get the response back to the correct place. All right, cool. That's awesome. So I need to add some logging to the server. I don't need to print out this enormous hash. I need to find out why that hash is so big, if it's correct size or not. Let's just do some cleanup. One thing I want to clean up is once we're logged in, this should disappear. And it's not. I should also print something here. So let's do those two things in the front end. Actually, first I should commit to Git. Well, it's like now that I got it working, we should check it in, right? Okay, what did I have to change in the UI? Oh, I didn't check this in before I worked on the back end. What was this? Okay, yeah. This is print out log message when disconnecting from server. And that can just be staged on its own, right? Commit that. Actually, that's a one line. That just can put there. Well, no. This is too big. So this is more debugging. All right. Step dev, why is your hash so big? Okay, this line means stop trying to log in. Well, stop trying to log in if... Oh, let me find that again. There are too many files I have open. It was this one. Oh. I removed that line. Why did I remove that line? Oh, right. So this is, don't assume we're no longer trying to log in just because we decide to disconnect from a server. So don't drop login credential on disconnect. Right, that's what that change was. This is when we actually cancel it. We drop our login credential, right? And we log out. Right, so that's that change. So drop login credential when canceling login. Canceling should have two L's, right? My British friends would probably agree with that. Canceling login or logging out. Drop login credential on cancel logout. Okay, and then there's one more UI fix that was there, right? This one. This had to do with on line 188. What's that? This one. Right, disconnect if we fail to log in, right? Disconnect if server rejects our login request, login authentication, requests our login credentials. disconnect on failed login. All right. Okay, that's all the front end stuff I did. Now the back end stuff. So add forwarding of client messages and responses between Realm servers. That's part of that change. This was because of that. Yeah, these are all related. So those two go together. So does that. All right, so now we added our very first game command, player login. Hooray. Yeah, I need to fix that up. Add game state commands used to retrieve the game commands that should be applied when log entries are committed on a server. All right. And then this was actually the job of a subsystem in my game called the executor, and I don't actually have that yet. Makes me think I should probably go back to the Realm server design and rethink it, and if it's still correct, then I should move this code, or the code that calls this, into something called an executor. That's not an appropriate change. That's an accident. So let me go that server interface. Okay. In game state. Oh no, that was another fix. Wait, line 485. Oh yeah, we needed that. Right, so map mute was missing. Right, that's an actual fix. So actually allow the function given to game state map mute to mutate the state. It didn't before. It was only given a immutable reference. Okay, so that's a rename. Rename game state entries to game state entries from. Let's do it this way. Rename entries to entries from. There. That's all that. Okay, now player. Right, so implement debug trait for player ID. And here's where most of the differences are going to be, right? Okay, and I won't bother cleaning up in this commit. I'll clean it up in the next commit. So this is handle player login request by forwarding it to the leader, where the password is hashed and compared to what's stored in the game state. Well, this is saying we're doing a lot for that. That took a while to do, and there's lots of subcomponents of that, but I don't think I need to go into it here. What else did I do? Yeah, that's this is the executor. The log committed, what do we do with it? That probably I'll need to refactor out, because there's going to be a lot of commands and a lot of things it can do. Okay, leadership change. Yes, so track which server is the cluster leader. And track the latest, well, keep track. This should also say keep track. Keep track of how many log entries have been committed. Actually, I just thought of a bug. I initialized it to 0, but I really should initialize it to the base index of the game state. Right now it's going to do a saturating sub, which will go 0 minus something, but then keep it at 0. So we should be fine, but yeah. It's sort of sloppy. Actually, I guess it's okay to do that, right? Start handling player login requests. Yes. That's the hashing stuff. Okay. Then this is good. I don't know why that's needed. It probably isn't, actually, so they'll probably end up removing that. But I'm just going to check it in because I'm tired. Work in progress, implementing player login system. Commit. Yay. Now, before I do refactoring and cleanup, I want to do a little bit of fixing in the UI, right? So it doesn't, this screen doesn't, I'm in the wrong place anyway. When I log in, Raimu123, it doesn't just make this disappear like it should. I have to hit back first. I want it to disappear that. It also doesn't say that we successfully logged in. So those are two things I need to do. Thank you for the follow. So the first thing was making the dialogue go away, making the modal go away when we successfully authenticate, right? So who should do that? Let me think about that. I don't think the login actually doesn't get anything in its props to know if it succeeded or not. The login in progress will go to none, but there's nothing to tell this to exit out. So do we just pop it in the in here on auth success then? I suppose so. Yeah, we're switching. So I guess we'll just pop. Let's just say self dot which modal is which modal. It just none, right? No modal. And that was one fix. The other one was I wanted to print something when it succeeded. Yeah, so we're only printing it here, but I'm not printing it here. I guess logged in as the player. Yeah, username. Successfully logged into server blank as blank, right? Username. What happened there? Shared reference move out. Yeah, let's just borrow it. Okay, so let me verify that those actually worked. Oh, we have errors? No, recompiling. There we go. Recompiling, reloading. All right. Oh, no, not this. Shoot. It's been a while since I got that. We got to restart NPM. When that happens. It's probably a bug in Webpack for that. Recompiling Webpack. Oh, there we go. All right. Let me verify I didn't break login as admin. Okay, that works, right? Authentication succeeded, and we're good. Log out, right? Now, log in. Let me try the correct password first. Log in, logging in, logged in. Successfully logged in. Great. Now let me try invalid password. Blah, blah, blah. Logging in. We have invalid username password. Great. So then how about we try a bogus username? Yeah. So it's actually much faster because it doesn't make it through the log. It just gets rejected out of hand. So there is arguably a security issue there that if we pick a valid username and an invalid password, because it takes longer to check, an attacker might be able to say, oh, there's a username Raimu. But is there a username Raimu too? No, because it came back really fast. So the speed at which we reply might give away who's the user. So I need to think about that at some point, but not today. Okay, I like how the front end is, I think, is done for today. So I'm gonna check that in. Yes. And those were two separate fixes, so these are two separate commits, right? This one can be by itself, right? So this is fix number, whoops. Just that line, please. Stage selected lines, yes. All right. So dismiss login modal on login success. Error. All right. And then this one was to just print something out. So log console message on login success. Awesome. All right. So backend, I think I just want to clean it up. Oh, I wanted to fix that raft thing. The raft thing is important to me because that's a reusable library, so I hate having a bug there. So let's just close everything. Close the database. All right. Now I should be able to set up a test that detects that it's actually sending the event twice when it should only send it once, right? The server tests. Like the replication stuff, there should be one where we do heartbeat. What we'll see now is on a heartbeat, we're going to see another leader change message when we shouldn't. First, leader send heartbeat. It's one. I actually want to do follower receive heartbeat. Is that this? They're all rejects. Okay, maybe I don't have a test case for it. Huh. I'm surprised. I don't have a test for heartbeat. I guess we'll just make one, like follower accepts heartbeat. Sure. So we'll just take this test and duplicate it. And I guess I'll just put it at the end, because why not? And we'll call it follower accepts heartbeat. Append entries. All right. So then here's the baseline. Here's the initial leadership change. Right. And then we expect that the response is sent. We verify the log is correct. Wait a minute. That's not right. Where's the reject? Oh, right. It's in here. Success fault. Yeah, so something's wrong with this. Oh, because the other test had the wrong base, the wrong previous index. So this should be like 0, 0, term 1. Expect leadership change from server 6. Commit index is none because that's 0. I can't remember what is that. Oh yeah, that's if it gets committed. So it didn't. Expect state change. True, right? Why is this? Oh no, we're not gonna. Right, this handles the state change. Success true. Next would be 1, term 1, and this should append a no op entry. So this should have this no op entry. Oh wait, no, it's a heartbeat. So yeah, nothing. Yes. So this test should pass as it is, but then I'll add the condition where to make it fail. Oh no, it panicked. What did I get? Term is wrong. Should be 4, but it's 1. Oh, where did I have 4? Oh, right here. Yep. Actually, this is all. This I don't actually care about. I don't care about any of this. What I should do is just delete all this and do that, and then have like expect no leadership change. expect no leadership change, which I probably don't have a helper for yet, but we'll make one. It's going to be the same thing as this, right? So expect no leadership change, no leader ID, expect no leader change now, no leader ID. All right, and then where is it? This. A simpler version of that. Expect no leadership change now means that we expect to get to the end. So we would not have an expect. How does this work? Right, it would be while let event equal that. If we see one, it's an error. Unexpected leadership change to blank. No assert matches, it's just a panic. Yeah, I think that's what I want. Why is there a comma there? I don't know. Now. There. What happened here? I thought the while let took care of that. Oh, it's an option. How did it become an option? What? option? That's why that flatten is there, right? It just turns it into a single option. But I thought the while let... Oh, it should just say while let some event, right? Yeah. Yeah, while it's some. Because none means there's no more events to process. So, yeah. Now what's wrong with this? No argument. All right. Run it. I expect it to fail. Yep. Unexpected leadership change to sum 6. Okay, let's fix it. Actually, this is not needed. These are defaults, so I really don't even need them. That's okay. So to fix it, now that I have a test in place, I'm going to go to where that code is. That's in the the append entries, right? Well, when we receive and append entries. Yeah, so that's process append entries. It's been 21 minutes since the Epic Unknown said that. That's one of the issues that we ran into, Nightshade Dude, is that it turns out I am storing password hashes that are 512 characters long, and it might be I only need the first 64 characters. Either that or the example in Ring is where they say output length here is too short. But I am guessing that I just got it wrong. Okay. I think it's this, right? We don't want to send it if it's the same. How do we know it's the same, though? We have to remember what it was the last time. Actually, we know it will be the same unless we had to do this, accept an update term, right? That's the only possible way it could be a new leader, is if the term got updated. So I can just put return, I can include that again in here. In fact, is it safe to assume that? Can I just do that? We're either going to reject the append because the term is less than the current term, or we might reject it because we are the leader and we don't accept a leader from the same term, or it'll be, or we're not a leader and we're, okay, actually, it might be that they're equal and we accept it because we get it from a different leader. So, wait a minute. How do we get into this path here? Let me think about this. We're in the same term, but we're not the leader, but someone else, oh, right, I know how, because we tried to become the leader, but someone else beat us to it. So we would have been a candidate. So still the leadership change we want. So it's more than just accept and update term. It's, yeah, so that's not correct. We can't do that. Maybe the safest thing to do is to just record who the leader is. Maybe update this to record who we think the leader is now, and then if it changes, do that. That's probably the smartest, right? Okay, so let me think about this. This would become an option usize. Right. And then that will break a bunch of things. Yeah, so false becomes none. This becomes none. Right, so here's where we can fix it. So if not matches self.leader known some sender ID, let's pull this out. Actually, it's in 3 places, right? So let leader is some that. Then we can just put that there. Actually, I guess we can't do that. It has to be, oh, right, I can't do that here. It has to be like some, can I say, leader known if leader known. Why am I doing matches then? Let's just say if leader self.leader known, if leader is not equal to leader known, then leader known is leader, and then announce it. Enough said, right? And then I'll probably want this in the other place too, although I'm not going to bother making a test for it because it shouldn't be possible to receive a snapshot from a leader you never talked to before, but we'll do it anyway. And then this should be is none. And then rerun my test. See it pass. And what's the last step? Last step is to run all the raft tests. Hey there, Sir Skull Legend. Oh, I got a failure in one of my tests. Yeah, I fixed something in my raft implementation. And it looks like I broke something when I made my code changes, so I need to see if it's the test is fragile or I really did break something else. Okay, it's failing because unexpected leadership change. Should we expect a leadership change? Follower installs snapshot same configuration. So, sure. Oh, okay, this is getting an install snapshot from out of the blue. But where is it failing? 1784. Here. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we will expect a leadership change before we expect. Oh no! No, wait. What? Sweet chat? Yeah, that's Stream Parrot again. It's the same. It's the same chat overlay, but Chris added the hacker mode or hacker theme, so we turned that on. In setting and install snapshot, and then expect a leadership change, and then we should see that the timer got canceled. So wait a minute, when is it happening? Expect install snapshot response now. How is it getting there? Am I looking at the right test? I'm probably not. No, that is... Oh, wait, but that is never called. Oh, that's called though. From here? Yeah, okay, that's the problem. Well, wait, we got two of them then? I don't get it. We shouldn't get one more there. We already expected one and got it, so what happened here? Expected leadership. Yep, fair. Yep, it is. We got two of them. We got one there and then another one there. Why would that happen? I must have broken it. So let's go to process install snapshot. That's what we're sending it, right? Install snapshot. Okay. Oh, I did break it. Look at that. I didn't delete that. What did I do here then? Okay. This is why we have unit tests, to catch when I make mistakes, right? I need to be in the raft folder for this. All right, go down to here. Yeah, that should replace some code over there. So what about this over up here? Yeah, so I had spread those lines out for some reason. I don't remember why. So, why become follower first? Why does it matter? Why don't I just do that there? I think that's the right thing to do. What's process append entries do? Oh. We only... Okay, we don't... Where... Oh, right, it's part of this thing, right? No, where do we revert to follower here? Blah, blah, blah. Oh, is it inside of here? Nope. Okay, then where do we refer to follower on receiving append entries? I'm confused. Yeah, so let's say we're the leader or something, we receive something else, and it's a new term, right? Accept and update. Update persistent storage. Leader commits that, yes. Leader, some new leader. Oh, is it this one? Ah, yeah. Because here we'll revert to follower, right? Maybe not. All right, there it is. There's where we do it. Why did I do it there for append entries, but for install snapshot, I did it here? Why didn't I do it inside of here? I could have just done it there. I don't know. Okay, anyway, that's why that bug happened. So, it should pass now. All right. And then we're going to check it in. So this is all about don't send redundant leadership change events. Commit. So now I should be able to take out the workaround I put in the game server. So let's follow the to-do trail. Vector, so we don't need to look it up. Get the, okay. A lot of to-dos, actually. A lot of things I need to clean up. Refactor this. I'm tired, deal with this later. Okay, here we go, workaround. So I shouldn't need to do this now. I should just be able to say that. Wait, cargo build. From the root directory. This I should stop. I shouldn't be building I should just exit this shell. I should be building from shell 1. Okay. Then package. And let's delete the log. I'm deleting the log because otherwise it's just going to fill up with older attempts to log in and stuff. And then run. Okay, so we only get one. Oh, what happened here? Leader 11. Oh, we just get some RPC timeouts? Interesting. I wonder why I'm getting RPC timeouts now. Is it just too slow? Weird. Okay, anyway. Leader is 11. We only got one notice. Let's log in. Rimu 1, 2, 3, log in. Logged in. Log out. Okay, so check that in. Nearing the end of the stream. Wow, it's past 8 hours. I'm doing more than a full day of work today. Okay, so remove workaround about RAF problem now that it's fixed. Okay, some cleanup here. I don't think we need to see the full password hash there. So how do I avoid showing the full password hash? I guess implement debug for that type myself. So that's game command. Right, so because we're deriving the debug, it's just going to print all of this stuff. I'm wondering if things like server and client ID will be what am I trying to say? I wonder if those will be common for every command, but probably they won't. So I think for now I'm just going to implement it myself. For game command. Use standard format debug. I wonder why I didn't have to do that for derive. Alright, so then this is all a matter of match self, right? If it's a login, then we're going to write to F. What does it look like now? It looks like login. So server ID client. So I can abbreviate this, right? Server. I can do whatever I want in the print. Oh, what I'm working on currently? Just hopped into the stream. Completely new viewer. Oh, welcome. Slushy streams. Yeah, take a look at the game there. The chat box is made by CM Griffing, who might be streaming now. I don't know. He's a great web dev. I am using it. That he wrote it, and this the theme that's on there now is the hacker theme. He just added that. Thank you for the follow. Client ID. I guess I'll just replicate this, but then just not show the hash. So player ID, and then just end it like that. So server ID, client ID, player ID, and then end it, and then just put a dot here. What happened there? Oh, right. I think we have to escape these, right? No, not these. What am I doing? Undo. Just that one. Get rid of that. Oh, that's how we escape it. Fine. I didn't know that. To do the same thing on that, I guess. There we go. Okay, cool. So what else do I want to clean up here? What about this do I want to see different? I kind of want to see, maybe not an info level. I think we want to see it at a debug level. So where did that happen? Applying command? Yeah, so let's tune that down to debug. And then I think I want to see another couple other debugs. I want to see where it actually forwarded the request. See you, Dr. Padawan. Forwarding the request. I want to debug whenever it does that. Where am I going to look for that? Forward. There we go. This should say unexpected. So I can like make a debug, or maybe it's a trace, I don't know. It's going to be really annoying to see a lot of them when the game is running. But I will only really want to see it if I enable debug, right? So here we go. Here, right? Debug. Forward client message from blank blank. I guess we'll say received client message from blank blank. Received forwarded. I know it doesn't have to be perfect. Why don't we just say forwarded and forwarding? And from and to, and that should be good enough. And this should also have something in here, right? Yeah, it's bad that I'm just blindly doing that, isn't it? I can do that because I didn't need all this other stuff. I'll just print it out debugging. Forwarded client response to client ID there. All right. And then where we actually do the forwarding. That's going to be in a lot of places, though. I wonder if send can handle that. Maybe it's good enough to have it in one place. Yeah, let's just see what it looks like. So, is this still running? It is. So, cargo build. I should also, before I run this, just to save time, I should see if there's anything else I want to see. Oh, we're never printing that the client wanted to log in the first place. And when they do log in, we're not saying who they are. That's bad. We just say player ID 1. Yeah, we should do that. So, actually, it's right here. Where exactly? Here. Start handling player login requests is where it is. I should do a debug here. Or, actually, this doesn't happen too often, so we can make it an info. Yeah, right here. Info. We can say client ID. Logging in as that, which is username. And then where we handle the commit. I really only care to check it for the one that's actually connected to the client. So that should be in here, right? Oh, we should get rid of that would like to also. Yeah. I don't think I need to see this. Let's get rid of that. Yeah. Okay, we are printing something, but it's doing it on 3 servers. I guess that's okay. I should print more though, right? What to print? Info. Player logged into server via client. Player dot name. Server ID, client ID. I didn't want to fold that. Is that because this string is too long? Yeah, I need to clean this up. It's indented too much. Ah! All right, so this is player not logged into. Bad password for player. I don't really care about this so much. Login attempt failed for player whoever. Bad password. I think I also want this to be in quotes and escaped if there's weird Unicode in it. Okay. Login attempt failed for player unknown. And this is going to be player player number, whoever. Player ID, because we don't know who they are. Oh, to match that up, then I'm going to want to do when they try to log in, I want to print their ID too. Logging in as that. Print that string. So username and should have like player ID. And this can go here. And this should actually have an info here. Bad. Yeah, this another player unknown, it can happen earlier too. It can happen right here. And we'll include the connection number here. Login attempt failed for player blank, connection unknown. So this is client ID, player ID. Player ID isn't known here. Why not? Oh, this is if we know their name. Username. Okay, so we could two places where we can fail because we don't know them. Either we don't know them by name, or we found an ID and then later we forgot who they were because they deleted their user account before the login was completed. Okay, so then which I don't actually think is possible. So I'm gonna try this out. If it looks good, then I'll probably end the stream and keep working on this the next time. Oh, there's some things to clean up. Let's take the opportunity to clean those things up. So I don't need digest here. I don't need connection. What other yellow lines do we have? Okay, we have some yellow lines here. Don't need these. Perfect. We good? Okay, we have some warnings where... Actually, a lot of places. How come I'm not seeing them here? Oh, those are previous builds. Only 8. Let's just clear this. Cargo build. How many do I actually have? 8 of them. And they're in game state. Okay. We could fix this. Okay, don't need range. Name starts with containing module's name. Okay, so I guess we call it ID, and then when we import it as player ID. Sure. All right, I can fix this. So ID as player ID. All right, so I never documented this. That's what it's saying, right? Documentation missing for a struct. What's this one going to tell me? Missing documentation for a struct. Okay. To do. Document when I'm not tired. In the meantime, suppress. It was missing docs, right? Allow missing docs. Yep. And here too. And I just want to see no warnings. No warnings, no warnings, no warnings, and... Stop. All right, no warnings. Delete the log so we don't reprocess old login attempts. Actually, I guess it doesn't really matter. Repackage the code. And run the code. Okay. Connected. Okay. So login, Ramu, 1, 2, 3. Player Ramu logged into server 11 via client 5. Okay, I do see it redundantly. That's okay. Log out. What do I see when I fail to log in? Login attempt failed, player unknown. Okay. And what do I do? What happens if I type the password wrong? Login attempt failed for player Ramu, bad password. Okay. Good. It doesn't say what client I'm on. Do I care? Okay, there, I can pair it up with that, so I know it's client 7. Okay, so let me see what happens when I run this with debug. Let me get a bunch of other stuff, including all the heartbeats, right? Yeah, so what happens if I do this now? It's lost in the debugging. Okay, so... Somewhere in here should be the, yeah, the login thing here. Applying command, that's what I want to see. Login player ID 1. All right. I'm happy with that. Yeah, the debug is very chatty right now. In fact, I might want to reduce some of them down to to traces, from debug down to trace. Yeah, so one thing you'll notice here is when I restart the server, it tries to reapply all those because it never actually stored any changes in the database. So it's going to replay everything that was in the log, including when I logged in, when I had a bad password, and all that stuff. And only when we catch up to the cluster do we do this. And that's important because we don't want to accidentally take an old client ID and respond to it. And someone would get a login failure or a login success when, like, they never asked to log in. I should make sure that we don't accidentally send it to someone who's not, to a private connection address, really. What would happen if I tried to do that? I'm not sure, actually. Huh. I'll have to think about that. Anyway, this is good. I like it. I'm gonna check it in and call it a night. All right. So this is cleanup. So what did I do? So custom debug implementation for game command so that the output is not overly verbose. That's that. State. Okay, so remove unused uses. Unused uses. All right, so shorten player ID to ID within the player module. Too long, you get wrapped. Yeah, I got a bunch of to-dos to document things later. Okay. So, log debug messages for when client messages are formatted. How about we say log when, not formatted, forwarded. This is what happens when you get tired. You start using the wrong words for things. Okay. Log when players successfully log in. Log when players fail to log in. Actually, let's shorten this. Log when player login attempts succeed or fail. All right, cleanup. Good. Good to go. I'm going to take a break, eat some dinner, probably come back to this and address some of the to-dos off stream. I pretty much finished the plan finally, so it took a while, but yeah, we have the login mechanism. We get success or failure. It checks our hash. We have, oh, I haven't done this one. I'll probably do this later. This is to clean up old logins that are no longer connected. But we did all this, so I'm happy. And I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Let me go find someone to raid. Following. All right. Just a minute. Let's see who we're gonna raid. I got some extra choices now because I've been raiding so long today, or been streaming so long today that I have other people I don't normally get to raid. How about we raid Alta for stream where Atota's learning React? That might be fun. That's weird. Why did it do that? It opened the screen in a funny way for me. Why is it messing up? What happened to chat? Where is chat? Okay, there it is. Okay, it was just messing up for me. Okay. He's still going, so let's rate him. Alta 4 stream was in the channel earlier today. But that was Black Classes. This is Atoda. There are two streamers that use the same channel. And Atoda's learning how to program in React. So let's give him some support. Shall we? I hope to be back tomorrow if all goes well. If not, I'll be back next week. And hope you guys all stay safe and have fun watching Alpha 4 stream. Catch you next time, all right? Bye.